Nonviolent resistance in the Second Intifada. Activism and Advocacy. Edited by Maya Carter Hallward and Julie M. Norman. Nonviolent resistance in the Second Intifada, Activism and Advocacy / edited by Maya Carter Hallward and Julie M. Norman. PCM. Middle East Today, ISBN 978-0-230-11675-7, ALC Paper, 1. Al-Aqsa Intifada, 2000 Protest Movements. 2. Nonviolence Palestine. 3. Peace Movements Palestine. 4. Nonviolence Israel. 5. Peace Movements Israel. 6. Arab-Israeli Conflict 1993 Peace. I. Hallward, Maya Carter, 1976-2. Norman, Julie M. 3. Title. 4. Series. 1. Introduction, Nonviolent Resistance in the Second Intifada 1. Julie M. Norman. 2. Civic Education in Post-Oslo Palestine, Discursive Domestication 13. Ava Leone. 3. Development as Peace-Building and Resistance, Alternative Narratives of Nonviolence in Palestine-Israel 33. Timothy Seidel. 4. Partners for Peace, Cooperative Popular Resistance and Peacebuilding in the Israeli-Palestinian Conflict 53. Robert R. Sodders. 5. Understandings of Nonviolence and Violence, Joint Palestinian and International Nonviolent Resistance 69. Sarah Scruggs. 6. Religious Leaders in the Israeli-Palestinian Conflict, From Violent Incitement to Nonviolent Resistance 87. Mohammed Abu Nimr. 7. International Law and the Case of Operation Cast Lead. Lawfare and the Struggle for Justice 111. Maya Carter Hallward. 8. The Global Campaign for Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions Against Israel 133. Hazem Jamjoom. 9. The Free Gaza Movement 153. From an interview with Huwaida Arif and Adam Shapiro. 10. Conclusion. Prospects for Nonviolent Resistance in Palestine-Israel 163. Maya Carter Hallward and Julie M. Norman. 1. Introduction, Nonviolent Resistance in the Second Intifada. Julie M. Norman. In the summer of 2008, Hafez, a nonviolent activist and resident of the southern West Bank village of At-Tuwani, was meeting with other members of the Nonviolent Committee of the South Hebron Hills to discuss plans for an upcoming demonstration. This was to be in response to increasing land confiscation by the nearby Israeli Ma'an settlement and its outposts. Hafez had been beaten and arrested 2 years earlier for coordinating a nonviolent action in the village, but the experience only reaffirmed his commitment to popular struggle. Indeed, the residents of the South Hebron Hills area continue to engage in regular acts of nonviolent resistance, supported by other Palestinians, international solidarity groups like the Christian Peacemaker Team, CPT, and Israeli organizations like Rabbis for Human Rights, RHR. At the same time, in summer 2008, farmers in the village of Nahalin, near Bethlehem, were working with local engineers to implement a new wastewater management system that would allow for treated water, rather than high-quality drinking water, to be used for irrigation. The project aimed not only to improve water security and crop output, but also to challenge Israeli land confiscation policies and enable farmers to stay on their properties. Also, in August 2008, in the Mediterranean Sea, the RST Free Gaza boat was approaching the coast of the Gaza Strip, with international activists. 2. Bringing a cargo of food and health supplies to the besieged territory. In addition to providing direct humanitarian materials, the action aimed to draw attention to the blockade of Gaza, and it was subsequently followed by other missions. Meanwhile, within Israel, the Israeli human rights organization JISHA was bringing a case to the Israeli Supreme Court regarding fuel restrictions to Gaza that were hindering the operation of hospitals, water treatment plants, and public transportation. Such nonviolent initiatives were not limited to the summer of 2008, but rather were taking place throughout the Second Intifada, and are only increasing in what might now be considered the post-Second Intifada years. However, Since the start of the Second Intifada in 2000, these popular tactics were largely overshadowed by militant actions such as suicide bombings and rocket attacks. While studies on armed resistance are undoubtedly useful, it is imperative for theorists and practitioners alike to better understand the use of nonviolent resistance as a form of activism, and explore the potential of civil-based action as an alternative framework for popular struggle in Palestine. In particular, it is important to examine the meanings of nonviolence for different actors, the rationale for using unarmed tactics, and the relative effectiveness of various nonviolent strategies. Indeed, as the examples provided indicate, nonviolence takes many shapes, and actions that may be considered nonviolent resistance by some activists may not be considered nonviolent and/or resistance by others. Broadening our conceptualization of nonviolence in this way presents opportunities and challenges for practitioners and scholars alike. On the one hand, expanding our notion of nonviolence may open up more spaces for activism and allow for more widespread participation that address different grievances in creative ways. On the other hand, extending the concept of nonviolence can also be controversial in grouping very distinct methods under one umbrella, resulting in movement fragmentation as different activists and organizations seek to distinguish themselves from others. In examining these issues, the contributors to this volume explore the following questions: how do individuals, organizations, and networks in Palestine participate in nonviolent resistance? How do solidarity organizations in Israel, the Middle East, and Western countries engage with Palestinian grassroots movements? How do local and international perceptions of nonviolence influence the dynamics of resistance movements? What alternative approaches to resistance exist beyond armed actions on the one hand and surface-level peacebuilding on the other? How do power dynamics among and between different groups affect understandings and applications of nonviolence? Scholars and activists in this volume draw on ELD research and direct experiences to examine the 3. Role of civil resistance in popular struggle in Palestine during and after the Second Intifada, focusing on how these struggles are interpreted, perceived, and acted upon by local and global actors. Our aim is not to place normative value on some forms of resistance over others, but rather to bring attention to the breadth and complexity of nonviolence, which is often seen as a sort of black box of resistance. Thus, we are not focusing primarily on comparisons between violent and nonviolent methods, but rather aiming to unpack the concept of nonviolence to shed more light on the nuances and controversies entailed in that concept, in both theory and practice. Though we focus on the Israeli-Palestinian context, we anticipate that these discussions will extend to connect areas beyond Palestine-Israel as well, and we hope that this volume will encourage further studies into the complexities of nonviolence. From a critical theory perspective, we also hope that the volume will prompt more research into who defines nonviolence and legitimate resistance in different contexts, and how that influences the ways in which nonviolent resistance is manifest. As the examples at the start of the chapter indicate, we recognize the need to expand the mainstream Western notion of nonviolence beyond traditional conceptions of direct action. In the case of Palestine-Israel one in particular, familiar methods such as strikes, sit-ins, and demonstrations are not always feasible or effective, requiring different types of efforts from different actors. However, we broaden our definition of nonviolence with caution, suggesting that expanding the sphere of nonviolent methods demands being more attentive to the complexities that exist within the theory and practice of nonviolence. We return to this discussion in the concluding chapter of the volume. In this introductory chapter, we discuss briefly the concepts of nonviolence and resistance, inventory the types of popular resistance occurring in the West Bank during the Second Intifada, and provide an overview of the contributions included in the volume. Nonviolent resistance. Although the term nonviolence has many meanings, the idea of strategic nonviolence, or nonviolent action, forms the foundation of the kinds of popular resistance discussed in this book. According to Gene Sharp, strategic nonviolence is based on the idea that the exercise of power depends on the consent of the ruled who, by withdrawing that consent, can control and even destroy the power of their opponent. From this viewpoint, it is believed that governments depend on people, that power is pluralistic, and that political power is fragile because it depends on many groups. 4. For reinforcement of its power sources. 3. Thus, people can transform situations of oppression by withdrawing their consent through refusal of cooperation, withholding of help, and disobedience, and défiance. 4. Direct action refers to strategic nonviolent tactics that deliberately challenge the authority of the oppressor. Direct action is usually the most visible form of popular resistance and is the approach typically associated with civil resistance. Nonviolent direct actions can include acts of omission, when people refuse to perform acts that they are required to do by practice, custom, or law; acts of commission, when people perform acts that they are not usually expected or allowed to perform, or combinations of the two. Both acts of omission and acts of commission can be categorized in the areas of protest and persuasion, non-cooperation, and intervention. 5 acts of protest and persuasion include public actions such as mass demonstrations, marches, and vigils, formal statements such as petitions, declarations, and public statements, symbolic acts such as displaying flags, colors, and symbols, and communicative acts such as hanging banners and posters, distributing newspapers and leaflets, and holding meetings and teach-ins. While often used strategically throughout nonviolent movements, acts of protest and persuasion usually emerge early in a struggle, and can function as tools for mobilization and consciousness raising. Protest and persuasion techniques have several objectives. First, actions of this nature seek to provide a signal to oppressive forces that the participants seriously object to certain policies or acts. Moreover, these actions serve to show the wider oppressed population that the opposition movement is challenging the oppressor, thus encouraging others to critically analyze their situation and, ultimately, work for change. Finally, persuasive actions can raise consciousness about the situation outside of the region, thus calling attention to the situation and increasing international solidarity. In these ways, protest and persuasion tactics serve as challenges to the oppressor on the one hand, and as appeals for local participation and external support on the other hand. 6. In the case of Palestine, regular Friday marches and demonstrations in protest of construction of the separation barrier illustrate this form of nonviolence, publicly voicing opposition to the barrier while also attracting local and international support. Often considered the most powerful category of nonviolent tactics, 7. Non-cooperation includes acts of social, economic, and political non-cooperation. Social non-cooperation entails acts such as shunning and ostracism, suspension or boycott of social events, and disobeying social norms, thus marginalizing the oppressive community. Acts of economic non-cooperation, including boycotts, strikes, and non-payment of taxes. 5. Aim to impair the means available to a government to provide goods and services to its supporters, thus decreasing supporter loyalty. In addition, reducing government means can ultimately hinder the government's ability to carry out oppressive policies. While nearly all nonviolent acts are political to a degree, acts of political non-cooperation refer specifically to actions that aim to reject the authority of the occupying power, such as withdrawal of political support, boycott of government bodies, and refusal to recognize government institutions. The objective of non-cooperation is to make it difficult for the government to function by withdrawing the people's consent to the occupying power. While impairing the oppressor, non-cooperation can also increase solidarity within the community and strengthen civil society. 8. In the case of Palestine, acts of non-cooperation such as strikes and internal boycotts did take place during the Second Intifada, but because of the effective separation of the Israeli and Palestinian populations, these actions often went unnoticed in Israel. Despite this lack of coverage, this form of activism continued to occur daily, particularly at sites of interaction between Palestinians and Israeli soldiers such as checkpoints. Intervention refers to acts of civil disobedience such as sit-ins, pray-ins, défiance of blockades, land seizure, and use of alternative social, economic, transportation, and communication systems. 9. Interventionist tactics attempt to disrupt established practices and policies with the aim of creating new relationships, institutions, and patterns of behavior. 10. Because they are more confrontational, interventionist acts often put activists at greater risk for repressive responses, including detention, arrest, personal injury, and even death. However, because they are provocative, interventionist actions are sometimes more effective than other tactics in forcing attention on the issue. Even when the oppressive power responds to interventionist tactics with violence, such harsh responses can bring about change by initiating political jiu-jitsu. According to Helvey, political jiu-jitsu occurs when negative reactions to the opponent's violent repression against nonviolent resistors are turned to operate politically against the opponents, weakening their power position and strengthening that of the nonviolent resistors. 11. In this way, harsh responses by an occupying power to activist tactics can convince other bodies, such as international organizations, international institutions, and states, to put pressure on the regime or lend support to the movement. For example, the May 2010 Israeli raid on the Mavi Marmara, which resulted in the deaths of 9 activists, also brought international attention to the situation in Gaza and the efforts of the Free Gaza movement and the Global Boycott, Divestment, and Sanction (BDS) campaign. 6. Acts of protest and persuasion, such as marches, demonstrations, and vigils, non-cooperation, such as boycotts and strikes, and direct intervention, including civil disobedience, are some of the most visible nonviolent tactics in Palestine and elsewhere. This book focuses primarily on mobilization related to these direct actions, but also explores indirect actions, including civil society initiatives and everyday acts of resistance, that characterized the broader sphere of nonviolence in Palestine during the Second Intifada. Nonviolent resistance in the Second Intifada. Despite the apparent dominance of violent resistance during the Second Intifada, 12 nonviolent resistance did, and continues to, take place throughout Palestine in various forms. First, direct action campaigns, acts of protest and persuasion, boycotts, and civil disobedience have emerged in numerous villages, usually led by local popular committees. 13. While these campaigns typically have transpired in response to the construction of the separation barrier, which cuts off many rural communities from the land and/or water sources on which they depend for their livelihoods, they have come to constitute a nexus of resistance to the occupation itself. For example, the village of Bil'in, located 12 kilometers west of Ramallah, has been holding weekly demonstrations against the wall and the occupation since January 2005, and has served as a gathering place for activists and a model for other village campaigns. The majority of village-based direct action campaigns have been coordinated by local popular committees. 14. Popular committees are grassroots in the truest sense of the word, consisting of individual volunteers from local communities with natural ties to the land and closeness to the people. This proximity, in terms of geography and lived experiences, gives popular committees a degree of legitimacy and respect that may be difficult for non-community members to attain. The committees are not formal, therefore giving them considerable flexibility and freedom to communicate and associate with various groups and stakeholders. The membership of popular committees varies, but often includes village elders, farmers, activists, students, and local political leaders. The diverse composition of the popular committees allows community members to collaborate on various objectives and actions in such ways that overcome political divisions that often plague other levels of Palestinian society. Village popular committees undertake a variety of duties. For the sake of this discussion, it is important to note the popular committee's role in coordinating direct actions in terms of protest, non-cooperation, and intervention. Regarding protest, popular committees are the primary. 7. Organizers of sustained campaigns, usually consisting of weekly demonstrations following the Friday prayer. Villages throughout the West Bank have mobilized to organize and sustain these weekly marches, usually near the construction sites of the separation wall. In terms of intervention, popular committees have organized episodes of civil disobedience, again focused on the separation wall, by mobilizing villagers to physically block the destruction of olive groves and other agriculture, or by blocking the bulldozers and other equipment used for the wall construction. Finally, regarding non-cooperation, popular committees have been instrumental in organizing boycotts of Israeli products, particularly those manufactured in settlements. Each popular committee also performs other tasks in accordance with local grievances and needs, with several committees even pursuing legal cases in Israeli courts on behalf of the villagers. Many popular committees also handle their villages' communications with Israeli authorities and sometimes settlers, maintain records and maps of land closures and seizures, act as spokespersons with the media, offer support to other villages, and coordinate actions, conferences, and events with other committees. Many local campaigns are directly or indirectly supported by civil society organizations, like the Palestinian Grassroots Anti-Apartheid Wall Campaign, also known as Stop the Wall. This coalition of Palestinian NGOs and popular committees coordinates efforts on local, national, and international levels to resist the separation wall and the occupation by supporting grassroots resistance, helping local communities initiate legal cases, encouraging NGO participation and national mobilization, facilitating research and documentation, and encouraging international outreach and solidarity, especially in the form of BDS campaigns. The campaign also includes a youth initiative, in which members offer courses at university campuses on the effects of the wall, the history of the Palestinian struggle, and the importance of popular resistance strategies. Some NGOs are involved in similar activities, and also work to organize trainings, conferences, and workshops to disseminate nonviolent strategies. For example, Holy Land Trust in Bethlehem has supported local village campaigns, provided nonviolence trainings to communities, and organized training of trainers, taught workshops to further disseminate nonviolent strategies. The organization also coordinates alternative tourism and encounter programs to increase international awareness of the occupation. Similarly, other civil society groups have used the persuasion technique to amplify Palestinian voices through various mediums to raise awareness about the occupation in general and the nonviolent struggle in particular, both regionally and internationally. For example, alternative news agencies like the Palestinian News Network, PNN, the International Middle East Media Center, IMAMC, and the Al Ma'an News Agency represent grassroots efforts to ensure that reports of both Palestinian grievances and actions are documented and disseminated. Participatory arts and media projects like Picture Balada and Voices Beyond Walls likewise seek to amplify Palestinian narratives through creative media as a form of activism. Finally, countless Palestinians have participated in everyday acts of resistance, specifically remaining on their land in spite of encroaching settlements and construction of the separation barrier. As one farmer in the Jordan Valley explained, "My weapon of defense is that I won't leave this place." 15 other individuals and communities reeked the same notion of sumud, or steadfastness, a concept often used in the region to refer to Palestinians' resilience and perseverance despite the occupation. Clearly, unarmed resistance has not been absent during the Second Intifada. On the contrary, activists and non-activists alike have engaged in nonviolent actions that incorporate a variety of tactics, actors, and approaches. In this volume, we start with the premise that nonviolent resistance has been, and continues to be, a highly utilized form of struggle in Palestine-Israel. 16. We are not so much asking whether nonviolent resistance is occurring, but rather how it is occurring, who is participating, and why it may or may not be effective in different contexts. We thus seek to dig deeper into the complexities and nuances that shape nonviolent resistance in theory and practice in the region rather than apply prescriptive lenses. Overview. In this volume, the authors challenge conventional thinking on nonviolence in Palestine-Israel by examining a wide range of perceptions, actors, and tactics involved in nonviolent activism during the Second Intifada, and investigating how these changes are influencing popular resistance in Palestine-Israel. The book begins by exploring how different interpretations of nonviolence can both restrict and expand opportunities for mobilization and resistance. In Civic Education in Post-Oslo Palestine, Discursive Domestication, Ava Leoni argues that development assistance in post-Oslo Palestine intentionally led many NGOs to become divorced from grassroots activism in favor of Western-influenced nonviolent projects focused on building institutions. Through a critical analysis of documents produced by prominent American organizations working in post-Oslo Palestine, Leoni reveals a discursive process of domestication, a conscious effort to delimit Palestinians' ability to imagine and employ alternative resistance strategies. 9. Timothy Seidel takes a slightly different approach by advocating for expanding concepts of nonviolence beyond traditional definitions of direct action. In Development as Peace-Building and Resistance, Alternative Narratives of Nonviolence in Palestine-Israel, Seidel explores the everyday resistance practiced by Palestinian communities struggling to exist despite pressures to leave their homes due to economic, social, or political forces related to the Israeli occupation. Seidel shows how sustainable development initiatives, when locally initiated or undertaken in partnership with Palestinian communities, go beyond humanitarian and peace-building objectives to function as acts of resistance. In Partners for Peace, Cooperative Popular Resistance and Peacebuilding in the Israeli-Palestinian Conflict, Robert R. Sodders likewise aims to broaden common perceptions of Palestinian resistance, which have tended to focus on violent expressions of secular nationalism or on Islamist networks, by introducing the concept of cooperative nonviolent resistance networks. Using the group Combatants for Peace, CFP, as a case study, Sodders demonstrates how nonviolent social movements can cut across ethnic, religious, and national identities, allowing for new interactions between diverse actors. Sodders suggests that these interactions embody a form of resistance that looks beyond short-term objectives to challenge more entrenched constructions of power. Sarah Scruggs further builds on the theme of cooperative efforts for resistance by diverse actions by examining the role of international solidarity groups, ISGs. In Understandings of Nonviolence and Violence, Joint Palestinian and International Nonviolent Resistance, she highlights that both within ISGs and between ISGs and Palestinians there are differing perceptions of nonviolence and violence, and these perceptual differences lead to varying conclusions on what methods are permissible within a nonviolent movement. She also advocates for expanding SHARP's repertoire of nonviolent tactics to address the realities of oppressive structures in the Israeli-Palestinian context. Mohammed Abu-Nimer likewise offers insights on the need for new actors and tactics by discussing the role of religious leadership in the conflict in religious leaders in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, from violent incitement to nonviolent resistance. Abu-Nimer RST notes that while religion is often assumed to be a force for violent incitement, it can in fact play a positive role in working toward peace-building in the region. Furthermore, he emphasizes that, to be effective, religious peace-building efforts must extend beyond interfaith dialogue to directly confront issues of rights and justice. In International Law and the Case of Operation Cast Lead, Lawfare and the Struggle for Justice, Maya Carter Hallward examines the efforts of 10 activists in both Israel and Palestine to use international legal frameworks as tools for activism and nonviolent resistance in response to Operation Cast Lead. Specifically, Hallward examines how Israeli and Palestinian human rights organizations use international law differently in their advocacy, with Palestinian human rights organizations using law to resist the occupation, and Israeli human rights organizations using law to encourage government accountability. Hallward's chapter reeks the expansion of nonviolent tactics to include methods such as legal activism, or lawfare, in challenging occupation policies. The expansion of tactics is further discussed by Hazem Jamjoom in the Global Campaign for Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions Against Israel. In this chapter, Jamjoom discusses how the BDS campaign has been especially effective at garnering international participation and solidarity, putting external economic and political pressure Israel. In this chapter, he discusses the trajectory of the movement both inside and outside Palestine, its relationship to the Palestinian liberation movement, and the challenges that the movement faces. New tactics of civil disobedience are further discussed in the Free Gaza movement, based on an interview with Huwaida Arif and Adam Shapiro, both leaders with the movement. In this chapter, they discuss the planning and actions of the Free Gaza movement, which sought to break the siege on Gaza by sailing boats carrying humanitarian supplies and medical equipment from Cyprus to the coast of the Gaza Strip. The chapter chronicles how the movement used international law and human rights frameworks to challenge the Israeli blockade on the Gaza Strip, and how Israeli responses to the movement have enhanced international solidarity and activism. Nonviolent resistance is not a new phenomenon in Palestine-Israel, but changing perceptions, actors, and tactics are constantly reshaping the way it is interpreted and employed. In this volume, we aim to provide further insight into the complexities of nonviolence in theory and practice by drawing on the direct observations of activists, scholars, and practitioners in the field. We hope that this volume initiates and inspires further work and research into the role of nonviolence in justice and peacebuilding in Palestine-Israel. 2. Civic education in post-Oslo. Palestine, discursive. Domestication. Eva Leone. Introduction. Shortly after the Oslo Accords were signed in September 1993, $2.4 billion in international development aid poured into the West Bank and Gaza. This so-called peace dividend was originally intended to help bolster support for the Accords by providing tangible social and economic benefits for Palestinians, but instead has largely resulted in increased dependency on foreign aid and in a transformation of existing civil society institutions. A substantial portion of American development assistance came in the form of democracy, governance, and civil society programs, which contributed to the proliferation of new Palestinian NGOs and the restructuring of older civic organizations, leading to what some have called the NGOization too of civil society. Ostensibly, these programs aim to increase the vitality of Palestinian civil society and to act as a buffer between the public and the newly constituted Palestinian National Authority, PNA. In reality, many NGOs became increasingly influenced by the practices and discourse of their funding institutions and, consequently, divorced from grassroots support and the nationalist project altogether. To a considerable extent, this was the natural result of the donor's conceptual framework, which largely precluded genuine grassroots mobilization. 14. A critical discourse analysis of documents produced by some of the most prominent American organizations working in the West Bank and Gaza post-Oslo reveals a discursive process of domestication, which eventually delimited Palestinians' ability to imagine and employ alternative resistance strategies. This process was pursued through programs and literature that manipulated the Palestinian narrative, advanced a modernizing agenda, and redefined what constituted appropriate resistance. Theoretical framework and methodology. The theory of domestication as employed in this chapter denotes a process in which a desirable set of social values and behaviors is created through a simple means of reward and punishment. Good behavior is rewarded, bad behavior is punished accordingly. Thus, while it may seem natural for a subjugated population to behave rebelliously toward its controlling powers, the actual reaction of a people to unequal and oppressive power structures can be marked by cooperation. In this way, the theory of domestication borrows from Gramsci's theory of hegemonic culture, but focuses on the construction of a sense of civic obligations by exploring that behavior which is acceptable in modern society and that which is not. As several notable Palestinian scholars have noted, many U.S.-funded organizations and many Palestinians hoping to obtain employment in the relatively lucrative NGO sector have begun to wreak the attitudes and opinions of an international community that does not share Palestinian aspirations for national liberation. 3. Through a critical discourse analysis, it is possible to understand one way that process of domestication occurs. Used in conjunction with practical social research, discourse analysis can be an excellent analytical tool to understand not just which social practices are constituted, but also how such practices develop. The research presented in this chapter benefits from a wealth of literature assessing the impact of U.S. development assistance on Palestinian civic life. The influence of NGOs worldwide has been critiqued in recent years, following a 1990s tendency to see non-governmental actors as the silver bullet of development. In the Palestinian case, there has been notable work on the NGO phenomenon, which is unique in its occurrence within the context of a stateless society. Rema Hamami of Birzeit University has written that NGOs began a retrenchment from popular constituency as they were increasingly bound by donor restrictions and expectations. For many NGOs progressively became part of an imagined global community that shared their professionalism and globalized outlook, but, as a result, they 15. Became less involved in the Palestinian national project. To the extent that the NGO sector served Palestinian society, it was more often as a provider of humanitarian aid or as a new job sector for an English-speaking professional class. Sari Hanna and Linda Tabar together addressed the implications of this transformation for Palestinian society, using the Second Intifada to emphasize the extent to which NGOs have moved away from mass mobilization. 5. The utility of social discourse analysis as an analytical strategy lies in its ability to illustrate how that change occurred and whether or not it was intended. Discourse as a concept is replete with meaning and interpretation. This chapter will employ a Foucauldian definition of the term, treating it sometimes as the general domain of all statements, sometimes as an individualizable group of statements, and sometimes as a regulate practice that accounts for a number of statements. 6. Using this broad definition of what constitutes discourse allows for the examination of documents spanning several organizations and identities, those elements that are the result of similar ideologies, shared information, and common political interests. In drawing a direct connection between the language of these organizations and the endings of Hamami, Hanna, and Tabar, this study presupposes what Fairclough called a relationship between discursive knowledge and social practice, in which the ideology that pervades the discourse constitutes the social and shapes power relations. 7. This chapter will build on the works of these authors and others by analyzing the conceptual framework of American donors as ascertained from their programming priorities and language usage. By examining the three largest U.S. government institutions working in post-Oslo Palestine: the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, the National Democratic Institute 8, ND, and the International Republican Institute 9, IRI, it is possible to assess the impact of democracy, governance, and civil society projects in the West Bank and Gaza. Analyses of the PNA's Ministry of NGO Affairs, the Palestinian NGO Lobby, and the websites of U.S. funded NGOs are also included to demonstrate the extent to which the American discourse has been adopted. Even if NGOs are speaking to their donors and international audience in one way and to their constituents in another, the willingness to occupy that space alone is significant. What an NGO disseminates to the public, any public, is a clue to how it positions itself relative to Palestinian society. Understanding the tactics employed in this discursive process of domestication is essential for comprehending the changing role of Palestinian NGOs in the national movement and for identifying spaces for social resistance. 16. Background. To grasp the extent to which social movements have changed since the time of the Oslo Accords, it is necessary to mention one of the most successful social mobilizations in recent memory, the RST Intifada. The political successes of the Intifada were far-reaching. Among the most obvious benefits was the Palestinians' ability to reset the Israeli, Arab, and U.S. agendas by making the Palestinian issue a priority once again. The sustained popular rebellion also forced the Palestinian Liberation Organization, PLO, leadership to redefine its liberation strategy as well as its relationship with Palestinians living inside the West Bank and Gaza. 10. Perhaps most importantly, the Intifada caused Israeli politicians to realize that they must address the Palestinian problem and not the Syrian, Jordanian, or Arab problems. This recognition eventually resulted in negotiations with the PLO, which had hitherto been classified as a terrorist organization. These significant political achievements were the result of an organic popular movement that saw widespread participation of men, women, and children from all sectors of Palestinian society. The Intifada was an outstanding example of sustained public cooperation and grassroots mobilization. Even with the PLO still in Tunis, the uprising that began in the Gaza Strip soon spread to touch every camp, town, and village throughout Gaza and the West Bank. The resistance movement was made possible by the extensive networks and the vibrant civil society that had existed for decades and were consolidated after the 1967 unification of the West Bank and Gaza under a single military occupation. This massive citizen-led effort forced the PLO leadership to redefine its position toward Israel and to reconsider what constituted acceptable resistance to the occupation. In its RST year, the Intifada was almost exclusively nonviolent, 11 leading to a departure in the resistance strategy of the PLO, which until that time had been marked by armed resistance. According to Helen Coben, Yasser Arafat himself confirmed that this shift was a strategic decision made by resident activists and adopted by the PLO leadership. 12 Despite these political achievements, not a single program examined in the study elicited participants' input from their Intifada experiences. This omission was the RST step in the process of discursive domestication. Only by constructing a narrative that made obvious the need for outside intervention in internal Palestinian affairs could USAID, and IRI justify their large presence in the West Bank and Gaza. Inherent to the narratives of each, then, was the almost complete denial of the efficacy of existing Palestinian civil society organizations and the presentation of Palestinian society as a civil tabula rasa. 17. Domestication by narrative. Two potential means of developing a narrative discounting a group's previous history is to highlight particular aspects of an event disproportionate to their importance or to extract events from their political and historical context. A 1994 USAID project report does both. The authors chose to highlight the violent aspects of the Intifada in VE of the 6 instances where the uprising was mentioned. 13 Such a construction misrepresents the actual level of violence, which was significantly low in comparison with daily demonstrations, general strikes, boycotts, the development of alternative institutions, and hundreds of other ways people collectively rose up against Israeli occupation. 14 A more effective social analysis would have investigated the expansion of what constituted resistance strategies, including how the most mundane daily chores became a space for articulating dissent. Rather than speak of the potential of Palestinian citizens for creative resistance and activism, the authors chose to highlight and distort the role of youth in the Intifada, who are portrayed as disgruntled and in need of something to distract them from engaging in violent behavior. The USAID report cited, as well as other similar reports, unduly emphasized violence in Palestinian society, but the most consistently utilized means of developing the narrative was by omission. By failing to recognize the social cohesion and collective action that largely characterized the Intifada, American experts from USAID, and IRI were able to validate their own presence. A review of the documents and literature available on donors' websites reveals virtually no acknowledgement of Palestinians' experiences with social organization before and during the RST Intifada. This is a remarkable exclusion in light of the success wrought by the collective action of almost every single Palestinian, including women and children. Instead, the donors focused their efforts on problematizing and subsequently empowering Palestinian civil society. A few of the reviewed reports demonstrated an attempt to acknowledge Palestinian agency by insinuating that Palestinians themselves recognized those deficiencies and thus requested American intervention. In 1994, the ND undertook programs aimed at building a Palestinian civil society. Its efforts began with focus groups, civic forums, and the publication of a good practices manual and eventually culminated in the establishment of the Palestinian-operated Civic Forum Institute. In the null report of a 1996 to 1998 ND program, the introduction begins with this claim: Palestinian citizens and the civic organizations that represent them expressed interest in learning about the principles of a democratic society. 15 The program initiated supposedly as a response to this call for. 18. Help is designed to teach these citizens through the NGOs that represent them how to hold their government accountable. 16 In a list of its accomplishments during the program's 2-year span, the ND writes that it created the Civic Forum Institute, which it claims is the largest nonpartisan grassroots network in the West Bank and Gaza working to build an informed and active civil society. It also reports that through the dissemination of newsletters and handouts it enabled citizens to hold their government accountable, to organize civic activity to address local problems, 17 and to exercise their political will for the RST time. 18 The null report submitted to the USAID, which funded the program, recognized that Palestinians had substantial resources to contribute to a democratic transition because they had extensive familiarity with democratic systems in Israel and in some of the countries where many Palestinians have lived. 19 By claiming to have created the most effective grassroots organization in Palestine, the ND is denying the legitimacy of an existing civil society and stripping it of agency. When agency is removed, the need for someone to restore it is clear. This will be the ND's task as it enables these citizens to recognize the defective nature of their existing systems, a task aided by comparison with other, more ideal governments. Although its programs did not aim to build civil society organizations where none had previously existed, the IRI took a similar approach to its involvement in post-Oslo Palestine. In 1997, the IRI annual report counted among its annual successes providing information to new Palestinian legislators who never before had to consider constituents' opinions. 20 Making such a bold statement says less about the legislators, who had previously not existed as a national legislative council, than it does about the constituents. The authors of the report imply that at no time in their history have Palestinians been able to successfully influence their leaders' decision-making process. While they had no state, and thus technically no national government, the charge that Palestinians had not previously influenced their leaders can certainly be debunked by the experiences of the Intifada when the political center of gravity shifted from the PLO to the territories. 21 Such proclamations about the limited experiences of Palestinians are ubiquitous in these early development documents and, even years after Oslo, continued to provide a raison d'etre for democracy and governance programs. Even as late as 2004, the ND justified its programming on the basis of the requests of Palestinians due to their limited experience with democratic processes, including elections. 22 By constructing a narrative that attempts to convince both funders at home as well as local beneficiaries of the need to develop what was previously underdeveloped, the organization guarantees its own sustainability and increased influence in 19. The social fabric of the host country. Such narratives are generally laden with omissions or falsities. For example, none of the aforementioned documents mention the long Palestinian history of elections in university campuses, trade unions, municipal councils, and professional associations. The only document to reference the Intifada does so by emphasizing its violent aspects without any mention of concomitant Israeli military action and the largely nonviolent nature of the Palestinian uprising. Instead, violence alone is stressed to further justify the need to build a civil society. 23 Crafting such a narrative is the RST step in the process of domestication. Without a story that assumes primordial dysfunction in a population, there can be no basis for the next phase of the process, the creation of dissits, which serve to distract NGOs from external politics by refocusing their attention on the task of adopting behavior appropriate for their new role as players in an international, civilized world. Problematizing and distracting. The U.S. institutions examined in this study attempted to distance themselves from the larger political context and present their work in the region as apolitical and neutral. They came not as arms of the American political apparatus but rather as standard-bearers of an international world order, possessing both the expertise to identify the primary issues facing Palestinian civil society and the means of addressing those problems in a systematic, modern way. Their work, however, was anything but neutral. A textual analysis reveals an agenda driven by a modernizing approach that employed Western benchmarks to prove Palestinian shortcomings. The modernization agenda was never explicitly articulated, but rather presented as an innocuous skill set that would make civil society more efficient and thus more effective. This ostensible neutrality created the space for organizations like the ND and the USAID to identify dissits plaguing Palestinian civil society and propose plans for their redress. 24 Those plans, a redirection of efforts away from other activities and toward the promotion of good governance and democracy skills, were a means of domestication by channeling the energies of the NGOs toward perfecting what were considered universal standards of behavior and away from active resistance. By the Second Intifada, the political ramifications of these programs became clear as NGOs largely sat on the sidelines, immobilized by the cognitive dissonance of their obligations to their donor base and to the national struggle. It is appropriate to begin by understanding the ideology underlying many of these development efforts. In the 2004 ND focus groups, the 20 range of questions posed to stimulate discussion was quite revealing of the ideological approach that underpinned these democracy programs. The group leaders asked questions such as, is Islam compatible with democracy? 25 The authors report that though most participants answered affirmatively, others were discounted by the question and struggled to justify their views. 26 The posing of such a question betrays a sense that the values of democracy are not universal, but rather the product of one culture and may not be transferable to another. This question and the verbs used to describe Palestinians' responses are indicative of a teleological view of the world where one party, the more advanced, asks those behind him whether they possess the capacity to achieve the same freedoms. Such an ideological approach drives the efforts of U.S. development institutions working in the West Bank and Gaza. It is the basic premise that Western society has progressed farther on the linear path of history that allows it to look back and identify obstacles hindering others. This process is what Arturo Escobar referred to as the problematization 27 of an issue, wherein deficiencies are discovered and the corollary intervention becomes a space for management and control. In the Palestinian case, identifying those perceived inadequacies was convenient justification for the internal reorientation of civil society efforts toward activities more amenable to the American, and thus Israeli, political agenda. The issues facing Palestinians are reduced to two main deficits according to this discourse, both of which have more to do with the nature of Palestinians and their social and political systems than the nature of the wider military occupation that has ruled them for over half a century. Democracy and governance issues lie at the heart of the Palestinian development problem, proclaims a 1994 USAID project proposal. 28 The historical and contemporary impact of occupation is not mentioned at all, and instead the text insinuates that the primary cause of the current malaise is Palestinians' inability to behave in a manner conducive to law, order, and prosperity. With occupation a non-factor, the crux of the Palestinian development problem becomes Palestinian behavior. Once this assertion is made, the USAID can move to retrain civil society institutions to play a more effective role in the advancement of Palestinian society as internally focused organizations working to ensure accountability and transparency within themselves and from the Palestinian Authority. The USAID will teach these NGOs how to run accountable and responsible institutions, thereby maintaining the social order. 29 The meaning of social order is not yet deemed, but its characteristics become clear as these institutions promote the notion that if a people desire prosperity and freedom, there is a singularly acceptable way to structure society, to govern, and to dissent. 21. The USAID, ND, and IRI focus their programs in the West Bank and Gaza on what they perceive to be dysfunctions in the Palestinian civil sphere. Using the narratives of a Palestinian society that was either backward or utterly inexperienced, a modernist agenda was pursued to promote civic action that was more efficient and professional. By problematizing the beneficiary NGO's managerial style, the experts attempted to create a model of civic behavior that gave value to efficiency, professionalism, and eventually competition. Such an approach conceptually ignores the existence of a colonial struggle, and promotes an atmosphere that encourages individual gain over collective liberation. Palestinians are invited to join a world order into which they will gain admission by learning the skills of organization and professionalism. By problematizing the internal, U.S. development agencies were able to create a distraction from Palestinians' most pressing issues while simultaneously pursuing their own external political agendas. Denning appropriate behavior. building upon the constructed narrative and identifying tangible means of achieving a modern social sphere are requisite for the attainment of the most essential goal of domestication, delineating that behavior which is acceptable and that which is not. To some extent, each of the U.S. funded organizations discussed attempted to characterize Palestinian behavior as naturally violent and irrational, and occasionally, even simple-minded. They then demonstrated how their particular program would work to shape more acceptable civil involvement by conducting trainings and distributing didactic literature, both measures that would counter ignorance and violence by promoting appropriate means of civic participation. Inherent in this effort was a dichotomization of the civil and political spheres, in which the proper role of civil society was to work in a clearly demarcated civil sphere by serving to ensure domestic transparency and accountability by the nascent Palestinian national government. Several of the USAID and ND reports suggest a common presupposition that Palestinians are inherently angry. Some of the texts made no attempt to explain that anger, but others, like the ND report, attributed it to frustration caused by ignorance or want for more modern methods of governance. For example, the ND believed that the result of a general lack of practical knowledge regarding democratic processes and institutions was the cause of misunderstanding, frustration and anger. 30. The failure of the ND to acknowledge the impact of the political, economic, and military context is suspect. In light of a 60-year occupation, rapidly 22. Declining economic indicators, and curtailed mobility, the claim that a lack of practical knowledge regarding democratic processes is the sole reason for Palestinian frustration is dubious at best. Such reductive diagnoses are necessary, however, to justify the solutions that will follow. A 1994 USAID report similarly blames Palestinian frustrations on internal governance issues, but does so in a conspicuously deceptive manner. In the Institutional and Social Analysis section, the authors recall that the RST Intifada mobilized large segments of the population, with youth taking the lead in violent resistance to prevailing authority. Throwing rocks became the standard form of dissent. 31. This comment was meant to provide justification for a program that focused on strengthening legal frameworks and the rule of law. Yet, the organization of the text is misleading. It fails to specify which prevailing authority the youth were protesting. The two previous paragraphs discuss the role of the PLO and Yasser Arafat in the Palestinian government, leaving an uncritical reader to logically conclude that the authority in question was Palestinian and not Israeli occupation forces. With the violent nature of Palestinians sufficiently demonstrated, the reports sometimes continued laying the framework with an emphasis on a lack of education and on the inability to think critically. In the 2004 ND report, the language devolves from patronizing to sardonic when discussing the fate of the Palestinians if Yasser Arafat were to pass away or otherwise become unengaged in the political process. One Palestinian woman acknowledged Arafat's role in the history of Palestinian nationalism by remarking, "I don't know what would happen, but what he did cannot be done by another." The authors of the ND report used this comment to substantiate their claim that the group was dumbfounded at the thought of life without Arafat. 32. The authors of these documents made no attempt to describe the larger political and social situation, choosing to ignore the historical role of Arafat and the significant challenges that faced all ascendant Palestinian social or political leaders. Their objective was not to understand Palestinians' rich history of political activism, but rather to demonstrate that Palestinians were not only democratically inexperienced but somehow fundamentally stunted in their ability to imagine a democratic future. This characterization became the foundation of a multi-pronged strategy to channel Palestinian energies into constructive tasks. With the natural state of affairs thus recognized, the programs then demonstrated their own relevance and efficacy with strategies for promoting proper behavior. In 1997, the ND conducted assessments of 60 civil society organizations, including NGOs, youth groups, associations, and professional unions. The goal was to identify those most capable of pursuing public advocacy and to increase the capacity of the others. Through seminars, 23, and trainings, Palestinians were taught how to moderate discussions, plan events, fundraise, and implement advocacy projects. These processes were formally presented in an Arabic language guide entitled How to Get Things Done in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, a guide for NGOs. 33. Of course, these skills are not necessarily negative, but focusing solely on them exposes an attempt to institutionalize civic activity and reorient it toward internal matters. The example cited to showcase the success of this program was the ND's collaboration with the General Union of the Disabled in preparation for Disability Week, a project deemed a model for civic advocacy. This was to be the exemplar of civil action in which NGOs would have a strengthened capacity to make known to the Palestinian Authority and other Palestinians their positions on public issues. 34. This example brings the reorientation of what was appropriate behavior into stark relief. Whereas a group of Palestinians years prior may have protested publicly to denounce the maiming of Palestinians in the face of military incursions, this collaboration resulted in Palestinians focusing on an audience of Palestinians to articulate that a problem existed. The capacity to speak to an external audience and the ability to publicly identify one of the primary causes of the problem was lost. In another ND report, an example of the desired outcome of such trainings is given. Armed with an understanding of their rights and a new appreciation for petitioning government, participants have called on governing authorities to improve water and sewer systems, urged action on pollution, started schools and sports clubs, built soccer fields and volunteered their time to community efforts. 35. This praise for the new channeling of energies to address local problems is almost comical for its insinuation that Palestinians had not already been doing these very same things on their own initiative for decades. Indeed they had, but instead of civic advocacy, they often identified these same activities as resistance. Yet, according to independent focus group research, the so-called graduates of these civic education trainings are more likely than non-participants to understand and apply democratic principles, and are more inclined to use dialogue and compromise to resolve disputes. 36. Finally, it is worth noting the role of language in these reports. Terms that generally have a positive, active sense become synonymous with control in the domestication project. Empowerment is generally deemed as enabling someone to have increased agency. Even the basic definition is not without implications, for it assumes that there was a need for the ND to give agency to Palestinians. However, as it is used in these documents to refer to Palestinian civil society actors, empowerment is inherent with limitations. They are empowered so that they can spread cooperation and advocacy skills. 37. What is not recognized is the potential that this 24. Empowerment has for limiting their abilities to act in other spheres. Similarly, the ND intends to develop initiators of change, who are deemed as democratically oriented community leaders. The stated missions and goals completely disregard Palestinians' history of political activism, which had most recently brought about the RST Intifada, paving the way for Oslo. In this sense, the presence of groups like the ND is only made possible because of the previous actions of civil society and the consequent restructuring of the political status quo. Through these texts, we can recognize a discourse that distinguishes between those Palestinians who are violent and those who are professional. Violence, as far as it is discussed, is shown to be irrational, abnormal, and antithetical to participation in a modern world. Hence, those trained by the USAID and ND programs are called upon to spread their enlightened sense of what constitutes acceptable behavior. By trivializing or altogether ignoring the Israeli occupation, the trainers could then move forward in their discussion of what issues a proper civil society should address. The artificial dichotomy between the internal civic sphere and the external political sphere worked to embed within these NGOs a sense of civil obligation that had little to do with the broader goals of liberation, but instead focused on issues of internal transparency and on providing correctives to the natural deficits in Palestinian society. We turn now to the literature of those NGOs to gauge the extent to which the discursive domestication project succeeded. Signs of domestication. An examination of the websites and literature produced by many of the Palestinian NGOs that have received funding or training from either the USAID, ND, or IRI signals that there has been an adoption of this discourse, at least at the rhetorical level. In addition to the PNA's Ministry of NGO Affairs and the Palestinian NGO Network, this research covers the websites of several U.S. funded NGOs. With a few notable exceptions that explicitly frame their work as resistance to occupation, there is evidence that the prevailing discourse has permeated several Palestinian civil organizations. I have chosen to highlight 3 of these organizations, in addition to commenting on the PNA's Ministry of NGO Affairs and the Palestinian NGO Lobby, because together their language was most clearly steeped in the rhetoric of the U.S. donors. The official website of the Ministry of NGO Affairs is highly reactive of the ideas propagated by U.S. institutions. Under the heading Challenges 25. That face NGOs, the PNA faults NGOs for deficiencies in decision-making, a lack of internal democracy, and a lack of transparency. It also notes what it perceives as the organization's poor organizational structure. 38. Thus, the Palestinian government seems to have adopted wholesale the view that Western methods of civic organization are paramount. There is an overall emphasis on issues of transparency, accountability, and corruption, which could be an indication of Western influence but also is due to the tension that has characterized the PNA-NGO relationship, as the two compete for control of aid monies and for influence. The mission statement of the Palestinian Non-Governmental Organizations Network, PNGO, is to support, consolidate and strengthen Palestinian civil society according to the principles of democracy, social justice, and sustainable development. 39. While the PNGO website does not reveal the indiscriminate adoption of the precise discourse that characterizes some of the individual organizations in this review, the PNGO does clearly position itself to be a point of access for the international community and an opponent to the PNA. Much like the ND, USAID, and IRI, it largely equates civil society with NGOs and faults some civic organizations for their limited exposure to international expertise 40 and effectiveness in decision-making, internal democracy, and transparency. The NGO lobby, which counts hundreds of Palestinian NGOs among its membership, is still far less influenced by the prevailing discourse than some of its member NGOs that have received funds or training from U.S. institutions. The Society Voice Foundation, SVF, which has received grants from the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, the Ford Foundation, and the Middle East Partnership Initiative, MEPI, 41 gives primacy to the integration of youth into civil society activities, thereby raising the awareness of these youth, children, and women on human rights, governance, conflict resolution and democracy. 42. The SVF maintains a program entitled Youth Program for Dialogue, Conflict Transformation, and International Cooperation that works to deepen and develop its international network with other cultures and civilizations, as it believes international cooperation contribute to great extent in empowering organizational and social change community development in Palestine. It also aims through program to promote peace, to strengthen democratic values, reduce poverty and injustice, promote international cooperation and advance human achievement. 43. The point here is not that there is something inherently wrong with the focus on human rights or the attempt to counter violence, but rather that such emphases wreaked an agenda that is not wholly Palestinian. Rather than emphasize self-sufficiency as a means. 26. Of advancing civil society, the SVF seems to render agency to international actors. Most notably, liberation and resistance have morphed into conflict resolution. The Civic Forum Institute, CFI, was co-managed by Palestinian ND staffers until June 1998 when it became an official Palestinian NGO. Although it was the result of years of ND programming, organizing, and funding, it maintains that it is a grassroots organization. Yet its mission to help those who are marginalized is an implicit acknowledgement of the gap that exists between the NGO and its would-be constituents. There is something deeply paternalistic about the idea that members of professional society can and should enumerate the rights and responsibilities of others. 44. The language used by the CFI mirrors that originally employed by the ND to explain the need for its programming. CFI intends to continue its actions towards the goal of strengthening civil society and grassroots democratic development, helping citizens understand new and complicated democratic concepts and processes affecting their own lives. 45. A sense of elevation emerges from such declarations, which points to a conviction among CFI members that they have necessarily achieved an understanding of democracy by virtue of having undergone D trainings. In anal and somewhat extreme example, the Basma Society, created in 1995 by European contributors, the World Bank, USAID, and local society, concentrates its efforts on nurturing Palestinian children who are tolerant. The adoption of Western discourse is evident in its mission statement and goals page. The mission of the organization is to enhance the culture of democracy and human rights, tolerance, and the removal of fanaticism, and accepting the other for both children and youth. 46. The fourth goal in a long list of organizational objectives is to enlighten the society with civilized issues and concepts, such as democracy, tolerance, accepting the other, to discard violence and fanaticism, to achieve justice and equality, and the supremacy of law. 47. The goal statements are evidence that the organization has accepted a binary between modern, Western ideals and the practices of its own society. It has unconditionally incorporated the prevailing discourse of its donors and joined them in what they perceive as a GHT to combat the irrational behavior of a young population with a natural proclivity to extremism and xenophobia. Certainly, such strong rhetoric is primarily for the benefit of foreign donors. This chapter alone, which relies primarily on English-language sources readily available to the public through these organizations' websites, does not claim to be conclusive evidence that such American discourse has indeed shaped Palestinian social realities and power structures. It does, however, demonstrate the intentions of U.S. development agencies as they 27. Formulated projects for the West Bank and Gaza in the post-Oslo period. Coupled with existing social science research, this critical analysis of development texts can help explain one way that current Palestinian social realities were discursively created. Conclusion. All textual analysis is limited if approached in isolation, but when used as an analytical strategy in conjunction with practical social science research, it can illustrate the discursive processes that lead to a particular social outcome. Often, conclusions are only theoretical propositions of what might occur as a result of the continuation of a particular discourse. Yet, this chapter, especially when viewed alongside empirical research on the transmogrification of social movements into NGOs, illustrates how that social process was originally envisioned and discursively enacted. Writing in 2003, Tabar and Hanna posit that the agendas of newly constituted movements turned NGOs have become largely apolitical, which directly led to their inaction during the Second Intifada. 48. The study suggests that the failure of most NGOs to respond to or participate in the most recent Intifada is partially due to the domestication of this segment of Palestinian society. The focus of many NGOs has been completely inward, to the extent that positions are taken on external matters. They are generally an enumeration of facts and not a political stand. The success of the U.S. domestication project was noted in a Hannah Tabar article, which stated that the Second Intifada revealed many NGOs to be spectators, lacking an organic base in society. 49. The study of development discourse through critical textual analysis has implications not just for the case of Palestine but also for the development more generally. Advocates of development through the auspices of international NGOs and local NGOs saw them working to advance the interests of the local community, often by acting as a buffer from government oppression or through pressuring the government to maintain international standards of conduct. Yet, this study suggests that foreign institutions actually inhibit segments of Palestinian civil society, rendering it unprepared or unwilling to face the challenges of occupation. The reasons for this immobility are manifold. First, there are the highly visible political practices that exclude a priori a large percentage of society. A now infamous example is the American foreign policy intent to create crevices in Palestinian society, particularly in the period after Hamas rose to power. 52nd, legal issues and donor constraints also directly impact the ability of Palestinian NGOs to coordinate within their communities. 28. For example, the anti-terrorism paperwork required by USAID means that programs receiving official U.S. assistance are unable to offer their aid or services to any Hamas supporters. Offering some Palestinians access to programs, events, and trainings while excluding others will eventually widen any schisms between the two and create new ones where none previously existed. The last and perhaps most important factor is the collaboration of Palestinian NGOs in the effort to domesticate Palestinian civil society. It is these discursive practices that work largely undetected to refi divisions and create a social elite highly aware of what behavior falls within the realm of appropriate and what does not. The effort of U.S. organizations to construct Palestinian civil society in their own image seems to have instead contributed to its fragmentation, resulting in what Mud Kassoum called an end to mass social movements. 51. Before the Oslo period, resistance was once so broadly deemed as to include a range of activities from nonviolence to martyrdom. Yet, in this post-Oslo atmosphere, where large components of civil society are entangled with foreign donors and beholden to their development priorities, the space between the personal and the national continues to widen. It is increasingly clear that U.S. efforts to empower Palestinian civil society by preparing it to join a new, modern world have simultaneously limited the space for grassroots popular resistance. 3. Development as peace-building and resistance, alternative narratives of nonviolence in Palestine-Israel. Timothy Seidel. The view from the Palestinian village of Naualin, in the West Bethlehem area, is sobering. Olive trees dot the landscape as you look out from the main road that runs through this small village, a common view in many parts of the West Bank. The green of the olive trees in Naualin, however, is interrupted by the outstretched construction of Beitar Illit, an Israeli colony in the Etzion settlement block. The location and architecture of Beitar Illit, including its red roofs, stand in stark contrast to that of Naualin, presenting an unavoidable and a visually imposing sight from any place you might stand in the village. Naualin, along with the villages of Hussein, Batir, Wadi Fukin, and Al-Walaja, is becoming more and more isolated from Bethlehem. As Israeli colonization in the Etzion settlement block grows, and as the Wall 1 continues to cut deeply into the West Bank, these Palestinian villages have little access to the rest of the Israeli-occupied West Bank. Indeed, the only physical link between these villages and the rest of the West Bank is a tunnel under the major settler bypass road running through the Etzion block. With the effects of the settlement, bypass roads, and the wall, the villages now exist almost as isolated islands of land, leading many to question if this fragmented territory is all that remains for a future state of Palestine. 34. As Palestinians face increasing land confiscation and access restrictions, simply remaining on the land becomes a form of resistance for many villagers. In this chapter, I explore how international agencies are partnering with Palestinians to resist injustice by aiding their struggle to exist in their homeland when so many pressures are exerted on Palestinian communities to leave their homes due to economic, social, or political forces. For example, when I visited Naualin in 2006 as a worker with Mennonite Central Committee, MCC, an international relief, development, and peace agency, I joined colleagues at the Applied Research Institute of Jerusalem, ARIJ. ARIJ had begun a wastewater treatment project in Naualin that has been duplicated to provide rural Palestinian areas in the West Bank with new sources of water for irrigation. ARIJ's Water and Environment Research Unit has installed on-site wastewater treatment systems for 180 homes, providing direct benefits to about 1,800 people. On the surface, this might simply appear to be a standard development project, similar to many others around the world. However, in the context of ongoing Israeli colonization and occupation of Palestinian land, simple acts such as wastewater treatment are not only development initiatives in their own right, but also serve as powerful acts of nonviolent resistance. Nonviolence and alternative narratives of nonviolent resistance in Palestine. When we think about nonviolent resistance, we picture examples of nonviolent direct action, those kinds of activities modeled by modern leaders such as Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King, Jr., 2. And given in-depth theoretical and analytical reaction by scholars such as Gene Sharp. 3. This type of direct action is certainly present in Palestine. When we hear about nonviolence in Palestine, which in itself is rare in mainstream media coverage in the West, we usually hear about those forms of nonviolent direct action that tie with our image of what nonviolence looks like. We see this in the nonviolent direct action against the wall in Bilin, Budrus, or Salamuna, organized and led by local committees, and including Palestinians, Israelis, and internationals. We also see this in the activities of groups such as the Holy Land Trust and the Israeli Committee Against House Demolitions, as well as international groups such as Christian Peacemaker Teams, the Ecumenical Accompaniment Program in Palestine and Israel, the International Solidarity Movement, and the more recent Free Gaza Movement. 35. Some have pointed to the increase in these activities. 4. But British journalist Ben White contends that beyond the headlines, Palestinian resistance has always included nonviolent tactics. He states, Palestinians have been using classic nonviolent strategies such as strikes, demonstrations, and civil disobedience since before the modern State of Israel came into being in 1948. But recently, new momentum, fresh media attention, and an increasingly harsh crackdown by Israeli occupation forces have thrust these strategies into the spotlight. 5. The challenge, he argues, has not been the frequency of such tactics but rather the distortion and misrepresentation shaped by media and politicians that see the idea of Palestinian resistance as synonymous with terrorism, conjuring up images of suicide bombings and rockets. 6. However, limiting our understanding of nonviolent resistance to these instances of direct action not only overlooks an entire layer of activity in situations of protracted conflict, but also belies certain assumptions about what nonviolence is. We would do well to acknowledge that an approach that seeks to construct an all-inclusive system of knowledge is not only quite Western in its orientation, but it also moves dangerously toward a totalizing ontology that sets up hegemonic control over understandings of nonviolence. Indeed, an understanding of nonviolence that goes beyond direct action can speak to its subversive potency, its power from below, emerging from unknown, or at least unrecognized, acts of resistance. Gene Sharp points out that nonviolence is threatening to the powers that be because nonviolence undermines their pretense to moral authority. Nonviolence reconceptualizes power and it gives the ordinary person power to effect change. Nonviolence exposes and then challenges the structures of domination and not just the overt symptoms. 7. As Gandhi noted in his use of the term ahimsa 8, nonviolence is not just a negative form of violence or the absence of violence, but rather, nonviolence is everything that violence is not. The same idea may be applied to the Arabic term for nonviolence, la anf. 9. Seeing nonviolence in this way allows not for a limited conceptualization but actually opens up one's thinking about nonviolence to be much more. This could be seen as a challenge to more Western, liberal development and peace-building impulses to operate with assumptions emerging out of totalizing ontologies that claim knowledge of what is best for the other. Such claims too easily resemble the modernist colonial category of civilizing mission. 10. By limiting ourselves to the direct action view of nonviolence, we not 36. Only overlook other forms of nonviolent resistance, but also risk imposing our own notions of what counts as struggle. In contrast, by broadening our understanding of nonviolence, we might recognize the many acts of nonviolence undertaken on a daily basis and the accessibility of these acts as a form of popular struggle. In other words, we miss a much larger and, I would argue, a much more powerful landscape of nonviolent resistance in Palestine today. This would include, 1. Legal action, whether using international or Israeli legal mechanisms, 2. Political advocacy and democratic engagement, 3. Education and awareness raising in the forms of grassroots campaigns, media action, and mobilizing faith communities, 4. Theological reaction, challenging theologies and worldviews that legitimize the violence and oppression of structures of dispossession and occupation, and 5. An important strategy that is not necessarily new but that has taken on a new life, the various boycott, divestment, and sanctions initiatives spreading out from Palestinian civil society. Finally, we see resistance in Sumud, the idea of struggle through steadfastness found in the simple, daily living of Palestinians going to work, farming, shepherding, going to school. It is the Palestinian farmer who returns day after day to his confiscation-threatened land, works the soil in the blazing heat, and lives out his stewardship to the moment when his body lies outstretched before the bulldozer. It is also the mother who makes it through the checkpoint, over the dirt mound, and sells enough fruit at the market to feed and clothe her children for another week. In effect, Palestinian popular struggle is a refusal to give up hope, and a determination to live life on the land coveted by the colonizers. 11. This sort of resistance takes the form of an incarnational hope embodied in the mundane that is not spectacular or ashy, but that resists nonetheless in its quiet, non-triumphalist, non-dominating act of existence in the land. It is this form of resistance that I will examine further. Development as peace-building and resistance, water security in the West Bank. Looking at the role of international agencies in the occupied Palestinian territories in partnering with Palestinians in their efforts to resist injustice by struggling to exist in their homeland provides an alternative way to approach small-scale development initiatives. Departing from progress or productivity-oriented methods that focus solely on benchmarks and measurable effects, justice-based approaches seek to interrogate the sources. 37. Norms, means, and ends of development and peace-building industries and discourses. 12. And while I will discuss one aspect of this later, the presence of normative development and peace-building discourses should be noted from the outset, if simply to acknowledge that such discourses exist, that they have a location, and to avoid the tendency to universalize those discourses. It is with this in mind that I turn my view back to Nonviolent. As mentioned earlier, the Palestinian village of Nonviolent is becoming more and more isolated from Bethlehem due to expanding Israeli colonization in the Etzion settlement block and the wall. Hemmed in between the Green Line, the 1949 armistice line that separates Israel from the West Bank, and the wall, Palestinians from Nonviolent and themselves among some 60,000 Palestinians living in the seam zone, the western segregation zone between the wall and the Green Line, which includes roughly 10% of the West Bank, with little access to the rest of the Israeli-occupied West Bank. ARAJ, a local Palestinian organization, completed the RST stage of a wastewater treatment project in Nonviolent that has been duplicated to provide rural Palestinian areas in the West Bank with new sources of water for irrigation. ARAJ was supported in this initiative by MCC. This is a significant project because limited fresh water supplies and restricted access to traditional water supplies create ongoing shortages of water for agricultural purposes. These new systems will not only improve access to water, but also improve management of wastewater. The use of treated wastewater for irrigation is now considered to be one of the most feasible and economical ways to utilize household wastewater in a sanitary manner. 13. In the RST phase of this water management project, objectives included increasing water availability for domestic and restricted agricultural uses to improve production of household backyard farming and irrigated areas cultivated with fodder, seed, and/or industrial crops, alleviating the environmental and health impacts associated with the improper management of wastewater in the targeted locality, and developing the skills and capacities of community members in the management of home, gardens and in wastewater treatment and reuse. This phase, which began in 2005 and was completed in 2007, was divided into two main parts: the construction of top-roof rainwater harvesting cisterns and the wastewater management project. Looking specifically at the wastewater management project, outcomes were achieved through treating the domestic wastewater that is generated from an approximate 1,300 persons in Nonviolent village. The construction of this wastewater treatment facility contributed not only in generating a new water resource that is actually used for irrigation, but also gave the opportunity to residents of Nonviolent to benefit from a better and healthier. 38. Environment. Before the construction of this wastewater treatment facility, wastewater collected by traditional vacuum tankers was discharged in the village neighborhoods without being treated, polluting the open spaces in the village and placing community health at risk. The constructed wastewater treatment plant is utilizing the treated wastewater to green the surrounding area. 14 An additional phase to this project, which began in 2007 and was completed in late 2010, followed the construction of this decentralized wastewater management system in Nonviolent village and aimed at enabling 180 households, 1,800 people, in 18 villages to utilize improved wastewater treatment in Bethlehem and Hebron governorates through using treated wastewater irrigation as a substitute for high-quality drinking water irrigation. The specific objective of this phase was to test the efficiency of a locally developed small-scale wastewater treatment technology at a household level, assessing its sustainability for the urban environment and for agricultural production. The 180 households were provided with irrigation networks connected to treated wastewater as well as with seeds and seedlings. As a result, 115 dunams, about 29 acres, were planted with fruit trees and other crops. 15 The anticipated success of this project expansion to 180 homes is expected to encourage more Palestinian villages to install on-site treatment systems. In addition to addressing water shortages, water pollution, and other health concerns, these systems are also expected to increase agricultural productivity and food security, a function all the more important considering that over a third of Palestinians in the occupied territories are food insecure, with another 12% at risk of becoming food insecure. 16 Treatment units will be manufactured locally and create much-needed employment opportunities here, where rampant unemployment has contributed to a poverty rate of over 33%, with a quarter living in deep poverty. 17 Another example of an international Palestinian partnership where improving water and food security of poor and marginalized households becomes a powerful act of nonviolent resistance would be a hydrology project in the northern part of the West Bank with the Palestinian Hydrology Group, PHG. The construction of the wall has caused the Palestinian village of Falamaya in Kalkalia district to lose its main source of water. In neighboring JUs, all of its 7 water wells have been annexed or destroyed by the wall. Furthermore, in JUs, as well as in Kafr Jamal near Kalkalia, farmers are cut off from their agricultural lands by the Israeli separation barrier. This hydrology project in its various phases supported by international agencies such as MCC and Catholic Relief Services, CRS, has sought to assist farmers in keeping a presence on their 39 lands on the other side of the wall, the seam zone, by maintaining well pumps and irrigation systems. Projects such as these give Palestinians greater control over their natural resources. Water resources are particularly vulnerable because Israel controls over 80% of the Palestinian groundwater resources in the West Bank, restricting access to water for irrigation and other purposes. 18 A worker from PHG with whom I spoke raised another important question. With Israeli control over water resources, and Palestinians captive to Israeli water companies, he asked, where is the infrastructure for this Palestinian state? He then pointed out the citrus lying on the ground, having rotted off the trees, as another sign of the economic strangulation on these communities. These fruits go unpicked because Palestinian farmers have very limited access to a market of any sort to sell their goods due to the Israeli closure system 19 in the West Bank. And when they can sell their goods somewhere, Israelis have flooded the market with cheap fruits from Israel and Jordan, that these farmers simply cannot compete with. 20. These indicators point to what many see American Samoa: the imminent demise of a two-state solution to the conflict and the solidification through the structure of occupation, colonization, and apartheid of Israeli domination over the occupied territories. And with the absence of any viable economic infrastructure, those calling for investment in Palestinian society as a positive response to the critical call for boycott, divestment, and sanctions need to understand the context of this structure that holds Palestinians captive in Bantustans as cheap laborers and consumers, a structure that will not benefit Palestinians or Israelis in the long run. Water security initiatives such as those in Nonviolent and JUs, though not as dramatic as direct action demonstrations, perhaps represent a more sustainable form of nonviolent resistance that is taking place in the occupied territories. In a context where so many pressures are exerted on Palestinian communities to leave their homes due to economic, social, or political forces, these initiatives in Palestinian communities, to simply exist, are the most salient forms of nonviolent resistance that Palestinians live out on a daily basis. Through the seemingly mundane acts of farming, reclaiming land and water and food security initiatives, these unrelenting communities of Palestine, who exercise courage, persistence, and steadfastness in the face of all of these pressures of dispossession, colonization, and occupation, are powerful examples of resisting injustice and pursuing a sustainable, just peace. This reveals the extent to which development initiatives are never simply development initiatives but sit amidst a complex dynamic of forces: political, social, economic, and so our engagement in these situations can hardly be described as neutral, disinterested, or detached. On the contrary. 40. The theory and practice of development, peace-building, and nonviolent resistance require a greater interrogation of interests of states, of NGOs, of local communities in a manner that begins to unmask the colonial legacy embedded in our initiatives and allows us to engage and participate in a more nonviolent manner. And I am arguing here that one model of how that might look would include the previous examples of international agencies partnering with local Palestinian agencies. Or put differently, how are the ways in which we think about development, peace-building, and nonviolence themselves forms of violence? One element that I would like to examine further relates to how certain categories such as nonviolence are deemed and legitimized or delegitimized. Constituting nonviolence in Palestine. Although much work has been done to articulate the sources and norms of nonviolence as a practical, political strategy apart from a religious or faith orientation, in a place like Palestine, distinctions such as the religious-secular require further interrogation. 21. Calling into question the religious-secular distinction itself as a product of colonial, modernist thought allows us to ask additional questions. What work does this distinction perform in development and peace-building work? How has this distinction come to command importance in this field? Interrogating this distinction allows us to see the overlapping and shifting relationships that constitute religious identity, peace-building work, and nonviolent resistance in Palestine. Unsettling this distinction also allows us to explore the ways that Muslim, Christian, religious, and secular categories are products of contingent and fluid relationships, rather than static identities. Talal Asad has argued that the liberal nation-state is paradoxically required to deem the genuinely religious in order to lay claim to the secular. 22. Similarly, one could argue that self-described secular peace-building and development organizations are compelled to deem themselves in opposition to religious groups and religious parties in areas of their operation. They must deem the religious in order to carry out their work as secular organizations. It is precisely their secular status that compels them to delineate and circumscribe the religious. This engagement is a tenuous process that leads to homogenized and static definitions of people and groups. It also limits organizations' ability to provide advocacy and policy guidance to various parties in a conflict. Perhaps, most importantly, it grants secular institutions the power to name and legitimize religious organizations. And this is integral to the dominant. 41. Frameworks that development and peace-building have historically operated within. This speaks to what Ziauddin Sardar identified as the real power of the West, a power not located in its economic muscle or technological might, but rather in its power to deem. 23. This power is leveraged to obscure the margin in order to constitute Europe as the epistemological center. In other words, Europe as the site of universal epistemology is not possible without the margin. That which claims for itself the position of center is always enabled by the effaced contributions of the margin. 24. Therefore, the secular religious distinction is itself made possible by obscuring other formations and ideas located at the margins. 25. Making this argument is not simply an intellectual exercise, it carries important implications. For ignoring this history obscures the contradictions inherent to secular states and organizations that must circumscribe the religious in order to deem themselves as secular. Doing so enables self-described secular institutions to ascribe meaning and legitimacy to only particular forms of religiosity. Alternatively, working to dissolve secular religious-isms could expose previously unimagined possibilities for life-giving interventions and solidarities that are foreclosed by our allegiance to liberal notions of secularism. Talal Asad believes that it is not the origin of the concept of secularism that is important, but rather the forms of life that articulate such concepts, the powers they release or disable. 26. In order to explore post-colonial conceptions of development, peace-building, and nonviolent resistance, Assad offers a helpful point of departure. What practical options are opened up or closed by the notion that the world has no significant binary features, that it is, on the contrary, divided into overlapping, fragmented cultures, hybrid selves, continuously dissolving and emerging social states. 27. In a place like Palestine, distinctions such as the religious and the secular do not necessarily hold. And I would argue this would be the case in both how nonviolence is understood, i.e., what are its sources, and why suspicions develop in Palestine over the importing of secular methods and strategies for nonviolent resistance. I would also argue that this contributes to Western representations of Palestinians' failure to resist, a representation itself illustrating the inadequacy of the categories of nonviolent resistance we might use to comprehend Palestinian resistance. Maybe there is significant subaltern resistance going on but which the inherited narratives obscure from us. 28. The concepts and practices of Sabr and Sumud as responses and resistance to the forces of colonization, dispossession, and displacement in Palestine are two important examples. Sabr is an Arabic word often translated into English as patience. In his Nonviolence and Peacebuilding in Islam, Mohammed Abu Nimr describes 42. Sabr as a virtue of believers, who are expected to endure enormous difficulties and still maintain a strong belief in God. He also recognizes that patience is a key virtue in peacebuilding and socio-economic development projects, whose benefits are often more apparent in the long term than in the short term. 29. Sumud, steadfastness, is frequently referred to in the Palestinian context in the ability of Palestinians to face Israeli oppressive policies, without giving up. Sumud is associated with patience as well as resistance and perseverance, derived from the Muslim cultural and religious context, such as patience and the endurance of difficulties for the sake of one's religious principles. 30. Abu Nimr also recognizes the potential challenges in articulating an Islamic understanding of nonviolence. To understand the compatibility of Islamic values and beliefs with nonviolence, he states, "We have RST to dispel the myth that nonviolence is a form of surrender in which the victim waits to be slaughtered and accepts such a fate. Nonviolence is about active rejection of violence and full engagement in resisting oppression through plausible means that challenge domination and any other form of injustice, without inflicting injuries on the opponent." 31. The compatibility between nonviolence and Islamic values and beliefs, Abu Nimr points out, can be seen in instructions to the faithful. To resist injustice and oppression, to pursue justice and sabr, patience, to protect the sacredness of human dignity, and to be willing to sacrifice their lives for this cause. To fool and follow such values, the Islamic approach to nonviolence can only be based on active rejection of and resistance to zulm, aggression, and injustice. 32. By appealing to the morality and humanity in every person, even the occupying soldiers, Islamic nonviolent methods can force and persuade the aggressors through unity and steadfastness in the just cause. Such nonviolent methods can also prevent further dehumanization of Palestinians and Muslims around the world and convey a more powerful and sacred Islamic message of resistance. 33. These concepts would not be foreign to Palestinian Christians. Jean Zaru in her book Occupied with Nonviolence, a Palestinian woman discusses sumud in this way. To practice sumud means to remain steadfast on one's land and, more generally, to remain steadfast in service to one's homeland and to the struggle for 43. Freedom. For example, given the current grave circumstances, just waking up every morning with the determination to carry on with one's daily routine and to hold fast to one's humanity in spite of the challenges and dangers in movement, walking through military checkpoints to get to work, driving your children past army tanks to get to school, taking your herd out to graze despite physical and verbal abuse of Israeli settlers is to practice sumud or to be samid or samida. 34. As a Palestinian Christian woman of Quaker belief, Zuru identifies the source of her own commitments, describing how friends, throughout history, have maintained a testimony to nonviolence. War, we say, is contrary to the teachings of Christ. Therefore, we are challenged to live in the presence of that power which wins through love rather than through war. As Quakers, we believe there is something of God in every person. 35. Love of one's enemies forces me to recognize that my enemy, too, is a child of God. 36. The person of Jesus provides the norm for the peculiar strength of nonviolence, which is then seen in the dual nature of its approach, the offering of respect and concern on the one hand while meeting injustice with non-cooperation and defiance on the other. 37. This approach to faith is another example of the unsettling of the religious-secular distinction. In his Justice and Only Justice, a Palestinian theology of liberation, Naim Atik reminds us of the vital role that hope plays in nonviolent resistance. Real hope in the God of justice, he says, should be an active and dynamic hope, inviting people to become collaborators with God. A theology of hope for the Palestinians stems from the concept of a God who stands beside the oppressed and with whom the oppressed work for a better day and confront their oppressors with their sin. 38. A Palestinian Christian, Atik particularly identifies an important role for the Christian Church. He states, I have always believed that the Church in Israel-Palestine can play a powerful role in promoting justice and peace through active nonviolent means. 39. And hope becomes an incentive for the Church's leaders to be actively involved with the victims of injustice against their powerful oppressors. 40. For the Palestinian Christian, Atik believes, nonviolence is central to practice or ethics because the person of Jesus is central to faith. The fundamental Christian attitude toward conflict and war familiar to the Christians in the Middle East is that of Jesus, the way of nonviolence. It is very difficult to study the life of Jesus in the Gospels and not conclude that. 44. Nonviolence was his philosophy. 41. Indeed, Atik goes on to say, the only way of life that really makes sense to Eastern Christians is the way of Jesus. To begin with, Eastern Christians, including Palestinian Christians, still live in a pre-Constantinian world. Their frame of reference is the teaching and life of Jesus in this context, the way of nonviolence. 42. This element of belief then informs the role of the community in its ethic and witness. And although an element of that faith believes that the evil of occupation will eventually collapse from its own internal corruption and injustice, Atik maintains that in the meantime we must struggle nonviolently to bring about peace, never condoning injustice, or collaborating with it, or attempting to justify it. It must be opposed and detested at every turn. 43. Atik goes on to acknowledge the important leadership roles that Palestinian women in particular play in this, going so far as to say that Palestinian men need to step aside and allow Palestinian women to take the lead. Throughout the struggle, it has been the women who have been in the forefront of the nonviolent struggle. They have organized the demonstrations, the marches, and the sit-ins. They have showed great courage in facing the Israeli occupation forces boldly and with determination. 44. Atik lifts up one strategy in particular, issuing an invitation to churches and various institutions around the world to participate in nonviolent resistance to the occupation through boycott, divestment, and sanctions. Churches and various institutions can participate to use their investment power to make Israel accountable to the demands of justice. 45. This approach holds that any investments in companies that work within the occupied territories, including the settlements, and that profit from the injustice and oppression of the Palestinians are immoral and should not be condoned by Christians. Atik points out that the challenge for Christians to be faithful stewards of God's gifts, invites a nonviolent means of resisting the occupation. 46 Zuru also lifts up this strategy as a critical one for nonviolent resistance. She says, nonviolent resistance has also meant non-compliance with the military occupation. At the individual level, this has translated into my long-standing commitment to use locally grown and locally produced products. It means boycotting Israeli goods whenever possible, most especially those products produced in illegal Israeli colonies or settlements. Similarly, I have always been an advocate of morally responsible investment or selective divestment. Boycotts, divestment, and sanctions are nonviolent means for individuals, churches, academic institutions, cities, and corporations to make a difference and to highlight the need for adherence to international law and 45. The rapid achievement of a just peace. Divestment means we ourselves will not be party to businesses that profit from occupation. 47. While examining how distinctions such as the religious-secular can be destabilized by listening to voices such as these, it is important to note that approaches to religious identity are diverse and complex. Sentiments vary widely within the Middle East, and in a place like Palestine, national narratives often attempt to show that Palestinian Christians and Muslims are brothers and sisters, members of one nation, and that there are no differences to bridge. The very presumption that there are differences to bridge means, one might argue, the external construction of those differences. 48 Perhaps one of the most important points to consider is that identities are never static, but rather dynamic, contingent, and always under construction, always multiple and under negotiation. Being Christian in the Middle East or anywhere in the world, for example, does not exhaust one's identity. National identities, regional identities, educational and class factors, all shape people's understanding of who they are. How individuals and groups negotiate these multiple strands of identity vary dramatically across time and place. 49 The point here is not to erase difference or the role of faith and religious identity, but to problematize our understandings of seemingly common-sense distinctions and how those distinctions play out in conflict, or rather our analysis of conflict. It is a caution to avoid essentializing moves built on the assumptions that the West, Islam, Christianity and other such terms denote homogeneous, static entities rather than dynamic, contested identities. 50. Conclusion. In addition to lifting up these examples as nonviolent resistance, and so identifying an expanded space in which creative and practical responses to violence can be imagined and implemented, the very act of recognizing these examples becomes a form of nonviolent resistance as it begins to craft an alternative narrative of the situation in Palestine today, one that challenges the dominant narratives that cast the situation and Palestinians themselves with sweeping, dehumanizing misrepresentations. The resistance is one that recognizes that in order to maintain hegemonic power, a hegemonic discourse with its accompanying symbols, images, and institutions must be imposed that cannot allow voices from the margins to be heard. This necessarily a historical rendering cannot include voices from Bethlehem, Kalkalia, or Khan Yunis. 51. 46. This speaks to the need for a healthy skepticism of any rigid, binary oppositions that may be operative in development and peace-building work, such as civilized barbaric or secular religious distinctions. To unsettle these distinctions opens productive lines of inquiry into possible forms of engagement in conic situations that embrace the inherently contingent and fluid identities of the social fabric. This unsettling also begins to recognize the locations from which the theory and practice of development and peace-building is produced. As we interrogate these distinctions, seeing them as categories of colonialist modernity, we come closer to understanding voices such as Ziauddin Sardar's, who points out the problem of Eurocentrism, and hence the problem of development, is thus the problem of knowledge. It is a problem of discovering other ways of knowing, being and doing. It is a problem of how to be human in ways other than those of Europe. It is also a problem of how the West could liberate its true self from its colonial history and moorings. 52. This speaks to the challenge faced by peace builders in striking a balance between witness and more normative liberal impulses and productive tensions so as to constantly revisit, reshape, and rethink the ways we inhabit a world shaped by colonial history. And it resonates with Assad's discussion of a dissented pluralism characterized by a continuous readiness to deconstruct historical narratives constituting identities and their boundaries in order to open up space for the full multiplicity of overlapping, rather than opposed, social identities. 53. The sobering view from Nonviolent persists. The patience and steadfastness of the Palestinian residents who continue to inhabit that space also persist. Olive trees that spread out from the village are an ongoing symbol of that steadfastness. It is difficult to communicate just how important these olive trees and the fruits they produce are to Palestinians. Palestinians value them for more than simply economic reasons, they also represent a connection to the land that Palestinians identify with strongly. The olive tree belongs to a family of plant life called sabr in Arabic, that again denotes patience, a fitting description for these aged trees that continue to exist, patiently through the centuries. It is also a fitting term for describing the Palestinian people, who identify so closely with the land. And as this chapter has argued, it is Palestinian sabr and sumud, patience and steadfastness, in performing their daily tasks despite the invasive presence of occupation that may be the most powerful manifestation of Palestinian nonviolent resistance. As something so mundane as picking olives becomes a form of resistance and an expression that life will overcome oppression and death, Palestinians teach us more about nonviolent resistance than we are often open to hearing. 54. 4. Partners for Peace. Cooperative Popular Resistance and Peacebuilding in the Israeli-Palestinian Conflict. Robert R. Saunders. The struggle between Israelis and Palestinians has persisted for nearly a century and has engulfed them, as well as regional and global communities, in prolonged conflict and turmoil. Too often Israeli and Palestinian communities have sought to redress their grievances, both perceived and real, through violence ranging from state-sponsored military strikes to non-state assaults on civilians to individual acts of personal violence. Despite the long and widely publicized history of violence in the Israeli-Palestinian struggle, there is also a historic and ever-growing commitment to nonviolence and cooperative peace-building as a means of attaining a fair, equitable, and negotiated settlement to the conflict. Yet these movements have not received the same level of attention and study as violent forms of resistance. As a result, there is a major gap in the knowledge base in terms of understanding the full phenomenon of popular nonviolent resistance, one that in part has propagated a narrative that resistance either is an exclusively Palestinian activity or involves little or no intentional cooperation and coordination across Palestinian, Israeli, and international activist groups. Based on anthropological work conducted. 54. Between 2006 and 2009, this chapter will challenge the compartmentalized theorization that posits that Palestinian, Israeli, and international activists are separate agents of resistance by examining cooperative popular resistance and peacebuilding organizations and networks at work in Israel, East Jerusalem, and the West Bank. Analyzing the role of these organizations and networks in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, through a case study approach focused on the Combatants for Peace organization, demonstrates how such social movements cut across ethnic, religious, and national identities and are emerging as powerful agents of conflict resolution and reconciliation. The perpetuation of violence and occupation in the Israeli and Palestinian communities has led to a state of mutual distrust and victimization where Israelis and Palestinians too often speak of the need and their desire for peace, and at the same time, emphasize the complete inability of the other to make peace. This prevailing attitude is epitomized in the constant charge "there is no partner for peace," a statement typically made by politicians on either side of the divide seeking to avoid the concessions and sacrifices necessary for a meaningful resolution of the conflict. Yet despite the grim hope offered by successive generations of Israeli and Palestinian political leaders, a variety of Israeli, Palestinian, and international organizations have emerged, seeking to increase the peace-building capacity within these two communities and to non-violently resist the continued Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories. Leadership of these organizations can take many forms: Israeli-led, Palestinian-led, and internationally led. In addition, there is a growing number of joint Israeli-Palestinian organizations founded on the belief that the path toward lasting peace and social reconciliation is rooted in cooperative dialogue and nonviolent action dedicated to strengthening the peace-building capacity in each society and, ultimately, re-establishing the crucial trust necessary for a lasting peace. The subject of resistance in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has been one of considerable examination and analysis over the past several decades. Initial studies tended to emphasize resistance as a Palestinian nationalist reaction to the success of political Zionism, the persistence of the State of Israel, and the absence of a recognized Palestinian state. With the waning of power in the secular nationalist movements, such as the Palestinian Liberation Organization, PLO, and Fatah, and the rise of Islamic-oriented political movements, such as Hamas, there was a concomitant shift in the scholarship on Palestinian resistance from a secular nationalist paradigm to an Islamic paradigm. While these two conceptualizations of Palestinian resistance may have proven useful for policymakers concerned about macro-level trends and tendencies, there has been a noticeable shortage of scholarship dedicated to examining alternative and popular forms of 55. Resistance in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which largely function and operate at the grassroots level. Given the fundamental differences between the nationalist or Islamic-oriented paradigms and those organizations that utilize a cooperative peace-building/reconciliation paradigm, there is a need to reconsider, reframe, and expand how resistance is perceived and enacted within the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. In particular, examination and analysis of how grassroots cooperative resistance organizations function and operate within the Israeli-Palestinian conflict may provide valuable insights into the essential nature of the conflict itself, deem common perceptions and misperceptions of the potential for peace within these communities, and broaden understandings of resistance activities throughout the world. In order to demonstrate how grassroots coalition formation among Palestinian, Israeli, and international activists is a fundamental break from earlier resistance paradigms, the non-governmental organization Competence for Peace will be used as a case study. This case study will also illustrate how seemingly less powerful individuals can challenge political institutions and the social status quo through cooperation, reconciliation, and collective popular actions. The evolution of Palestinian resistance. Early studies of Palestinian resistance tended to focus their attention largely on the formal political organizations that utilized a combination of political and military strategies to separate the PLO from the control of the Arab states and to oppose Israeli interests in Israel, Palestine, and abroad. Hudson attributes the rise of Palestinian resistance to the collective failure of the Arab states in 1967, primordial cultural divisions within the Arab states, and the newfound military dominance of Israel not only in Palestine but now in Jordan, Syria, and Egypt as well. However, it was not Israel's military prowess alone that purportedly enhanced the construction of Palestinian national consciousness and inspired resistance. Indeed, it was the very existence of Israel that scholars pointed to as the catalyst for an invigorated Palestinian national movement that not only sought to carry forth the Palestinian desire for autonomy and self-determination, but also opposed and resisted Zionism for the very fact that it seemingly negated a Palestinian national identity. Joff argues that the success of Zionism in establishing Israel ensured that nationalism, in one form or another, should continue to seem to most Arabs to be the sole way in which eventually Zionism can be combated. Further, the creation of the Palestinian resistance depended on the prevalence of Nasserist ideas throughout the Middle East and the predominant belief that 56. The only way to conquer Zionism and what Arabs saw as its neocolonialist consequence, the State of Israel, was to confront it with a more potent form of nationalism. 5. Throughout these studies, there is a trend toward conceptualizing resistance in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as limited to the political manifestations of Palestinians frustrated with the impotence of the Arab states and the reality of Israeli military domination. In addition, these early examinations of resistance in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict too often connotated political resistance and Palestinian nationalism, which perpetuates a false dynamic whereby Palestinian national consciousness cannot exist independent of resistance to Israeli national aspirations and, conversely, resistance to Israeli national aspirations cannot exist independently of Palestinian national consciousness. An alternative framework for understanding and analyzing resistance in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict emerged in the late 1970s and early 1980s with the rise of several Islamic groups in Palestine that, with the tacit approval of the Israeli government, challenged the leadership of the secular nationalist PLO and other nationalist or leftist organizations. 6. By funding and facilitating Islamic-oriented infrastructure projects within Palestine, groups such as the Islamic Charitable League and the Islamic Society sought to challenge the basis of public support for the PLO and, ultimately, assume leadership within Palestinian society. Yet, according to the scholarship, the Islamic organizations were not simply attempting to seize political control, rather, the organizations were also seeking to recast the ideological foundations of the entire Palestinian collective enterprise. This resulted in a redefinition of Palestinian identity, as well as perceptions of resistance activities, from its historic nationalistic orientation toward a more Islamic framework. For Hamas, the Islamic Jihad, and other Islamic organizations on the West Bank and in Gaza, the political entity they are acting against and wish to replace is more complex than that of any opponents of the other organizations discussed here. Not only are the Palestinians acting Israelis, whom they see as foreigners and infidels, but in addition they are up against a nationalist movement that also seeks to liberate the territories. Their weapon against the PLO or the Communist Party in Israel is religion. They see those organizations as secular or even as atheist and attribute their failure to their lack of faith. 7. Throughout the 1990s, as a seemingly Islamic-inspired militant resistance to Israeli occupation increased and divisions between secular nationalists. 57. And Islamists appeared to further fracture Palestinian society, scholars, politicians, pundits, and the public at large began to view Palestinian resistance as innately associated with global Islamic fundamentalism. 8. This shift from framing Palestinian resistance as just another secular nationalist struggle for sovereignty to a religious necessity dictated by the tenets of Islam fundamentally altered not only the conflict itself, but how resistance was perceived. As Litvak observes, the decline of Pan-Arabism and the growing power and legitimacy of the territorial states in the Middle East have transformed the conflict from a zero-sum game between rival national movements into a conflict between states, subjected to the rules of raison d'etat, and, therefore, capable of being managed or resolved. The Islamization of the conflict, on the other hand, portrays it as a battle between two rival religions, Islam and Judaism, or between two opposing absolutes. 9. There is a noticeable division between those who frame Palestinian resistance within a secular nationalist context and those who frame it within an Islamic context. However, despite this seemingly significant difference concerning the root cause of Palestinian resistance, considerable similarities exist. Both the secular nationalist and Islamic conceptualizations of resistance in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict consider resistance to be an inherently violent reaction designed to restrict or rescind Israeli national and territorial aspirations. Regardless of whether the ideological foundations for Palestinian resistance are grounded in secular nationalism or in Islam, these analyses refer resistance in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as staunchly political, violent, and Palestinian. Consequently, nonviolent resistance that involves individuals both inside and outside the Palestinian community has received far less analytical attention by scholars, pundits, politicians, journalists, and communities throughout the region and the world. Revisioning resistance beyond Palestinian communities. Despite the persistence of the secular nationalist and Islamic framings that largely deem resistance as a violent Palestinian activity dedicated to achieving the political aim of territorial sovereignty for the Palestinian communities, there is a growing body of literature that has expanded the conventional understandings of resistance by examining the social, cultural, and economic factors that influence resistance activities. With the advent of the RST Palestinian Intifada in 1987, anthropologists, sociologists, and peace and conflict scholars increasingly broadened the 58. Study of resistance in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. For example, several gender-based studies have explored resistance as a formative element of Palestinian masculine identity 10, as well as the positionality of women within Palestinian resistance movements. 11. In these studies, resistance is not confined to a political violence paradigm and, instead, is examined as a socially and culturally latent phenomenon that may involve but does not necessitate political struggle and violence within Palestinian communities. Similarly, economic studies of resistance have focused on divestment campaigns or boycotts of Israel. 12. The boycott and divestment activities certainly constitute a form of resistance activity with a clear political purpose, however, it must be recognized that such actions are devoid of direct physical violence. In fact, rather than engaging in violent resistance, economic sanction activities directed at Israel serve as a more strategic choice for Palestinians and their international allies seeking to apply economic, social, and political pressures in order to isolate Israel as a pariah state comparable to apartheid South Africa. 13. While it is possible for violent resistance and political ideology to enhance the actions and activities addressed in these studies, at their core these approaches frame resistance to Israeli occupation in a markedly different manner. Rather than narrowly conceptualizing resistance as acts of political violence, this new corpus of scholarship has expanded how resistance is analyzed within the Israeli-Palestinian conflict by identifying social justice and human rights ideologies as the critical foundations of nonviolent resistance activities. 14. A significant departure from the nationalist violence paradigm of resistance in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is the literature that examines how the participants in resistance activities have increasingly included individuals from beyond the Palestinian community. Examinations of Israelis engaged in nonviolent resistance have included non-governmental organizations such as the Israeli Committee Against House Demolition, ICAD, Peace Now, and Moxam Watch. 15. Studies of international activists have generally focused on one of the largest and most high-profile organizations active in Palestine, the International Solidarity Movement, ISM. 16. These studies effectively challenge earlier framings of resistance in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as violent, nationalistic, and exclusively Palestinian. Yet despite this expansion in the understanding of who is participating in resistance activities, there remains a tendency, not only among scholars but also within large portions of both Israeli and Palestinian society, to isolate participants into discrete, compartmentalized units, namely, Palestinian, Israeli, and international activists. Research and analysis dedicated to examining how these various groups interact to form cooperative relationships and coordinate resistance. 59. Activities is less prominent within the literature. Weinberg, 17 Powers, 18 and Stolman and Aladdin 19 each explore the relationships forged by Israeli and Palestinian activists dedicated to resisting Israeli military and civil policies and practices in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. However, these studies constitute a less developed literature within the overall corpus of scholarship concerning nonviolent resistance, peace capacity building, and social reconciliation in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. While there remains within the Palestinian community individuals and organizations dedicated to nationalist-inspired and Islam-inspired resistance, the increasingly numerous cooperative resistance movements that incorporate Palestinian, Israeli, and international activists require a similar level of scholarly examination. Analysis of how cooperative resistance and peace-building efforts function is critical to understanding the evolution of resistance from a Palestinian-centric nationalist or Islamist activity frequently associated with violence to a largely nonviolent set of actions involving the coordination and cooperation of a wider body of individuals across national, religious, ethnic, and political lines. Within the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, as well as throughout nonviolence movements globally, there is little known about the internal mechanics of nonviolent social campaigns because social scientists have generally failed to systematically analyze the actual dynamics of cooperative resistance. 20. More to the point, King contends that the study of the calculations, planning, and thinking that underlie nonviolent struggle has nowhere enjoyed the high estate of military strategy. 21. Consequently, more is known about what nonviolent resistance organizations do and what they believe in than is known about how these actions and ideologies are crafted, communicated, and executed. A significant factor contributing to this knowledge gap is the ethnographic thinness that traditionally has plagued resistance studies, both in Palestine and beyond. Specifically, resistance studies are thin because they are ethnographically thin on the internal politics of dominated groups, thin on the cultural richness of those groups, thin on the subjectivity, the intentions, desires, fears, projects of the actors engaged in these dramas. 22 Often this thinness is compounded by a reductionist perspective that characterizes resistance as simply another form of power, or that misrepresents it as a fully violent, destructive, and/or rejectionist action. In order to demonstrate how grassroots coalition formation among Palestinian, Israeli, and international activists has been used as a mechanism by which seemingly less powerful individuals challenge the existing resistance paradigms and the political status quo in Israel and Palestine, the non-governmental organization Competence for Peace will be examined in detail. 60. Competence for Peace: the potential and pitfalls of cooperative peace building. Competence for Peace, CFP, is a volunteer group of former Israeli soldiers and former Palestinian militants working together to end the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza Strip and increase the peace capacity within Israeli and Palestinian communities. As former active participants in the ongoing cycle of violence between Israeli and Palestinian communities, CFP members have taken a purposeful stance that rejects the possibility of peace through violence and, instead, struggle for a collective peace rather than for their individual ethno-national and/or religious communities. By specifically rejecting the possibility of long-term peace through violent means, CFP members are attempting to rebuild social relationships between Israelis and Palestinians through dialogue and reconciliation activities that encourage each side to understand the collective aspirations of the other side. The goals of CFP include: 1. Raising awareness in both Israeli and Palestinian communities of the hopes and suffering of the other in order to create partners in dialogue. 2. Educating Israelis and Palestinians in reconciliation and nonviolent struggle. And 3. Creating political pressure on both governments to stop the cycle of violence, end the occupation, and resume a constructive dialogue. While at first glance the cooperative peace-building principles promoted by CFP may not seem to constitute a traditional form of active resistance, the peace-building, dialogue, and reconciliation activities of CFP do indeed challenge the entrenched socio-political norms that pit Israelis and Palestinians against one another in never-ending conflict. As such, this challenging of norms is a form of social and political resistance that transcends the earlier Palestinian-centric, nationalist-inspired, or Islam-inspired forms of resistance in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Here resistance has not only expanded beyond the Palestinian community, but is directly and actively participated in by former agents of the Israeli occupation. In order to understand how cooperative peace-building functions as a form of popular resistance and how the cooperative actions of CFP differ from the previous paradigms of nationalist and Islamist resistance in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, it is essential to examine the organizational structure of CFP. CFP was formed in 2005 when a group of Israeli refuseniks, men and women who declined to serve their compulsory military service in the 61. West Bank and/or Gaza Strip, met with a group of Palestinian activists in a hotel on the outskirts of Bethlehem. From this meeting, the Israeli and Palestinian groups discovered common ideological ground pertaining to the need to end solutions to the ongoing conflict that were rooted in cooperative nonviolence and peacebuilding activities. The initial work of the Edgeling organization demonstrated to the attendees, Israelis and Palestinians alike, that there were individuals on the other side of the divide willing to take substantial risks to engage in a dialogue of peace and reconciliation. From these early efforts, a joint steering committee, composed of equal numbers of Israelis and Palestinians, was formed to guide the work of the organization and to provide an ideological framework for the rest of the organization. As an organization, CFP operates on a moded cellular structure model where the steering committee provides leadership in terms of policies and procedures, but smaller local groups maintain autonomy over what particular activities they engage in and support. As of 2009, CFP had VE active local groups spread across Israel and the West Bank with 25 to 35 Israeli and Palestinian participants each. The activities of CFP local groups vary based on the particular desires and interests of the group members. However, house lectures, where CFP members are invited to speak to an organization or, quite literally, in a private home for a group of friends and colleagues of the homeowner, constitute their most frequent form of activity. CFP local groups also participate in direct nonviolent resistance actions, such as accompanying Palestinian shepherds or farmers to their elds and demonstrating against the Israeli separation barrier. While the individual local groups are responsible for the planning and execution of their activities, there is joint participation by other local groups and, at times, the steering committee acting as a local group itself organizes events in conjunction with ideologically like-minded groups and organizations or for the larger CFP-wide community. Despite CFP's work between 2005 and 2009, the organization is struggling to expand its efforts. A particular area of concern for CFP at this point is that its leadership and membership are strictly volunteer-based, which limits the amount of time CFP personnel can devote to the work of the organization. As mayor, a senior CFP member, related to me after a CFP organizational meeting. We all have jobs, mostly blue collar, or we have our studies, and we are taking time from our families and friends to do this, and you know this is hard. Right now I don't get home until 10 p.m. many nights because we do our activities after work, and my wife is going to be very upset one of these days for it, and it might be tonight because she already called 3 times. 23. 62. The volunteer basis of CFP also poses problems for members, who incur needs due to their activities with CFP. For example, Israeli CFP participants must often surreptitiously enter Area A of the West Bank, as currently Israelis are legally prohibited by their government from entering these areas. An Israeli caught entering Area A can be subjected to a severe NE of 20,000 NIS or more than $5,000. According to Mayer, this is a problem for the organization because they cannot provide any financial assistance to members in these instances, and these are just average workers who don't have that kind of money around, but, you know, we have to do what we feel we must do. 24. From a structural perspective, CFP has experienced difficulties as it attempts to transform itself from an ad hoc group into a professionalized non-governmental organization. This is due, in part, to the absence of a strong support network for the organization. While CFP has an active core of committed donors and friends of supporters, particularly within the international arena, CFP members are widely seen as being part of the liberal fringe within their own communities. As such, though the men and women of CFP have served their respective ethno-national communities through armed means, which garners them a certain respected status within their respective communities, there is also an element of uncertainty surrounding their work. As a Palestinian colleague in Ramallah once commented during a conversation about CFP, "These men, the Palestinian men, we know they have done what is required by the resistance, but now they are working with the Israelis. For you and me, we can understand this. But the people in the villages who are uneducated and simple, they see this something that is just too much to accept because the Israelis are the occupiers. They know these are good men, but they cannot publicly support what they are doing. Of course, they feel much differently about the Israelis who go to demonstrations against the wall or evictions of Palestinian families. They are considered courageous for standing up against their military, their government, and their own people. This doesn't make sense to you and me, but this is how the people feel." 25. Similar sentiments were brought forth when discussing CFP with Israelis in Tel Aviv. Here the common thread even among politically liberal Israelis was that the idea of cooperative work dedicated to peacebuilding was a worthy endeavor. However, underlying questions regarding whether the actions of Israeli CFPers threaten the legitimacy of Israel's policies, its occupation of Palestinian lands, or its very existence remain. An Israeli friend once summarized this attitude as 63. Israelis who want to think they are progressive and left want to support work-like combatants for peace because they know peace is the answer, but then it is like something clicks in their heads that make them say, but this threatens Israel and our enemies will use this against us. It's like they're bipolar or something. 26. Illustrated by the anecdotal Palestinian and Israeli perspectives on CFP shared above is a larger social and cultural dilemma that exists for such organizations, namely, how can cooperative popular resistance and peace-building actions achieve their goals of fostering social reconciliation, increasing peace capacity, and affecting political change in an environment that is typed by mutual distrust, fear, and animosity? Resultantly, CFP members must regularly confront the larger underlying social, cultural, and political challenges that pervade the ongoing conflict in addition to the smaller-scale social, cultural, and political power inequities that too often color the personal interactions between Israelis and Palestinians. Throughout a series of interviews conducted with several CFP members in the summer of 2009, the struggles with fostering a truly equitable cooperative organization were discussed in a variety of contexts. There was a general sense among both the Israeli and Palestinian members interviewed that these underlying inequalities were perhaps the greatest challenging facing CFP and, at several points, the tensions almost threatened the continuation of the organization. One example discussed by several members of CFP leadership was an exchange that occurred at a meeting shortly after a bombing by Palestinian militants in Israel had killed several people. As the discussion slowly shifted away from the particular details of the latest bombing and toward a more general consideration of whether bombing was a legitimate form of resistance for Palestinians, an Israeli member of CFP loudly stated that anyone who believed it was acceptable to bomb civilian targets was not welcome in the CFP. When Palestinian members of CFP attempted to relate how the realities of occupation, the sense of indignity and hopelessness experienced by Palestinians on a daily basis coupled with the disproportionate power of the Israeli military could drive desperate people to such actions, the vocal Israeli member repeated his position and suggested that those in opposition be quiet. Abed, a senior Palestinian CFP leader present at this meeting, described how the Palestinians felt as though they were shouted down when, rather than offering outright condemnation, they tried to explain what moved an individual to committing such an act. Then the Israeli member just told us to shut up, just like he was a soldier again and we were just Palestinians who had to listen to him because he had 64. A gun and a uniform. This was really bad for me personally because I don't agree with bombings, but I am not going to allow him to speak this way to me. This is not what the organization was supposed to do. 27. This anecdote underscores one of the most significant problems facing cooperative Israeli-Palestinian popular resistance and peace-building activities: the imbalance of power in Israeli-Palestinian interactions. Israelis, as a collective population, maintain an asymmetrical position of economic, political, and military superiority over Palestinians that can, and often does, permeate Israeli-Palestinian interactions designed to foster social reconciliation and peace-building. As the aforementioned anecdote shows, despite the stated objectives of CFP and despite the dedication each member has to forging cooperative peace-building, the structural violence and power asymmetries ingrained within the conflict can, and do, seep into even the most constructive and optimistic interactions of Israelis and Palestinians. As such, CFP events and meetings intended to rebuild and renew relationships between Israelis and Palestinians can, in fact, inadvertently perpetuate the existing negative stereotypes and deep-seated mistrust that typically cloud the interactions of Israelis and Palestinians. According to several CFP members, the intense and difficult emotions brought about by this incident did not quickly fade, and some thought it would threaten the viability of the organization. However, over time, CFP membership come to see these incidents a point of serious growth for the organization. By overcoming the entrenched disparities of power and working through the tendency of both Israeli and Palestinian members to revert to perspectives colored by suspicion and pessimism, the incident became a source of growth for the organization and a recommitment for several of the individuals involved. Itai, a senior Israeli member of CFP, described the consequences of the incident as follows. "This should be something we and other organizations learn from. When you ask us about this, you don't focus on what went right but what went wrong. Look at this, we learned how to talk to each other through this, and we as Israelis really heard what our Palestinian friends were telling us about how we talk and act to them. This is what people need to hear about, not that we're like this really great thing because we're Israelis and Palestinians working together, but that we had big problems and we found ways to work them out. That is really the lesson we can be." 28. Conclusion. Cooperative popular resistance and peacebuilding organizations in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict are laden with complexities in terms of the 65 ethno-national and religious identities of individuals involved, as well as the entrenched social, political, and military disparities that shape Israeli-Palestinian relationships. Analyzing how cooperative organizations, such as CFP, are able to overcome these challenges and continue along a path of peacebuilding and social reconciliation is the new line of resistance-focused research in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The traditional paradigms of nationalist or Islamic-oriented resistance conducted solely by Palestinians are, at this time, outmoded and ineffective in adequately presenting the richness that characterizes cooperative popular resistance and peacebuilding. Unlike earlier conceptualizations of resistance in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, these emergent cooperative forms of resistance cannot be reduced to a collective reaction against the territorial ambitions of Zionism or the economic, political, or military strength of Israel. The inclusion of Israeli citizens, many of whom have actively participated in the military and policing actions demanded by the state, in popular resistance actions that challenge Israeli policies toward Palestinians profoundly draws into question how resistance is enacted in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, because those who perpetrated violence in the name of the state are now the ones challenging the legitimacy of that violence and, by extension, the morality of the state. Furthermore, cooperative popular resistance and peacebuilding organizations, activities, and activists transcend the traditional nationalist and Islamist paradigms of resistance by offering more than a rejectionist position. The social reconciliation forged through the cooperative actions of organizations such as CFP provides a set of possibilities for improved Israeli-Palestinian dialogue and relations. By utilizing lessons learned through the establishment and evolution of cooperative popular resistance and peacebuilding groups, this new form of resistance in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict provides potential solutions to the ongoing conflict rather than simple opposition to Israeli policies and practices vis-a-vis the Palestinians. At the conclusion of a lengthy interview, I turned to this very point and offered the following observation about the potential benefits to be gleaned from the work of CFP. There is a lot to learn from combatants for peace because over the past years we Israelis and Palestinians have spoken more and discussed more than any of the politicians. They talk for a few hours every couple of months. Sometimes they can't even bother to talk, they just talk to the news or the US and they want to think that is talking to each other. But we've been doing it for years straight, we talked about the really hard parts and we've listened to each other. We don't just talk for talking, we talk for listening, for understanding, for peace. So we have something to teach people. 29. 66. The inability of the more traditional nationalist and Islamist resistance paradigms to adequately address the complexity and richness that cooperative popular resistance and peacebuilding organizations bring to the intersection of identity, resistance, and solidarity requires a renewed scholarly examination of resistance in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Analysis of how cooperative resistance and peacebuilding efforts function is critical to understanding the evolution of resistance from a Palestinian-centric nationalist or Islamist activity frequently associated with violence to a largely nonviolent set of actions involving the coordination and cooperation of a wider body of individuals across national, religious, ethnic, and political lines. By blurring of the boundaries between standard conceptualizations of popular nonviolent resistance and cooperative peacebuilding, organizations such as CFP offer a new avenue of scholarly inquiry into how resistance activities and peacebuilding efforts are interrelated within the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. At the core of this revisioning of resistance is the idea that resistance is not simply an action intended to challenge or halt political realities, rather, resistance is an action dedicated to altering established and entrenched social constructions of power that lead to social, political, and cultural violence. Consequently, such resistance activities do not necessarily take the shape of large hierarchical organizations, nor are they populated solely by Palestinians. Instead, these new forms of resistance blend more traditional forms of nonviolent popular resistance with cooperative actions dedicated to altering social realities that foster the reconciliation and increase the peace-building capacity of Israeli and Palestinian communities. 5. Understandings of Nonviolence and Violence, Joint Palestinian and International Nonviolent Resistance. Sarah Scruggs. This chapter explores the phenomenon of internationals and Palestinians working together in resistance against the Israeli occupation during the Second Intifada, most notably their understandings of nonviolence and violence and how these understandings affect their coordination with one another. International involvement with Palestinian resistance is generally thought of as nonviolent. However, in a society with an armed resistance at the background of a military occupation, it is critical to understand how those resisting nonviolently perceive violence. I do not assume it as inherent to their identities as Palestinians or internationals to think differently about violence. However, the different roles of each group, Palestinians and internationals, may nurture different perceptions. Using interviews I conducted in 2008 with 3 sets of internationals and Palestinians, 11 total, one who identified as partners, this chapter explores the different meanings those involved in resistance against the Israeli occupation assign to the terms nonviolence and violence, 2 comparing and contrasting their definitions to the theoretical literature on nonviolence, on types of violence in society, and on the RST and Second Intifadas. In this way, this chapter analyzes the connection between theory and practice. I also examine how the interviewees' different understandings affect the 70 tactics and strategies they use, how those with differing understandings are working together, and how they could work together more effectively in the future. Throughout this chapter, I use the term resistance in order to signify that these groups, both Palestinians and internationals, are taking action. Joint resistance by Palestinians and internationals includes actions such as boycotts, marches, human rights reporting, civilian accompaniment, and media work. All of the internationals I interviewed were part of organizations that identify as supporting Palestinian nonviolent resistance and do not participate in acts of armed/violent resistance. I refer to these international groups henceforth as International Solidarity Groups, ISGs. The term international separates these groups from the Israeli and Palestinian populations as most individuals within ISGs carry citizenship from elsewhere. Solidarity signees. These groups are in support of Palestinian nonviolent resistance and the Palestinian goal of ending the Israeli occupation, seeking to promote such work both in the occupied Palestinian territories, OPT, and in their home countries. As a way of narrowing the topic and since ISGs work in the OPT, I chose to focus solely on Palestinians and internationals. Background. It is important to place joint resistance by Palestinians and ISGs into context. Following the breakdown of the peace process between the Palestinian Authority, PA, and the Israeli government, a second Palestinian Intifada began in 2000. There was severe frustration within the Palestinian population, as 7 years of peace talks had led to neither a Palestinian state nor a decrease in the signs of Israeli occupation on the ground. 3. Suspicion of the PA and a lack of trust in the promises of the Israeli government exploded into mass street protests after Ariel Sharon, accompanied by thousands of Israeli security personnel, visited the Al-Aqsa Mosque in September 2000. 4. In the days that followed, Israeli military forces killed tens of unarmed Palestinians, 5. Leading the PA and Arab nations to request a United Nations inquiry into the conduct of the Israeli military as well as a UN peacekeeping force of foreign monitors. Their requests were denied, vetoed in the UN Security Council by the United States. 6. At the pretext of the unorganized armed instances of this intifada, particularly several shootings of Israeli settlers. 7. Israel cast the uprising as a war. Therefore, even mass nonviolent Palestinian resistance was a great risk for those involved, as the Israeli military was not adjusting its response between armed and unarmed resistance. 8. It was under such circumstances. 71. That ISGs entered the territories. They entered to act as the international presence that was denied by the UN, but their goal of forcing the Israeli military to not react with lethal force in the face of nonviolent resistance led them to participate with Palestinians in such resistance. As there was no national, unit leadership during the Second Intifada, ISGs partnered with various Palestinian NGOs as well as Palestinian communities living next to Israeli settlements and military installations. What distinguishes ISGs from other international organizations in the OPT is that they actively participate in Palestinian nonviolent resistance, taking what some would call a partisan stance due to their goal of ending the occupation, though they all work with various Israeli groups as well. 9. The following paragraphs detail the advent and work of 3 ISGs still active in the occupied West Bank. I focus on these ISGs in particular as I interviewed members of these groups and their Palestinian partners during the summer of 2008, the below descriptions are bound to that time period. Christian Peacemaker Teams, CPT, is a religiously based ISG with pacifist roots. CPT focuses on stationary projects, one in Hebron since 1995 and another in At-Tuwani since 2004. At-Tuwani is located in the southernmost part of the West Bank, near the settlement of Ma'an and the settlement outpost of Havat Ma'an. Prior to CPT's arrival, Israeli soldiers were raiding the village nightly. Settlers were physically and verbally harassing villagers when they worked their land and grazed their sheep, and children from nearby villages were walking 2 hours to attend the elementary school in At-Tuwani as the 20-minute route between the two settlements was too dangerous. 10. CPT's presence and its use of video equipment led to a visible decrease in the nightly raids. Israeli security forces took over CPT's accompaniment of the school children following a highly publicized attack by settlers on both the children and CPTers in the fall of 2004. 11. Currently, CPT accompanies villagers in their ELDs and monitors roving Israeli checkpoints, coordinating its work with the Nonviolent Committee of the South Hebron Hills, a body comprising representatives from several villages in the area. The International Solidarity Movement, ISM, began in the OPT as a movement of internationals and Palestinians to nonviolently resist the Israeli occupation. When ISM-RST formed in 2001, it scattered international activists all over the OPT in the hopes of deterring Israeli military invasions and to accompany ambulances and other vehicles delivering services to Palestinians. Aside from the protection function of their work, 12 ISMers also aspired to enhance international media coverage of events in the OPT and support grassroots advocacy in their home countries. Finally, ISM envisioned international presence as an encouragement to Palestinians, demonstrating that there were people in the international 72 community who would stand in solidarity with Palestinians against the violence of the Israeli occupation. In contrast to CPT, ISM focuses on activist mobility rather than stationary projects, sending international activists around the OPT as requested by Palestinian communities and committees. Palestinian coordinators exist in different locations, helping to guide the work that ISMers do in support of Palestinian nonviolent resistance. Another ISG operating in the West Bank is the International Women's Peace Service, IWPS. Founded by 2 female members of ISM in 2002, the organization began working in the village of Harris, located in the Salt District. Within Harris itself, IWPS's work significantly decreased after one of the village's main nonviolent organizers was shot. However, IWPS still documents instances of Israeli violence against Palestinians and Palestinian property in Harris and nearby areas. Since the beginning of the project, IWPS has participated in nonviolent actions against the Israeli wall with surrounding Palestinian villages and popular committees. The protests were at their height while the wall was under construction in the northern West Bank in 2004 and 2005. 13. As its name suggests, IWPS also supports women's organizations in the area, often joining in women's-only protests that continue to take place against the wall. What theory/literature has to say? All ISGs explicitly state their support of and involvement in Palestinian nonviolent resistance. Though both ISM and IWPS affirm the rights Palestinians are given under international law to resist violence and occupation through legitimate armed struggle, they do not associate, support or have anything to do with armed or violent resistance to the occupation. 14. Due to the separation of nonviolent and armed/violent resistance, the following subsection outlines the understandings of nonviolence and violence found in nonviolent theory, as well as societal violence in general. I later compare these understandings to how the interviewees deemed these concepts, outlining both similarities and differences. Nonviolence in theory. Within nonviolent theory, there are two main schools of thought, principled and pragmatic. The main difference between these schools is whether they promote nonviolent means on moral/philosophical, principled, or strategic, pragmatic, grounds. 73. The principled school of thought 15 is most commonly associated with Mohandas Gandhi's philosophy of nonviolence, which focuses on searching for truth, even amongst one's enemies, and therefore waging conflict through refusing to do harm in either thought or deed. Scholars of principled nonviolence believe that nonviolent action allows people to achieve moral ends without denying morality to others. In this way, there is no separation between one's actions and beliefs/attitudes. Stemming from this connection between means and ends, principled nonviolent theorists typically focus on the conversion/persuasion of the opponent, assuming that a human being cannot continue to violently respond to those who consistently resist in nonviolent ways without an extreme loss of confidence and morale in the reasons behind his/her use of violence. Burroughs does not agree that conversion is always possible, but states that the use of nonviolent means leaves open the possibility of a later conversion. 16. Nonviolence as a way of life beckons people to sacrifice and self-suffering, leading to transformation in human relationships that cannot occur when one's goal is to defeat one's opponent. The pragmatic school, 17, most often associated with the work of Gene Sharp, focuses on nonviolent action as the most effective way to exert political and social power over powerful opponents. By encouraging human stubbornness and harnessing it into massive disobedience, the nonviolent group directly attacks the sources of the opponent's power and will more likely gain the sympathy and support of uninvolved parties, perhaps even parties who support the opponent. Any connection between means and ends exists only because of effectiveness. What the nonviolent group requires most is discipline. Regarding violent opponents, pragmatic theorists leave open their conversion as a possibility, but the focus is on what it takes to win, even if that involves coercion. Therefore, Sharp conceptualizes the transformation of people who use nonviolent action in terms of power, specifically the increase in the nonviolent group's awareness of the power it possesses, the subsequent diffusion of power across the masses, and the resultant ability of citizens to limit their leaders' use of power in the future. 18. Referenced by both principled and pragmatic theorists, Sharp has classified nonviolent actions into three categories. 19. Nonviolent protest and persuasion encompasses symbolic ways, i.e., protests and written declarations, of expressing opinions about the actions/policies of an opponent. Non-cooperation includes social, economic, and political actions, such as strikes and boycotts, that directly affect systems and established relationships. Finally, nonviolent intervention methods actively disrupt the opponent's policies. These actions include sit-ins and the creation of alternative institutions. Another kind of nonviolent action not found in Sharp's 74. Classification includes everyday acts of resistance by peasants and workers as referred to in Scott's study. 20. Set in the context of class-based conflict, these acts of resistance are often spontaneous and are a product of the daily life and work of the groups who use them. Violence in theory. Both the principled and pragmatic schools of thought agree that the basic principles of nonviolent resistance encompass an abstention from using physical force to achieve an aim. 21. As with their understandings of nonviolence, The pragmatic school promotes the abstention from violence on strategic grounds, while the principled school disavows the use of violence from a philosophical/moral base. In addition to direct violence as conceived of by these two schools, I also include types of violence found in society in general. Placing no moral judgment on the use of violence, the pragmatic school identifies both nonviolence and violence as forms of action that employ different kinds of power. In a situation where the opponent has an advantage in regard to weapons and violent means, the power of a nonviolent movement lies in making manifest the asymmetric conflict and toppling the opponent's internal and external support. The use of violence by the nonviolent group endangers its ability to wield this power, shifting the focus from group grievances and the system of oppression supported by the opponent. The principled school places a moral judgment on the use of direct, physical violence. Some theorists, such as Martin Luther King Jr., even expand the definition beyond violent actions to include violent thoughts. 22 As actions cannot be separated from attitudes and beliefs, hatred of one's opponent is violent and could eventually lead to direct physical violence, preventing the personal transformation that leads to societal transformation. Violence and nonviolence are not merely two different ways of resisting, they are opposite ways of living. Violence in society 23 includes more than physical/direct violence between individuals. Direct violence can also target the environment, particularly the land and natural resources people depend on for survival. Structural violence is not as manifest as direct violence, but enacts human misery through laws and institutions that discriminate against groups of people on the basis of traits they cannot change. Often leading to both aforementioned types of violence. Cultural violence emanates from certain thought systems and symbols that separate those who are in from those who are out. Finally, psychological violence encompasses the psychological effects of all the other forms of violence described, appearing on both individual and collective levels. 75. First and Second Intifada literature. Literature on the First and Second Palestinian Intifadas provides a window into the beliefs and actions of Palestinians surrounding nonviolence and violence. According to Hallward, most Palestinians during the First Intifada used nonviolence because they considered it to be a technique that worked. 24 Though Hallward, a leader during the First Intifada, held a more principled approach to nonviolence, he never publicly condemned armed/violent resistance as morally wrong. 25 Hallward believed that the effects of using nonviolent resistance were very positive for the Palestinian people, giving them a sense of victory over fear and instilling a deep care for one another. Instead of waiting for help from outside, they took it upon themselves to shake off the Israeli occupation. In looking at changes of attitude that took place amongst Palestinians during the First Intifada, Abu Nimr NDS attitudes indicative of nonviolent resistance and therefore demonstrating a commitment to nonviolence beyond its success as a tactic. 26 While not all attitudes in the Intifada were consonant with nonviolence, key ingredients were present: acceptance of suffering, lack of hatred, respect for the enemy's integrity, avoidance of dehumanization, rejection of the zero-sum game, acceptance of contact and cooperation with the opponent. 27 Not specifying whether these attitudes emanate from a moral or a strategic commitment, Abu Nimr argues that their existence gives a picture of how Palestinians understood the nature of their resistance. Literature on the Second Intifada is not as plentiful. What does exist recognizes that when Palestinians use nonviolence strategies, they are not necessarily denouncing or surrendering their rights to resist occupation, but they are voluntarily choosing different means. 28 In other words, Palestinians do not necessarily view armed/violent resistance as immoral. Norman as well NDS that though there are Palestinians who place a moral value on nonviolence and violence, the Palestinian public is more apt to choose nonviolence for its strategic value in helping Palestinians reach their goal of ending occupation. 29 Looking at ISGs, Sites argues that internationals cannot do proper solidarity work without knowing how they and the Palestinians they work with understand nonviolence and violence. 30 The following section lays out some of those perceptions. What practitioners have to say. Using grounded theory, 31 I coded the interviews I conducted on the basis of common themes that emerged within and between the interviews. Codes related to nonviolence and violence fell into four main. 76. Categories: nonviolence and essence, nonviolence and / or permissible tactics, violence and resistance, and violence and occupation. In this section, I detail similarities and differences between the preceding literature and current practice. The nonviolence and essence category reeks what interviewees believed nonviolence is and, in one case, what it is not. Some of these codes relate specifically with one of the two schools of thought in nonviolent theory. Those that connect to the principled school of thought include because the other is human, means to pursue justice, more than resistance, and thought, word, and deed. Differing from some theorists of the principled school, none of the interviewees signaled out conversion as the sole goal of nonviolence. The code can be about conversion implies that it is an optional goal, but no interviewee mentioned it as the only goal, particularly in the case of direct opponents such as Israeli settlers and soldiers. There are no codes that correspond solely with the pragmatic school of thought. The code resistance/strategy on the surface seems to relate directly, however, those in the principled school are also concerned about strategy. That said, there were interviewees whose commitment to nonviolence was solely strategic. For example, some interviewees chose nonviolence because they saw it as a way for the weaker party, the Palestinians, to show the conflict for what it is, a conflict of severe power asymmetry with Israel on top militarily. The codes gain support and power of the weak. In this way, nonviolence actually becomes a means of power whereby Israel's other sources of power, namely, its carefully crafted international image, are severely weakened. Palestinian 6. Nonviolent resistance can be very effective at one stage of the conflict. It is a helpful strategy for stripping the objectives of the Israeli policy toward the Palestinian people. It helps prove to the world the crimes that Israel has been committing against the Palestinians. The world should know that the Palestinians have no power to destroy Israel and use violence even for destroying one settlement. 32. Other codes are similar to the attitudes Abu Nimr notes were present amongst the Palestinians during the RST Intifada. 33. These attitudes were present in both international and Palestinian interviewees and demonstrate that the Second Intifada is similar in some ways to the RST. The code's nonviolence takes more courage than violence and willingness to suffer imply an acceptance of suffering, while thinking/remaining calm connotes an attitude not willing to delve into hatred and an avoidance of dehumanization. These attitudes are not indicative of either the principled 77 or pragmatic schools of thought, rather, they are attitudes that separate nonviolent resistance from violent resistance as conceived of by theorists from both schools. When I asked interviewees to deem nonviolence, some of them referred to tactics/methods, which I have included in the nonviolence and or permissible tactics category. These included both tactics they deemed to be nonviolent and, for others, tactics they considered to be violent but permissible in a nonviolent movement. With the exception of getting the word out, all of these codes are geared toward subverting the occupation from within. Subversion entails challenging the realities of occupation on a daily basis and supporting Palestinians within the environment of occupation. Many of these tactics are employed as part of prolonged nonviolent actions as well as everyday acts of nonviolent resistance. Therefore, Sharp's 34 planned view of nonviolent methods and Scott's 35 presentation of the spontaneous nature of resistance are often intertwined. Getting the word out is connected to the other tactics, but is geared toward affecting world opinion of the Israeli occupation and Palestinian resistance to it, with the goal of gaining support amongst international and Israeli publics and ultimately pressuring the Israeli government to end the occupation. Some of the manifestations of this tactic include video documentation, media coverage, and visits to Palestinian areas by Israelis and internationals. An interesting qualification to note is the term permissible. Some interviewees spoke about non-physical tactics they considered to be violent but potentially permissible within nonviolent resistance. Examples include threatening words, intimidation, and the destruction of property. Other interviewees identified these same tactics as nonviolent/permissible in the particular context of Israeli occupation. The ideas of permissibility and the changing nature of a tactic from violent to nonviolent are not found in the two schools of nonviolent thought or in Sharp's classification of methods. The codes associated with the violence and resistance category cover what actions interviewees deemed to be violent resistance as well as whether these actions were permissible in a nonviolent movement. This category includes the code violence is anything not popular, meaning non-popular acts of resistance are impermissible. Codes that touch on the consequences of using physical violent resistance, using physical violence brings more violence and physical violence destroys user and receiver, are also part of this category. Direct violence against human beings is present in many of these codes. Sharp's concerns that the use of violent methods by the nonviolent group would weaken the group's power is somewhat related to the code. 78. Using physical violence brings more violence. 36. In the words of many interviewees, Israel wants to keep Palestinians in a circle of violence, lessening support amongst potential sympathizers and making it easier for Israel to justify its violent actions to the world. This code is also concerned with Palestinians' ability to continue living on their land and the protection of their families, themes that Sharp does not address. The only code that refers to violent resistance as conceived of by the principled school is all violence is impermissible. This was mentioned by only one interviewee, International 4, and includes hateful thoughts, words, and destruction of property. In keeping with the principled school, International 4 believed violence to be immoral and this was the reason these particular acts were impermissible in a nonviolent movement. The violence and occupation category includes violence emanating from Israeli soldiers and settlers and the structure of occupation. Such violence includes Israeli violence in reaction to Palestinian actions, whether deemed as nonviolent or violent, and how the violent context of occupation affects Palestinians and internationals. There was one code that only internationals referred to: Palestinian violence must be understood in context. The literature previously covered concerning violence in society encompasses some of these codes. A few interviewees, including International 4, even used the term structural violence. My RST thought is structural violence, like making people's lives impossible. Although people have gotten so used to it, and this is the major difference between what I saw 3 years ago. It runs much more smoothly now, the system of military checkpoints. 37 interviewees described checkpoints as targeting only Palestinians, as the physical manifestations of laws and institutions that discriminate on the basis of ethnicity. Other structural violent acts included the expropriation of Palestinian land for Israeli settlement expansion and the construction of the wall in and around the West Bank. The code violent context and its effects refers to the psychological violence emanating from the direct, structural, and cultural violence of the context of occupation. As International once said, I think that it is impossible to live in this situation without internalizing a certain level of trauma, which makes a person have a base level of anger, frustration, and a very short fuse and stress. That's part of living here. 38 So, these psychological effects are evident among internationals as well as Palestinians. This code also refers to the effect of the violent context of occupation in precipitating Palestinian direct violence against Israeli settlers and soldiers. In the end, all of these types of violence are connected with one another and create an environment of violence for everyone living in the opt. 79. Tactics in nonviolent resistance. In looking at the differences between the understandings of nonviolence and violence outlined above, there was not a denied perceptual split between internationals and Palestinians as distinct groups. Differences existed within ISGs and between ISGs and their Palestinian partners. Instead of seeking similar understandings, all of the interviewees stressed identifying common goals and agreeing on the tactics they use when working together. So, whether they aligned more closely with the pragmatic or principled schools, Palestinians and internationals usually found ways to work jointly. Though Palestinians and internationals work to agree on the tactics they use, there was still disagreement amongst the interviewees about which tactics were impermissible and permissible within the context of a nonviolent resistance. Non-physical tactics such as threatening words and destruction of property were deemed permissible by some, but deemed differently as nonviolent or violent. I found their understandings of why they used nonviolence were consistently different in relation to how they deemed non-physical tactics. The interviewees with a more principled view of nonviolence, except for International 4, agreed that acts of resistance that do not physically harm others can be nonviolent and permissible. Their description of these acts as nonviolent was consistent and dovetailed with the principled school's view of nonviolence as moral and violence as immoral. These interviewees did not want to deem as violent anything they deemed to be permissible in nonviolent resistance. For the internationals in particular, these acts became nonviolent due to the situation of occupation and the extreme power asymmetry between Israelis and Palestinians. One could categorize the same act as nonviolent or violent depending on who employed it. For example, International 2 initially spoke of intimidation as violent. However, as she wreaked it on a Palestinian march that passed by a settlement, potentially intimidating Israeli settlers, she concluded that intimidation in this instance was nonviolent and therefore permissible. Maybe it depends on who has the power. The settlers can walk into the village and intimidate, being very violent and terrorizing the village simply by being present because the army will do nothing to them. Palestinians marching, even if that's intimidating to the settlers, is nonviolent. 39. On the topic of destruction of property, I asked International 2 about an action as part of another march. Israeli activists had planned to stay behind. 80. After the Palestinians completed their march and destroy a one-room structure that settlers were building outside of a settlement outpost. International 2 dubbed this action as nonviolent due to the unjust and violent institutions that allow Israeli settlers to illegally build on Palestinian land while at the same time demolishing Palestinians' homes. Again, the context of occupation and who has the power changed how this international deemed an act as violent or nonviolent. Palestinian 5 also had a more principled view of nonviolence, and when I asked him about the wall between Gaza and Egypt that Palestinians blew up in early 2008, he labeled it as a nonviolent act. It wasn't against a human being. It was against a wall. It's actually nonviolent. They destroyed a wall that isolated them from themselves. 40 Dovetailing with International 2's focus on context, this wall represented the power of the occupation, locking 1.5 million Palestinians inside Gaza with Israel controlling even food that came in and out. As this was not an act harming human beings, Palestinian 5 deemed it to be nonviolent and permissible. Interviewees who had a more strategic view of nonviolence also described property destruction and other non-physical acts as tactics that can be permissible in nonviolent resistance. However, they all, save for International 3's view of the destruction of the Gaza wall as nonviolent, described these non-physical acts as violent. These internationals and Palestinians focused more on the strategic value of certain acts. Palestinian 2 deemed the previously mentioned planned destruction by Israeli activists of the one-room settler structure as both nonviolent and violent. However, what was most important to Palestinian 2 was that the action was strategic. It was strategic in the sense of who was going to destroy the house. Israelis would surely get arrested for such an act, but they would face less time in jail than a Palestinian would. Also, the image of Israelis destroying an Israeli settler house would send a different message to Israeli and international audiences than Palestinians destroying a settler structure. On a practical level, the destruction of the house would allow for greater freedom of movement for Palestinians and halt the spreading control of settlers in the area. The null strategic point was using this act of destruction to highlight the illegality of the settlement outpost in the media. Other non-physical acts that interviewees referred to as violent and permissible included threatening words. Palestinian 1 thought cruel words could be effective and permissible after using non-violent acts. International 3 agreed, but added that internationals should refrain from speaking violently on their own accord. Violent speech must be something that is agreed upon by those who will most likely suffer reprisals for it, The Palestinians. 81. Practice speaking to theory. Though the principled and pragmatic schools do not explicitly refer to the destruction of property, they do discuss the similar tactic of sabotage. Both schools rule out sabotage as a permissible tactic, the principled school because sabotage is violent, 41, and the pragmatic school because it could lessen the power of the nonviolent movement in gaining support. 42. The only exception is Ackerman and Krugler, however, they only envision the opponent's weapons as the instruments to sabotage. 43. The use of this tactic by Palestinians and internationals adds nuance to both schools of thought. For the principled school of thought, interviewees add the nuance of the asymmetrical context of occupation. The destruction of property can be nonviolent if it does not physically harm anyone and if it is the destruction of something supported by the powerful party to assert more control and enact more violence upon the less powerful party. The intention behind the property destruction also matters, it should not be done out of hatred. As the goal of nonviolence for principled theorists is conversion or leaving the door open for conversion in the future, this method may be difficult for the principled school to embrace. However, some principled activists in this study embraced particular forms of property destruction. These principled activists recognized the physical manifestations of structural violence in their midst and believed that Israeli soldiers and settlers would not easily convert to removing these structures on their own, particularly as these structures are supported by the Israeli legal system. Though Palestinians and ISGs are working for the conversion of people outside the opt, principled interviewees did not believe they could afford to wait for those outside conversions while the control and violence of the occupation grew. The principled school should seriously consider the thought process and practice of these principled nonviolent activists within the asymmetrical context of occupation. For the pragmatic school, interviewees add the practical significance of property destruction in reaching the goals of the nonviolent resistance. It is a coercive tactic in addition to a way for nonviolent resistors to reclaim land and prevent the increasing control of the occupation. Challenging one of Sharp's main issues with property destruction, 44 nonviolent activists do not need to use the tactic in secret and the instruments for doing it range from human hands to explosives. The use of explosives relates to Sharp's concern that someone, particularly from the opponent's side, may be injured and thus the act will increase support for the opponent. When Palestinians used explosives to blow up the Israeli-constructed wall between Gaza and Egypt in 2008, no one was injured or killed as a result. The dire circumstances created in Gaza due to the Israeli blockade made the destruction. 82. Of the wall a very practical method for Palestinians to access food and supplies. The practical nature of this tactic, within the context of occupation, makes it a method worth considering. However, those using property destruction need to consider the effect of the employed means on those whose support the nonviolent group desires to gain. Practicality and strategy can work hand in hand, and in order for Palestinians to continue in nonviolent resistance, the pragmatic school should categorize as nonviolent some of the practical means Palestinians are employing to survive and remain on their land. If property destruction was added to Sharp's categorization of nonviolent tactics, it would be a method of nonviolent intervention as it poses a more direct and immediate challenge to the opponents than the methods of protest and non-cooperation. 45. In reviewing how Palestinians in this study and in the literature on Palestinian nonviolent resistance have used property destruction, 46. We can rename the tactic as disassembly of oppressive structures. This name encompasses acts in which Palestinians have taken apart the property of their opponents, such as an uninhabited settler structure or a fence that has been built around Palestinian land. Disassembly of oppressive structures also identifies the property, both in its location and function, as oppressive to a certain group of people. This tactic is aimed at the physical structures of structural violence that enable direct and psychological violence against Palestinians to take place. It is coercive in nature due to the fact that nonviolent resistors are physically removing something and not waiting for the opponent to decide it needs to be dismantled. Interviewees discussed that Palestinians should to be ready for possible retaliation if they employ the method disassembly of oppressive structures. Nonviolent resistors who choose to use this method need to decide who should be involved: Israelis, internationals, and/or Palestinians, the purpose of the method, practical, empowerment, or both, and how media coverage could aid the method's effectiveness. Many Palestinians have used this tactic and it should be added to the literature on nonviolent methods. Recommendations for practice. To answer the central question of this research, there are differences in how internationals and Palestinians involved in resistance against the Israeli occupation understand nonviolence and violence. However, there 83 is not a finite perceptual split between internationals and Palestinians as distinct groups. And in spite of these diverse understandings, ISGs and Palestinians continue to partner together in resistance to the Israeli occupation, working to agree on the tactics they will use. I conclude by recommending ways ISGs and Palestinians can improve their work. These recommendations are based on the research conducted for this chapter. Each group plays a distinct role in the joint resistance to the Israeli occupation. International support and Palestinians lead. With that support role in mind, internationals in ISGs need to both understand the setting of violence in which they are operating, and the rationale of Palestinians in choosing to employ certain methods. Also, internationals as individuals need to assess their own understandings of nonviolence and violence, and be conscious of where those perceptions emanate. Such an assessment does not necessitate a change in their perceptions on nonviolence and violence, but internationals need to be honest about how their perceptions affect what actions they will participate in and, therefore, what kind of support role they can best play. For Palestinians, international involvement is an avenue to get the word out in order to change world opinion and pressure the Israeli government. In that sense, ISGs are one means to counter the unequal power relationship between Palestinians and Israelis. Palestinians and ISGs need to work together to assess how to best maximize that tool as well as ensure Palestinians are not relying too much on ISGs as a source of power. Palestinians might also benefit from an understanding of the different types of societal violence found in the theoretical literature and how these types of violence interact with one another. A more nuanced understanding of the violence they are facing on a daily basis could help them identify what exactly they are struggling against and how they can address the effects of different kinds of violence on both a personal and communal level. This knowledge could aid Palestinians in their nonviolent strategizing, as well as in assessing what they need as communities and individuals to sustain those strategies. In conclusion, those working together in nonviolent resistance do not need to share the same basic assumptions about nonviolence and violence in order to collaborate. Furthermore, the unique context of Israel's occupation of the Opt has led those with differing views on nonviolence to jointly embrace tactics not discussed in theoretical literature on the subject. In order for nonviolent resistance to continue, Palestinians, internationals, and other supportive parties need to continue to work past their differences as well as develop new strategies and tactics to deal with an ever-changing context. 6. Religious leaders in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. From violent incitement to nonviolent resistance. Mohammed Abu Nimr. Introduction. Religion is an important factor and force in resolving identity-based conflicts, yet its role has been either neglected or overemphasized in analyzing or responding to deep-rooted, intractable conflicts. Most studies have focused on how religious identity can be manipulated to trigger and sustain violence in conflicting societies. The danger of such explanations, which exaggerate the effect and role of religious forces and identity in a political setting, can be clearly seen in the cases of Iraq and Somalia, in the relations between Iran and the United States, and in Northern Ireland, where policymakers begin framing political and economic conflicts as religious or sectarian conflicts. In addition, social scientists can be affected by political agendas and policy debates regarding the role of religion in conflict. For example, Islamic theology has been presented as a root cause of the ongoing war on terror and thus, for these scholars, religious identity is the primary cause for war and consequently the only path for resolving the conflict. However, as social scientists, when framing the war on terror as a religious war, We must ask, to what extent are we serving specific and partisan political agendas rather than conducting solid social science and generating knowledge that can promote social justice? A number 88 of other non-religious root causes for the war on terror exist, including the distribution of resources, globalization forces, and hegemonic power policies. Thus, it is necessary to counter this tendency to equate religion with connect and manipulate it for destructive political agenda and refocus the research and practice on the distinct set of functions and roles that religious actors, beliefs, and rituals can adopt in their effort to contribute to peace building. Since the early 1990s, the peace and conflict resolution ELDs have gradually integrated religion into their theoretical and applied frameworks. This chapter uses a peace and conflict resolution framework to examine how religious leaders, particularly those involved in the Arab-Israeli conflict, have used religious beliefs and practices constructively in an attempt to peacefully address misperceptions and stereotypes and other negative consequences of the conflict. Such grassroots involvement of the religious actors is crucial in a political context that has produced repeated cycles of violence, multiple negotiation deadlocks, and the absence of religious leaders in the formal negotiation process. Religion and the Israeli-Palestinian peace process. The formal Israeli-Arab peace process began in the early 1990s with the Madrid talks. Since that initial conference, Jordan and Egypt have signed formal peace treaties with Israel and maintained peaceful or non-war relations, while the Israeli-Palestinian track has experienced its own fluctuations. The remaining Arab countries can be divided between total and partial diplomatic disengagement with Israel. As this indicates, there is no unit Arab-Israeli peace process. Consequently, it is necessary to discuss or analyze the role of religious leaders in these two tracks, engaged with and disengaged from Israel, since the level and nature of religious leaders' involvement is different in the two processes. This chapter will mainly focus on the role and contribution of the religious actors in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and peace process context. Nevertheless, there is a need for exploration of the role of religious actors in the wider Israeli-Arab conflict and peace processes. Religious ideologies have had a significant impact on the dynamics and course of the Arab-Israeli conflict. Primarily this has taken the form of provoking and inciting violence and excluding the other. Historically, both Arabs, Muslims and Christians, and Jews have deployed their religious identity in the political and military battlefields of this conflict. For example, the Zionist movement linked its political agenda and ideology with Judaism, which resulted in debates between secular socialist Jews and 89 religious Jews over many issues related to the creation of the state and its legal, economic, educational, and political systems. Theodor Herzl and other founders of Zionism used Judaism to legitimize their demands for a homeland for European Jews in historic Palestine and sealed the link in the late 1890s. Two Israeli governments have also used the Jewishness of the state to oppose the return of Palestinian refugees of 1948 to their homes inside Israel. The main leadership of the Palestinian national movement has included a number of religious leaders since the early 1920s. Ezzedin al-Qassam and Amin al-Husseini have claimed the lead in defending and speaking on behalf of Palestinian nationalism. Furthermore, the mobilization of the Muslim world to sympathize with and support the Palestinian national cause often relied on the religious importance of Jerusalem. Analytical debates regarding the cause of the conflict. Understandings of the nature of the conflict and its evolving issues determine, to a large extent, the roles of various actors in its resolution. One of the key debates in this regard involves whether the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is mainly over religious identity and ideology, or whether it is a conflict over national self-determination and a case of external and internal colonial policies and dynamics. The roles of religious leaders in these two analytical approaches to the conflict can be different. For example, there are religious leaders who frame and characterize the conflict as a war between Islam and Judaism as two competing religions, in which one of them has to win in order to end this conflict, while there are other leaders who present the conflict as two national groups who compete over land and resources, and religious values and beliefs are imported and manipulated in order to justify certain political ideologies. According to this latter group, Islam and Judaism as two faith traditions can coexist and should not be involved in the conflict at all. In general, religious leaders in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict have mainly claimed the spoiler role. There are hundreds of examples and illustrations in which religious verdicts and decrees, fatwas, issued by Jewish rabbis or Muslim and Christian religious leaders have invoked their followers' religious sentiments to resist and oppose a political compromise. In addition, religious leaders have often declared an exclusive ownership and right over the disputed land for their own community. For example, on the Jewish side, such decrees were utilized to resist the withdrawal of Israeli forces from the Sinai in 1979 and the Gaza Strip in 2005. They also provide religious justification for the occupation and settlement of the West Bank and Gaza Strip since 1967. 4. 90. On the Arab side, the exclusive rights of Muslims to establish an Islamic State in the land of Palestine are often repeated by Islamic groups in the Arab world and by Hamas in Palestine. Some also retrieve Muslim-Jewish conflict during the Prophet's life, 1,400 years ago, and link it to the current conflict with Jewish Zionist movement, by using the term Yahud Kibar in reference to the Jews who fought the Prophet in Medina. Muslim leaders' contribution to the conflict can also be found in Friday khutbah, preaching, and their rhetoric of violence and revenge for the occupation of Palestine. Despite their relatively small proportion of the population, the Palestinian Christian religious leadership has also played a role in introducing the religious factor into the conflict dynamics. In fact, the call to protect the Holy Land from the Jewish religious fundamentalists and the settlers is often repeated by Christian clergy in Palestine and outside. In addition, a majority of the Palestinian Christian minorities' leaders, bishops, often appeal to the Western Christian public and their religious leaders to save them from the conflict and Israeli occupation, and alarm the Western world that the occupation policies are increasing the migration of Christians from Palestine. The absence of religious leaders and religion from the peace process. Secular national Palestinian analysts have refused to acknowledge the potential positive role of religious actors in formal and informal conflict resolution efforts and have separated religion from the political conflict over national self-determination, e.g. representatives of Fatah, PFLP, DFLP, and the People's Party. The emergence of Hamas in the late 1980s only intensified secular leaders' opposition to the involvement of the religious dimension of the conflict. These analysts and political leaders argue that incorporating religion in the conflict is against the Palestinian national interest because the link mainly serves the Zionist national movement by diverting the focus of the conflict away from colonialism. More recently, secular leaders have argued it contributes to the Islamization of the conflict and might drag Palestinians into the war between Al-Qaeda and the United States. Israeli secular negotiators, regardless of whether they belong to the Labour or Likud Party, have repeatedly excluded religious groups from their efforts to reach a settlement with the Palestinians or Arabs, for example, in the Oslo Accords, Camp David I and II, and the Road Map, and they have alienated the religious right as well as small religious peace groups. 5 religious leaders in Israel and Palestine can play an important role in peace negotiations in various ways, such as providing input into the actual negotiation process, monitoring agreements, advocating for the rights of all marginalized groups, raising awareness about the causes and destructive. 91. Dynamics of conflict on the part of Arab and Jewish youth through formal and informal peace education programs, and engaging in development programs to contribute to social and economic welfare. 6 religious individuals in Israel-Palestine have indicated their desire for religious leaders to be involved in peace efforts. For example, as one mentioned, there will be no peace between Muslims and Jews here without religious people's intervention. 7 Another suggested that religion is not only concerned with the theological. Religion is a connecting and disconnecting point. Jews and Arabs have cultural and religious stereotypes. With the time passing, I understood that religion can contribute in positive ways. It has the potential to remove the intolerance and misunderstanding. 8. As indicated above, depending on the person's religious values and belief systems, he/she can utilize such identity as a way to establish relationships with people from other faith groups, coexist with them and share interests. Other individuals adopt a more exclusive interpretation of their faith and refuse to create such connections with the other. In addition to the reduction of negative stereotypes that contribute to conflict, religious actors can also play specific and unique roles in various areas of peacebuilding, including education, advocacy, pastoral diplomacy, observation, presence, accompaniment, fact-ending, assessment, good offices, conciliation, providing auspices, facilitation, mediation, and witness to truth. 9. Constructive roles for religious leaders in the Israeli-Palestinian peace process, levels and types. In general, there are three categories or types of religious peace-building activities. Advocacy and human rights activities, which mainly include campaigns to reveal the level of human rights abuses by certain policies and structures and to lobby domestically and internationally to change such conditions. The primary tool used is the appeal to the media and local and international legal and religious institutions. Tibetan Buddhists and the Dalai Lama have also utilized this method. Dialogue and conflict resolution activities, which are carried out mostly those civil society groups and NGOs to promote deeper understanding of the other, through skills training or dialogue encounters, and in some cases focus on specific issues of the conflict. Examples of this approach include interfaith dialogue groups in Northern Ireland, and Christian-Muslim groups in the United States post 9/11. 92. Liberation and nonviolent resistance activities, which often focus on nonviolent, active confrontation of unjust policies or structures with an objective to remove or change the oppressive. The struggle against South African apartheid, and Oscar Romero's campaign in El Salvador are classic examples. In Israel-Palestine, the majority of religious groups have focused their work on advocacy for human rights and peace. 10. While for groups inside Israel, the majority of their interreligious activities are focused on interfaith dialogue. 11. There are no joint Arab-Jewish religious groups who have adopted liberation theology as a method of peace-building. However, a few actors and uni-religious organizations have framed their activities from a liberation theology approach. 12. Interfaith dialogue efforts by grassroots and mid-level leaders. Relative to other forms of peace intervention by secular human rights and peace groups in Israel, there is a very limited number of religious initiatives promoting Arab-Jewish peace. The term Arab-Jewish is used as a reference for groups operating in both Israeli and Palestinian territories. Of these, most of them have been launched in the last 2 decades, after the signing of the Oslo Accords. 13. The majority of the existing organizations are mainly the result of efforts of certain local groups or individuals who have carved for themselves a distinct role in this area. Thus, these one-person civil society organizations have limited capacity to reach out to the general Israeli or Palestinian public. Such lack of wide public constituencies is reflected in the limited number of Palestinians who attend these activities. Also, on the Palestinian side there are a few groups who are deemed or labeled by their community as experts in interfaith dialogue, and often they are the only ones willing to meet with Israeli Jews in interfaith forums. Due to the nature of the activities carried out by Jewish-led interfaith organizations in Israel, panel discussions, symbolic and ritualistic events, there is no large constituency supporting religious leaders in their peace-building role. In most cases, an American-led INGO provides the umbrella for Arabs and Jews to be involved in such efforts. However, Jewish organizations and Jewish NGO leaders remain more involved in the launching of such initiatives. This reality has also been detected by researchers when examining Arab-Jewish encounters or dialogue organizations in Israel. 14. In general, due to the occupation conditions and structural discrimination system in Israel, Palestinians, Christian and Muslim, are more interested in activities that produce change in such structures and less motivated to participate in dialogue activities that can be utilized by 93. The Israeli government as a form or an indication of normalization of the occupation. In addition, Certain Jewish American and European organizations have often supported dialogue and peace work as a way to project the democratic and pluralist image of Israel. Such organizations tend to fund Jewish Israeli initiatives and organizations as opposed to Palestinian organizations who might focus on social justice or nonviolent resistance. Thus, the motivations for participating in these interfaith activities are slightly different for Jews, Muslims, and Christians. The Palestinians are motivated by their desire to bring political change, so they emphasize the need to explain their reality and the connect structural causes, including the occupation and system of discrimination. For some Palestinians, interfaith dialogue is a substitute for protest, which they feel they have tried unsuccessfully or in which they have been unable to participate. For many Jewish participants, rehumanizing the other and reducing prejudice is the primary motivation for participating in interfaith dialogue. As one Jewish participant explained, "We do not only meet but also call each other on the phone and visit each other's homes. This deepens the understanding, breaks preconceived notions, and gives a feeling of humanizing the other. For many Jews, Arabs have no gur, but if we meet then they become a person." 15. As a result of these differing motivations, Arab, Muslim, and Christian leaders tend to look for political outcomes and concrete results while Jewish participants seek mutual understanding and an opportunity to learn more about Islam and Christianity. Types of interfaith dialogue processes and content. In general, interfaith dialogue organizers in Israel and Palestine have adopted a harmony process of dialogue. The harmony process focuses on identifying theological and ritualistic similarities and differences while avoiding any political discussions, see Table 6.1. Leaders and participants emphasize ways to reduce stereotypes and establish personal and intergroup human relationships beyond religious differences. These interfaith dialogue group processes, especially in Israel, avoid political actions, advocacy, or critical examination of the structural violence in their society, which would characterize a connect or differences process. In terms of content, the majority of these interfaith dialogue meetings focus on basic theological explorations of beliefs, rituals, and cultural practices of Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. The participants either talk about their own individual practices or have a group of expert panelists lecturing to the audience about specific themes. This cognitive learning approach to gaining knowledge and understanding of theological differences and similarities is most popular among Arab and Jewish academics and clergy. Examples include the activities of the Women's Dialogue Group, the Interfaith Encounter Association, the Interreligious Coordinating Council in Israel, Yisadat, the Hartman Institute, Bar Ilan University, and Likae. As shown in Table 6.2, during these interfaith meetings, issues that relate to the daily lives and collective problems of Palestinians and Israelis are avoided. Thus, in the context of Israeli-Palestinian interfaith activities, the dialogue of life types of activities are marginalized and theological dialogue occupies the center stage of participant interaction. In contrast to the interfaith type of activity, those activities framed in terms of nonviolent resistance of occupation policies and settler actions have politics at the center of their meetings. The participants are seeking action on the ground to contribute to ending the occupation. The core activities of such groups include advocacy, supporting actual protest movements, and accompaniment of civilians who try to resist occupation policies by continuing their daily activities, for example by going to schools using certain roads, insisting on accessing their olive fields. Although there are very few faith-based organizations that engage in such activities in Israel-Palestine, those who do organize such activities, like the Sabeel Center, derive their religious values from both the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the particular Christian paradigm of liberation theology, which has values of justice and sacrifice at the core of their narrative. Table 6.3 captures interfaith dialogue work in Israel and Palestine, illustrating content and processes as described by the various interfaith organizations. 16. The nonviolent resistance model is not represented in the majority of interfaith organizations and thus is omitted in this table. Most interfaith initiatives describe their activities in terms of four categories: represented by the four quadrants in Table 6.3, A. The harmony theological approach, in which the focus is on exploring theological similarities between the three faith groups, B. A focus on the common problems facing members of the three faith groups, with emphasis on similarities and shared concerns, for example, problems in education or the environment, C. A theological exploration of differences in which the three faith groups articulate their different belief systems and attempt to develop a deeper understanding of the other side's faith without losing their own identity and uniqueness, and D. An emphasis on connecting issues that divide members of the three faiths, mostly related to politics and rights. Evaluating the success of interfaith dialogue. Interfaith dialogue in the context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has contributed to peacebuilding efforts on various levels. However, three major categories of success can be identified. The RST involves learning about and understanding other faiths. Participants explain that as a result of their participation in interfaith dialogue workshops they have learned more about the other faith groups. This increased knowledge about Islamic, Christian, and Judaic belief systems enhances the capacity of individuals to understand rituals, symbols, and values of the different groups. However, such cognitive learning often remains confined to individuals and a small group of experts. The second involves rehumanizing the other, probably the most influential outcome of interfaith dialogue. Most participants expressed their surprise in discovering the similarities that they found in the other side. People from each faith gave examples illustrating why they did not expect to end feelings of pain, insecurity, deep spiritual connections to certain values, or devotion among other faith groups. The psychological divide between Arabs and Jews in Israel and Palestine has produced a high level of alienation and dehumanization of the enemy. Through interfaith group dynamics, participants rediscovered the humanity in the other. Thus, a simple visit to a house, or listening to people of another faith explain their deep connections to land, children, etc., produced this sense of close human connectedness among participants. One participant explained the impact in this way. As a Christian believer, I try to implement this forgiveness in all my life. When the Jenin events took place, a nephew of one Jewish participant was killed. I forgot I am Palestinian and that Jews entered Jenin, and I went to visit her. I wanted to share her pain, and I rejected my Palestinian and her Israeli identity. She was very touched and affected by my visit. I encouraged her to return to the meetings. Following this, we decided to visit each other in our houses. 17. A third impact involves spreading the message of interfaith peace. While interfaith dialogue groups will not resolve the Arab-Jewish conflict, they contribute to a peaceful public message that religious actors and clergy can and should have a constructive role in society. This peaceful activity becomes especially important when a majority of the religious actors in both Arab and Jewish societies are engaged in spreading hatred, division, and justification of violence and injustice. 97. Obstacles and limitations to interfaith dialogue. In addition to the deep-rooted and intractable nature of the conflict, there are many external obstacles and internal limitations facing interfaith dialogue groups and organizers in Israel-Palestine. One of these is a disconnect from the Arab-Jewish public concerns. Most interfaith groups are limited to a small number of participants and focus their conversation on ritualistic and cultural explorations of people from different faith groups. For example, when Mufti al-Azhar and the chief rabbi of Israel meet, it is only symbolic and they avoid talking about real problems. As one respondent noted, even when youth from Ramallah meet with Israeli youth, it is highly frustrating and demoralizing for Palestinians, when they do not talk about the killing of children and only focus or highlight the similarities in their faith by explaining a few verses from the Quran or Bible to each other, and avoid demanding rights and talking about religious political issues. 18. An active Jewish participant explained her frustration with this interfaith dialogue process. When we are dealing with Palestinians who truly are suffering enormously every day in their situation, they feel that to not talk about this is almost a betrayal. Whereas the Jews who are suffering in their own way from the bombings and from the terrorism that is coming from these same towns, feel like talking with these people is almost traitorous. 19. When examining Arab-Jewish power relations in this context, attending an interfaith dialogue activity becomes an excuse for taking no further action to address structural violence in Israeli-Palestinian relations. Thus, avoiding dialogue of life, connecting issues, and focusing on theological similarities contributes to the gap between interfaith dialogue groups and the real concerns of most Arabs and Jews. Obviously, such an approach serves the needs of the dominant majority, Jewish Israelis, who are motivated by the desire to talk and understand, since the existing status quo of majority privileges generates the desire for psychologization of the connect. In contrast, members of the dominated group, the Palestinians, continuously point out that occupation and structural violence issues need to be addressed. 20 interfaith groups in Israel-Palestine have a limited circle of followers, they often work with the same individuals, and rarely reach out to new. 98. Audiences, especially those who oppose dialogue or are antagonistic toward other faith groups. Preaching to the converted is a symptom that characterizes most interfaith dialogue groups. The inability to reach out to mainstream segments of Arab and Jewish societies is caused in part by the types of organizers, facilitators, and invited experts, and by the lack of collective representation of participants. As indicated by one active interfaith dialogue participant, people who come to these meetings do not necessarily have a large public constituency, they are often marginalized in their own communities. 21. A major challenge for the interfaith dialogue groups in Israel-Palestine is related to sustainability and long-term impact. Due to reliance on external foreign funds, the overwhelming majority of funds are from American and European Jewish and Christian groups. Interfaith activities are sporadic and seasonal. Interfaith work is linked to the donor's cycle and agenda. Sustainability is also reduced by the violent nature of the connect. Violent escalation and the constant episodes of violence that characterize the Israeli-Palestinian connect have caused many of the interfaith dialogue groups to stop their activities during a surge in military or communal violence. For example, no interfaith dialogue group's activities took place during the height of the Second Intifada in 2002. The interfaith dialogue held in Israel-Palestine faces some internal limitations that also constrain its ability to attract a wider audience or even to be more effective with its existing target groups. For example, many facilitators and organizers have limited understanding of interfaith peace programming in general and are unable to contextualize their programs within larger peace efforts. Due to lack of resources, there are limited professional trainings offered to any of the interfaith facilitators or their organizations. There is a limited degree of professional capacity in facilitating and designing these programs. Field experience is mainly based on trial and error. Some of the facilitators and organizers recognize these limitations and admit that faith alone is not enough to become an effective interfaith dialogue organization. They are quick to articulate their needs for further professional training and resources. Another internal limitation is rooted in the asymmetric management and funding of interfaith programs in which the majority of the directors, managers, and donors are Israeli and American Jews, while the facilitators and ELD coordinators are a mixture of Palestinians and Israelis. In addition, the lack of financial transparency was raised by various participants when they explained the lack of credibility and internal challenges. Although there are over 15 different interfaith organizations and initiatives in Israel-Palestine, there is a lack of intentional linkage or networking within and between these groups and other peace programs in the 99 region. This disconnect is clear in conferences, communication networks meetings, and certain replications of activities and participants. The contribution of elite religious leaders to the peace process. Although most interfaith activities in Israel-Palestine have been associated with interfaith groups on the grassroots and community level, in the last 2 to 3 decades there have been a few high-level initiatives launched by international religious actors to promote peace and dialogue among Arabs and Jews in the region, such as the Alexandria Declaration and participation in international conferences. However, such high-level initiatives have not passed the declaration mode or the halls of luxurious hotels. There were no significant follow-up activities to link accomplishments and breakthroughs to local religious institutions or actions on the ground to confront structural violence sustained by religious groups and institutions. Elite initiatives fall short of addressing real connect issues and remain generic in calling for unity, harmony, and peace. The religious leaders have not taken a meaningful and calculated risk to signal to their followers the need for political compromise on core connect issues. In addition, religious leaders who participated in such conferences are associated with the political establishment on both sides, the state mufti, chief rabbis, etc., and were often sponsored or hosted by foreign and not local organizations. Despite the above critique, it is important to recognize the historical breakthrough of such regional declarations, such as the Alexandria meeting. When Israel's chief rabbi attended and endorsed the Alexandria Declaration of Interfaith Coexistence and called for peaceful resolution, this resulted in greater media coverage and recognition of the important role that religious leaders can play in the informal peace process. The Alexandria Declaration, resulting from Jewish, Muslim, and Christian leaders meeting for the RST time in Alexandria, Egypt in 2002, was certainly a breakthrough regarding the Middle Eastern religious leadership's role in the conflict. The initiative started as a 3-day summit among senior Christian, Jewish, and Muslim leaders, which resulted in the RST Joint Declaration of Religious Leaders from the Holy Land that condemned violence and pledged to work for peace. A permanent committee for the implementation of the Alexandria Declaration, CHAD, was established from the signatories and other spiritual leaders and has since met regularly. 22. This initiative, regardless of its visibility, is unable to shift reality on the ground within a short period of time. In interviews with Muslim and Christian Palestinian clergy in 2003, they cited the failure of Alexandria 100 Declaration to achieve peace between the Israelis and Palestinians. Developing a realistic set of expectations and agreeing upon the short-term and long-term intervention objectives, rather than relying solely on divine miracles, is certainly a necessary preparatory step for interreligious peace building. Religious peace building through political action. For religion to be a meaningful force for peace in Israel-Palestine, the believers, whether Muslim, Jewish, or Christian, have to reframe the typical exclusionary aspects of their faith into a more inclusive and tolerant set of beliefs and even worldview orientation. Muslims, Jews, and Christians have to overcome the belief and assumption that they cannot live together in Israel-Palestine. Such a condition is a minimal RST step for interreligious peace workers in this conflict. Exploration, recognition, and even experiencing of each other's different religious meaning and codes all contribute to the creation of a culture of religious tolerance and understanding. Such a level of awareness is essential for religious peace activists who engage in joint or separate religious political actions. Dialogue is not enough. 23. Treating interreligious dialogue as an end in itself can contribute to the perpetuation of power imbalances and the status quo. This notion was effectively expressed by a Palestinian participant in a women's interreligious dialogue group. Though some of the Muslim and Christian Arab women said they participate simply to know other religions and have others know their religion, a couple expressed disappointment that the group is not open to political discussion or action. They raised such subjects as roadblocks and military occupation, and expressed dismay that their Jewish friends do not protest with them against injustices. On the upside, a few of the Jewish women complain they feel pressured by the more political members of the group who try to change the agenda toward politics, and also by the sense that such suggestions only focus on what Jews, not Palestinians, should do differently. 24. All of the interfaith organizations in Israel and Palestine are aimed at bringing some degree of religio-relative awareness to their participants. 25. However, beyond this mere acceptance of differences and becoming religio-relativists in their faith orientations, there is still possible space and potential for active peace and solidarity work. 26. 101. Rabbis for Human Rights. In Israel, an example of a group that has conducted many peace activities and that has translated interfaith dialogue into action is Rabbis for Human Rights, RHR. This grassroots organization was founded in 1988. In response to serious abuses of human rights by the Israeli military authorities in the suppression of the Intifada, the indifference of much of the country's religious leadership and religiously identified citizenry to the suffering of innocent people seen as the enemy was a cause of concern to rabbis for human rights organizers. 27. RHR is a small group of ordained Jewish rabbis, 90 in all, from different streams of Judaism, Orthodox, Reform, Conservative, and Constructionist. It is probably one of the most politically active religious peace groups in Israel. RHR operates from a Jewish moral standard that every human being is created in the divine image. 28 Its members are Israeli citizens, with no affiliation with any political ideology or party. They are involved in ecumenical dialogue and educational activities in addition to dealing with human rights violations of Israeli Arabs and West Bank Palestinians. This solidarity group is neither aimed at resolving or even exploring theological differences between Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, nor is it focused on the typical issues that other Jewish rabbis in Israel debate or address, such as kosher dietary laws, religious education, or Sabbath observance. As a uni-religious group for action and solidarity, it emphasizes Jewish religious opposition to the occupation. Its uniqueness, in comparison to other interfaith or faith-based peace groups, is that its agenda includes solidarity actions with underrepresented groups and against injustice. Its members have protested Palestinian home demolitions by Israeli authorities, opposed and challenged the siege of Palestinian villages, attempted to penetrate curfews, supported Hallward Bedouin uprooted from their traditional grazing land, lobbied for the rights of foreign workers, protested against government policy and its impact on poor communities, and made hospital visits to the injured on both sides, a move that has not been taken by any other group in Israel-Palestine. An active member of the group compares his RHR work with other interreligious peace work. When I was young and participated in interreligious encounters, I was very optimistic, but now when I am older and more a veteran in this field, I do not go to encounters with such high expectations. My work is more on human rights work. I bring volunteers and activists to Bedouin communities. The 102 situation is very difficult, and I bring people to see the reality and show them the picture to realize that they can and need to do something. That encounter is not made for the Bedouin or the Jewish visitors to know the family and the personal life of the Jew who comes, but to enter and leave with more realization of the situation. 29. One of the major political activities that RHR has taken is solidarity and action to protect Palestinian farmers during the olive harvest. As a form of collective punishment, the Israeli government often prohibits or threatens farmers from gathering their harvest, in addition to some Jewish settlers destroying such harvests or actually uprooting trees and selling them in Israel. However, the most confrontational solidarity work that RHR has done is their challenge to the Israeli army's cutting off of entire villages with huge trenches and boulders. Rabbi Eric W. Asherman, executive director of RHR, describes the decision to challenge that immoral policy of collective punishment. I asked myself, what can I do so that if, one day, my infant daughter asks me what I did in these terrible times, I could answer her without shame. RHR decided to move from protest to nonviolent resistance, removing mounds of earth and laying in ditches near Palestinian villages, like rantais. I was arrested close to 10 times, interrogated but never jailed. But the army grew harsher in clamping down on dissidents, and our Palestinian partners were getting injured, so we decided to curtail these activities so as not to injure them. People called us radicals, but most of us felt like middle-of-the-road citizens who were simply taking our religious values to their logical conclusion. 30. Sabeel Ecumenical Liberation Theology Center. On the Palestinian side, Sabeel is an ecumenical grassroots liberation theology movement among Palestinian Christians. Inspired by the life and teaching of Jesus Christ, Sabeel's liberation theology seeks to deepen the faith of Palestinian Christians, promote unity among them, and lead them to social action. 31 It is an organization that focuses on advocacy for liberation by launching activities that confront the negative mythical perceptions among Israeli and American audiences. As a result of the conic dynamics, there are certain myths about Palestinians in general and Palestinian Christians in particular that have been generated, for example that Christians are not Palestinians or Arabs. Sabeel has successfully organized dozens of nonviolent faith-based conferences in the United States and elsewhere. Mostly hosted by local churches, thousands of participants have taken part in these three-day events in which mixed panels. 103 of American Jews, Palestinians, Israelis, and American Christians share their experiences of the situation in Israel-Palestine. In Denver, Colorado, a Christian woman was in tears when she testified in front of a panel on the conditions in refugee camps. I did not know the situation existed among Palestinians. I feel that as Christians I have failed to walk the path of Christ if I do not advocate and support these refugees in Bethlehem. Utilizing values of solidarity, justice, and union, Sabeel conducts several unique ecumenical activities such as a day of biblical prayer and fasting combined with a service in one of the local churches. Also, during Ramadan Sabeel participates in a joint iftar with Muslims when they break their fast in order to support interfaith unity among Palestinians. In another type of nonviolent action, Sabeel organizes visits to Palestinian communities isolated by the occupation to show solidarity with other priests and bear witness to their struggles. Sabeel youth have also participated in an olive tree planting and olive picking activity. This type of nonviolent direct action has become one of the greatest symbols of solidarity with Palestinians in the West Bank who cannot access their land due to the Israeli checkpoints, settlements, and the separation wall. In 2009, Sabeel's youth program organized an olive tree planting operation to support a Muslim farmer in Beit-Ijah, West Bank, whose access to his land is limited because of a settlement built between his land and the village. Around 36 young people, Sabeel youth, and Israeli Jewish peace activists, climbed up the mountainous road to the farm and successfully planted trees. 32 Throughout the years, both RHR and Sabeel have devised their activities to mostly target their own constituencies and have occasional joint nonviolent direct action activities with each other. Their strategy has been to invoke the theological beliefs and norms in support of liberation, from Sabeel's perspective, and human rights protection, from RHR's perspective. Nevertheless, it is clear that both organizations offer a unique and much-needed paradigm for secular Israeli and Palestinian peace activists, who tend to avoid faith-based peace and dialogue activities. The campaign to protect Al-Aqsa Mosque. In light of these two examples of the liberation theology model of nonviolent direct action, a question is often raised about the existence of a Muslim faith-based organization that supports nonviolent direct action and liberation theology. There is no doubt that such an entity is needed and might have an important space to claim. However, it must be noted that much of the Muslim faith-based resistance is taking place through 104 individual mosques and religious leaders who participate and organize protests, strikes, and petitions. Many of these religious leaders are also members of other local resistance groups such as the various committees against the separation wall, or for the protection of the olive harvest season. 33 A good example of a growing popular nonviolent direct action movement is the Al-Aqsa Mosque Protection Committee led by Sheikh Raid Salah from the city of al-Fahim. The Sheikh is the leader of the northern faction of the Islamic movement in Israel. He and his movement have been campaigning to protect the Al-Aqsa Mosque from right-wing Jewish religious fundamentalist groups who attempted on several occasions to enter the mosque, and to protect the mosque from any Israeli policy to change its boundaries and structure. The movement has managed to organize weekly trips for Palestinian Muslims from the Galilee Triangle and Al-Nakab. 34 people who sign up for these trips take the bus and pray in the Jerusalem Mosque as a form of solidarity and expression of their stand against the Israeli policy of expansion and violation of Islamic heritage in Jerusalem. 35 As described by an Israeli journalist in 2007, Sheikh Salah's movement has mainly mobilized Palestinian Muslims in Israel. Since his release from prison 2 years ago 2007, Sheikh Salah has been steadily building a name for himself as a leader for all Muslims, this despite the fact that he lives in Israel. By focusing on social issues he has won over people from the bottom up, though his followers say his humbleness, manners, and simple attire also helped establish his persona as a leader. He is a daily newsmaker in the Arab media and for now, his star seems to only be rising. 36. Since then Sheikh Salah's popularity and capacity to mobilize his followers has grown tremendously. He has been imprisoned twice by Israeli security but was released without any negative impact on his movement. On the contrary, he gained more support from the various political factions. Every leader among the Palestinians in Israel visited and paid respects to the Sheikh when he was released from his last imprisonment in December 2010. On the day of his release, the movement gathered over 30,000 followers to express their support and renew their commitment to the cause of protecting Al-Aqsa Mosque. Sheikh Salah has also initiated a campaign to restore and reclaim all the Muslim mosques and cemeteries inside 1948 Israel that have been vandalized or destroyed by the Israeli government or public. Another unique direct nonviolent action initiated by the movement to express its resistance of the Israeli policy that restricts economic aid and donations to the mosque is the Tin Can donation campaign. In this 105 contribution campaign, each member takes responsibility to out one or more tin can with the intention to dedicate the proceeds to Al-Aqsa. The cans are opened in one ceremony or celebration with tens of thousands of people in Al-Aqsa Mosque. When analyzing Sheikh Salah's speeches, it is clear that he has managed to construct a discourse of nonviolent resistance for Palestinians in Israel rooted in the Quran and the Hadith. He has also personally modeled the types of activities that can be orchestrated to resist nonviolently the Israeli occupation in the West Bank and the policies of discrimination against the Palestinians in Israel. In a recent interview on Al Jazeera, a week after his release from 4 months in solitary confinement, Sheikh Salah emphasized that his strong faith is the main source of his steadfastness and reiterated his calling to act nonviolently against Israeli policies both in Israel and the West Bank. Although Sheikh Salah's movement has boycotted the Israeli elections on various occasions, today it stands as one of the strongest forces among Palestinians in Israel. His tactics and strategies of nonviolent resistance are growing and improving, and it is obvious that the Israeli security forces are having difficulty containing his incidents. This reality was clearly reacted during the Gaza Otia incident in December 2009, when mere rumors about his death on board the ship sent thousands into the streets protesting. The capacity of this Islamic nonviolent movement in Israel will certainly grow and come into confrontation with Israeli security forces if the current policies of discrimination and alienation of Palestinian citizens of Israel continue. Conclusion. There are a growing number of interreligious organizations and initiatives in the Israeli-Palestinian context, but their activities focus mainly on interfaith dialogue at the grassroots level of participation. Their contribution to the Israeli-Palestinian peace process is symbolic, but it is important to have such religious peace actors as a part of the overall networks for peace in the region. Such importance stems from the fact that these organizations' mere existence and activities present a counter-narrative to typical conic discourse that religion is only a source of violence and that no resolution to this conflict is possible without the defeat of one faith group. In addition, the secular discourse of universal human rights is ineffective in countering the religious discourse that supports all forms of violence. Thus the Israeli and Palestinian religious discourse of nonviolence is essential to counter the culture of violence. 106. However, the majority of these organizations are inspired or led by Jewish Americans who have introduced interreligious peace activities to improve Muslim-Jewish relations by increasing the religious sensitivity and understanding of rituals, beliefs, and different theological interpretations in each faith. The primary contribution of such organizations and projects has been in raising the awareness of a small group of religiocentric individuals to become religio-relative, hoping that through their public dialogue such impact will be transmitted to the general public in both sides. Focusing on dialogue and interreligious understanding is necessary for creating a culture of peace in both societies. However, Ending the occupation and addressing gross injustices requires different mechanisms of interreligious peace building. When examining the major impact of religious leaders on peace, religious nonviolent resistance teachings, movements, and leaders are those that are most effective in a violent context. Historically, figures like Martin Luther King Jr., Mahatma Gandhi, Abdul Ghaffar Khan, the Dalai Lama, Oscar Romero, and Desmond Tutu illustrate the crucial role that religious leaders can play in a violent conflict. The interfaith work in Israel-Palestine is in need of a joint nonviolent religious resistance movement, one that is informed by Christian liberation theology and Judaic and Islamic teachings of nonviolence and justice. Only such a movement can politically and religiously counter the effect of the militant Jewish and Muslim groups who easily manipulate their faith groups in justifying religious-based violence. Different from other conflict areas such as South Africa, El Salvador, India, or Sri Lanka, where there have been religious leaders who declare their total commitment to a theology of nonviolent action, in Israel-Palestine such groups and groups have not yet fully organized or captured the stage of peace work. As described in the last section, groups such as Rabbis for Human Rights, Sabil, and Sheikh Salah's Al-Aqsa campaign exist, but these groups operate within their own separate enclaves with no strategic or even ad hoc coordination to increase their impact or capacity. Furthermore, the majority of interfaith dialogue workers or participants often stay away from these nonviolent resistance groups because they operate in an entirely different paradigm, the harmony model. Thus, there is a dire need for interfaith dialogue among religious leaders who are genuinely committed to peace and willing to walk in the forefront of peacemaking rather than merely creating space for venting or building personal relationships. Such dialogue should serve as a platform for connecting and coordinating their activities with those religious leaders who are active in nonviolent resistance campaigns. Finally, in the context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and peace work, there is no way around religious peacemaking anymore. Religious actors from both sides are increasingly assuming a leadership role and voicing 107. Their desire for an active role in formal and informal peacemaking efforts. The spread of militant religious groups and the prevalence of exclusive religious discourse in Israeli and Arab societies imposed this need to address religion in every peace initiative possible. In this context, for any social or political change initiative to be effective and to reach the masses, it has to go through the gates of religious identity, otherwise it will lack public credibility. This does not mean that effective peace processes have to be religious and led by religious leaders or leaders, but that they should look for creative ways to incorporate the voices of religious constituencies into peace processes. 7. International law and the case of Operation Cast Lead. Lawfare and the struggle for justice. Maya Carter Hallward. Introduction. This chapter examines how Israeli and Palestinian human rights organizations use international law differently in the course of their advocacy. Palestinian human rights organizations use international law as a form of nonviolent resistance against Israeli occupation, while Israeli human rights organizations focus their efforts on strengthening Israeli democracy by encouraging government accountability to human rights principles, including state adherence to international human rights norms. Both Palestinian and Israeli, and international, human rights and humanitarian organizations have been criticized by some members of the Israeli government and its supporters, however, for this advocacy, with their work seen as a form of anti-Semitism, as lawfare 1, or as supportive of terrorism. 2. This chapter examines different uses of international law in the discourse surrounding the Israeli military operation named Operation Cast Lead, the period of intense conflict in the Gaza Strip from December 27, 2008 to January 18, 2009, and, to a lesser extent, in the discourse surrounding the subsequent Goldstone Commission report. The chapter will focus on three particular areas of divergence in the use of international law between the Israeli government and its supporters, Israeli human rights organizations, and Palestinian human rights organizations, namely 112. 1. The applicability of international human rights and/or humanitarian law to the situation in the Gaza Strip. 2. the interpretation of international human rights and/or humanitarian law vis-a-vis the situation in the Gaza Strip, and 3. The best way to use international law to advocate for one's position. Using interviews conducted in April 2009 along with organizational reports, press coverage, and government statements regarding Operation Cast Lead and the Goldstone Report, the chapter analyzes similarities and differences between Israeli and Palestinian human rights organizations. Although all of these organizations seek to promote human rights norms, they do so in different ways. Due to the lack of statehood, Palestinian human rights organizations primarily use international instruments, mechanisms, and bodies to mobilize law for resistance, while Israeli human rights organizations are both empowered and constrained by state institutions involved in the interpretation and enforcement of human rights law in a democratic society. 3. Historical background. The Gaza Strip is one of the most densely populated areas on Earth, with over 1.5 million inhabitants in a thin strip of land 40 kilometers long by 10 kilometers wide. Over 1 million of these inhabitants are registered refugees, mostly from the 1948 war, and children consist of over half of the total population. From 1948 until 1967 the Gaza Strip was under Egyptian control, and it was one of the RST areas handed over to the Palestinians under the Oslo Accords due partly to Israeli difficulties addressing the abject poverty and desperation of the people. 5. During the Oslo period, however, the Gaza Strip remained divided by Israeli settlements and checkpoints, was literally fenced in, and its Palestinian officials operated under the aegis of Supreme Israeli Military Authority. 6. In September 2005, Israel withdrew its military bases and 8,000 settlers from the Gaza Strip as part of Prime Minister Ariel Sharon's unilateral disengagement plan. This move was portrayed by the administration simultaneously as a unilateral move for peace but also as a move to freeze the peace process by putting the political process in a bottle of formaldehyde. 7. Although Israel removed its settlers and ground troops, it retained control of Gaza's borders, airspace, and most of its water, electricity, and sewage networks. 8. The Israeli Knesset also declared that Israel reserves its inherent right of self-defense, both preventive and reactive, including where necessary the use of force, in respect of threats emanating from the Gaza Strip. 9. Since 2005, Israel has conducted several large-scale military operations in the Gaza Strip, the RST of which was Operation 113. Summer Rains, which began on June 28, 2006, with an Israeli Air Force strike on the main power plant, and was followed by Operation Autumn Clouds which ended November 26. By August, Israeli incursions had caused over $30 million in damages to Palestinian infrastructure. 10. These operations, like Operation Cast Lead, were justified in terms of self-defense from rocket attacks, as well as a response to the capture of Israeli Corporal Gilad Shalit. 11. In June 2007, Hamas, which had won a majority in the Palestinian parliamentary elections in January 2006 but was not allowed to rule, took control of the Gaza Strip. In response, Israel instituted an economic blockade, and in September 2007, Israel declared Gaza, not Hamas or the Palestinian government, to be a hostile entity. Even as the closure intensified, including cuts to the supply of electricity, which comes through Israel, and an almost complete cessation of trade through the Israeli-controlled crossing points, Israel argued it allowed for humanitarian items to enter the Gaza Strip. 12. By January 2008, over 80% of the population was dependent on international food assistance, and the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, reported that people were receiving enough assistance to survive, but not to live. 13. On June 19, 2008, Hamas and Israel reached a 6-month ceasefire agreement that was supposed to end rocket and mortar from Gaza as well as Israeli military incursions. It was also supposed to ease the blockade on Gaza and move toward releasing Gilad Shalit. The ceasefire was largely successful for the RST 4 months, with the exception of the blockade, which was tightened rather than eased. Israel broke the ceasefire with a November 4, 2008, military raid into the Gaza Strip that killed 6 Hamas members, to which Hamas responded with rocketry into southern Israel. Hamas then expressed willingness to extend the ceasefire after it expired in December if Israel would end the blockade, but Israel refused. 14 The 22-day military operation Israel named Operation Cast Lead began December 27, 2008, and ended January 18, 2009. During this time period over 1,300 Palestinians were killed, estimates range up to 1,400, and over 5,000 Palestinians were injured. 3 Israeli civilians and 1 soldier were killed and more than 84 people injured from Palestinian rockets and mortar shells read at Israeli civilian targets. 15 During and after the killing there were reports of disproportionate force used by the Israeli military as well as the use of weapons such as white phosphorus. Both Israeli forces and Hamas militants were accused of using human shields. The high number of casualties, particularly on the Palestinian side, along with the destruction of civilian buildings and infrastructure led many to question whether the international legal principles of distinction and proportionality were breached. 16. 114. After the ceasefire was declared, the Israeli military conducted its own internal investigation of the conduct of soldiers, concluding that they operated in accordance with international law. According to the IDF Chief of the General Staff Lt. Gen. Gabi Ashkenazi, soldiers maintained a high professional and moral level while facing an enemy that aimed to terrorize Israeli civilians while taking cover behind uninvolved civilians in the Gaza area and using them as human shields. 17 However, Israeli soldiers involved in the hostilities provided testimony confirming human rights violations, as documented in the report published by the Israeli group Breaking the Silence, and Israeli human rights organizations have repeatedly called for an independent commission to investigate the military operation. 1 year after the operation, Israeli human rights organizations like B'Tselem continue to call on the Israeli government to open an independent, credible investigation to explore army policy during the operation, not only because it is required by law, but because the Israeli public deserves to know what the army did in its name. 18 In the absence of what it considered a credible Israeli investigation, the United Nations Human Rights Council established an international independent fact-finding mission to explore allegations of human rights violations in Operation Cast Lead on April 3, 2009. Headed by South African Justice Richard Goldstone, the Commission was mandated to investigate all violations of international human rights law and international humanitarian law that might have been committed at any time in the context of the military operations that were conducted in Gaza during the period from December 27, 2008 and January 18, 2009, whether before, during or after. 19 The resulting report, commonly called the Goldstone Report, was met with much controversy when it was released in September 2009. This controversy is connected to the broader discussion of international law in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, as it is rooted in the different approaches to international law found in the Israeli and Palestinian human rights discourse. Approaches to international law in the context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. A fundamental paradox exists within international law, particularly at the national territorial nexus of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. According to Lisa Hayar, this paradox is that while international law recognizes self-determination as a universal right, it also recognizes states' rights to rule, including the right to punish those who challenge the authority of the state. Consequently, because of the inherent tension between 115. The Palestinian right for self-determination and the Israeli right for self-defense, both of which are enshrined in international law, the interpretation of international law becomes part of the conflict. 20 This conflict over the interpretation of law is evident in the rival framings of the conflict as well as interpretations over how law should, or should not, be used to address allegations of human rights violations. International law has been used as an alternative battlefield within Israeli and Palestinian national narratives in which they vie for legitimacy in the eyes of the international community, providing their own alternative interpretations of the legal status of the territories to advance their respective interests. 21 For example, Israeli officials insist that the territory is disputed rather than occupied because there was no Palestinian state in existence prior to 1967. According to this official Israeli view, international law supports Israel's right to settle in the West Bank, Judea and Samaria. The perception that Israel is occupying stolen land is morally and factually incorrect. 22 In contrast, Palestinians and the majority of the international community view the territory as occupied, pointing to United Nations Resolutions 242 and 338, which call for Israel's withdrawal from territory conquered in the 1967 war and emphasize the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory through force. 23 Whether the 1967 Palestinian territories, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, are considered administered or occupied by Israel has significant repercussions under international law, specifically the Fourth Geneva Conventions. Since Jordan's annexation of the West Bank after the 1948 war was never broadly recognized by the international community, Israel claims that the Fourth Geneva Conventions do not apply, and claims it is the lawful belligerent occupant of territory acquired through the lawful exercise of self-defense. 24 Even as Israel claims the Fourth Geneva Convention is not applicable, it also claims that it acts in accordance with its humanitarian provisions. In terms of the legal discourse surrounding Operation Cast Lead, Israel repeatedly drew on international law to explain its actions, and even as it denied its humanitarian responsibilities, claiming the Gaza Strip was not occupied, it emphasized its humanitarian compassion by documenting the numerous truckloads of aid it allowed to enter during the course of the gting. 25. Applicability of international law, framing as self-defense or ongoing occupation. One of the key differences between the Israeli government and Israeli and Palestinian human rights organizations has to do with which bodies of 116 international law they see as most applicable, which is a direct consequence of how they frame the conflict in the Gaza Strip. The Israeli government's view of Operation Cast Lead was that it was a war of self-defense against the terror of Qassam rockets launched from the Gaza Strip, whereas human rights organizations tend to apply international humanitarian law based on the Fourth Geneva Convention. While all parties used the language of international law to justify their actions and proposed responses, they differed in which bodies of international law they used. The Israeli government, military, and military legal advisors all used the language of international law to justify their actions, using Article 51 of the United Nations Charter as the applicable reference. For example, in an op-ed piece published shortly after the Goldstone Report was released, Ehud Barak states, "It is the duty of every nation to defend itself." After enduring 8 years of ongoing rocketry in which 12,000 missiles were launched against our cities, and after all diplomatic efforts to stop this barrage failed, it was my duty as defense minister to do something about it. It's as simple and self-evident as the right to self-defense. 26. According to the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Israel had both a right and an obligation to take military action against Hamas, again referring to Article 51 and the right to self-defense. 27. The Israeli government also sought to demonstrate its commitment to international law by chronicling its own investigation into complaints that violations of the law were committed, and by condemning Hamas for its violations of international law through rocket attacks and the use of civilian shields. At no point did the Israeli government claim that international law was irrelevant, although they did emphasize the biased nature of the UN Human Rights Council. 28. Israeli officials also called repeatedly for the international community to change the laws of war to deal with the modern-day scourge of terrorism. 29. Again, such statements affirmed Israel's commitment to international law, but questioned its application in a new global context. Likewise, Israeli government officials denounced the Goldstone Report as a political statement, not a legal analysis, suggesting that their own democratic courts were more suitable than kangaroo courts that undermine democracy's extremism. 30. In contrast, Palestinian human rights organizations such as Al-Haq, suggest that Israel's invocation of the right to self-defense is based on two legally untenable assumptions, one regarding the status of the Gaza Strip, and the other regarding the broader context of the conflict. 31 Al-Haq argues that the doctrine of self-defense treats the military operation as if it was 117. Disconnected from the broader context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, a faulty assumption given Israel's failure to loosen the blockade in accordance with the June 2008 ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas, or Israel's breaking of the ceasefire agreement with its November 4 attack. In an interview conducted in April 2009, Al-Haq's General Director Sean Jabaran placed Operation Cast Lead in the broader context of Israeli military operations not only in the Gaza Strip, but also in the West Bank and the region, saying that the Israelis repeated Gaza many times in different means. Before Operation Cast Lead in Jenin, and before that Nahalan, and different cases before that also. 32 Al-Haq contends that because of the long-standing conflict between Israel and Hamas, Israel is unable to invoke Article 51 of the Union Charter American Samoa, the legal justification for its military operation. Al-Haq points to Israel's declaration of Gaza as a hostile entity, a unique classification created by Israel in September 2007, as evidence for this claim. This perspective is also supported by the Israeli human rights group JISHA, which argues that the term was used to evoke the more grave term enemy state without triggering the legal ramifications such labeling would entail. 33 The question of the status of the Gaza Strip is of key importance in determining whether Article 51 of the Union Charter or again the Fourth Geneva Convention is a more suitable framework for responding to Operation Cast Lead. According to the Israeli government, the Fourth Geneva Convention is not applicable to the Gaza Strip after the 2005 Gaza disengagement, and the Israeli Knesset passed a bill that explicitly states as a result of the disengagement there will be no basis for claiming that the Gaza Strip is occupied territory. 34 However, Palestinian and Israeli human rights organizations challenge this assertion, pointing to the international legal test of occupation reiterated in numerous war crimes tribunals as effective control, such that the occupying power could assume physical control of the territory at any time they desired. 35 Human rights groups note that Israel maintains effective control of the Gaza Strip due to its command of all of Gaza's borders, airspace, and coastline. This difference in framing has important ramifications for the work of Israeli human rights groups, in particular because they operate within the legal structure of the Israeli state and court system. As a result of these different frameworks for understanding the conflict, the Israeli government and human rights organizations applied different legal frameworks for addressing it, although there was some variance in response by Israeli and Palestinian organizations given their different operational contexts. The Israeli government tends to focus on jus ad bellum, just war theory, and the justification for going to war, while human rights organizations focus instead on the jus in bello, just conduct. 118. In war framework, looking at the principles of discrimination, of non-combatants, and proportionality enshrined in international humanitarian law. Use of these two distinct legal frameworks wreaks the different sets of assumptions used by the parties in Operation Cast Lead. Ironically, although the Israeli government's classification of Gaza as a hostile entity was a move toward legitimizing its acts of war, by trying to mold the Gaza Strip into a state-like form to better tee the interstate conflict framework of just war theory, it also emphasized the existing state of conflict between the Israeli government and Hamas, which legitimizes the framework of international humanitarian law. Representatives of Israeli human rights organizations emphasized the limitations of international law in dealing with alleged abuses by Israeli institutions because of the extent to which the Israeli government has tried to frame its efforts in Gaza as congruent with international law. As one Association for Civil Rights in Israel, ACRI, staff person noted, the legal discourse is not necessarily the best one for such cases because the military has a legal advisory department. They might be able to explain each and every incident in which innocent citizens were killed. 36 Even while groups like Hamokt work to embed international law in Israeli legal practice, they note that institutions like the Israeli High Court have manipulated it to a laughable extent. There are very specific examples of international ICJ cases that were used in the opposite way. 37 Consequently, Israeli organizations based their calls for such investigations not in international law, but rather in terms of Israeli democracy and morality. For example, B'Tselem stressed that an independent investigation is in Israel's best interest, as the Israeli public has a right to know what is done in its name, a classic democratic argument. 38 In another example of this strategy, which appeals to Israeli pride in its democratic identity, the spokesperson for ACRI criticized the Israeli government for denying Richard Falk, United Nations Special Rapporteur for Human Rights in the Palestinian territories, entry into Israel. She explained that Israel's action in this case was not just about human rights, but it's also about just logic, attitude, behavior, and diplomacy of Israel. We thought that any country that tries to prevent people from coming to the territories, and not just people, but a UN rapporteur, is just ridiculous. This is not something that democracies do. 39 While the call for an independent inquiry was partially aimed at buttressing Israel's democratic credentials, it was also partly due to keeping international investigations at bay. As the ACRI spokesperson noted, the international law is very clear about it. I mean, you're only allowed to start those investigations considering that the country in which it took place, 119, did not conduct thorough investigations by itself. This was also one of the major arguments that we had for the Israeli public. Had Israel decided on having such a thorough research, this would be actually the best way to protect the Israeli soldiers who fought in Gaza. 40. At the same time, however, B'Tselem thought Israel should cooperate with the Goldstone Commission, because if Israel is really so sure that they were right and they acted according to the law and they are the most moral army in the world, then that is their opportunity to show that, to prove it. 41. In this way Israeli human rights organizations frame cooperation with investigations not in terms of international law per se, but in terms of Israeli democracy and national interest. Humanitarianism, debating the interpretation of international law. Just as the Israeli government and Palestinian and Israeli human rights organizations differed in their application of international law, they also differed in their interpretation of international law, particularly regarding concepts of legitimate targets and the concept of humanitarianism. One of the examples illustrating the implications of the debate over interpretations of international law has to do with one of the earliest attacks of the conflict, when Israel bombed a police station in Gaza, claiming it was a military target. As a representative of B'Tselem stated, they took all the Hamas buildings, all the Hamas ministries, which is the government there, and they are working as the government. You can say you don't like the government, but they are the government. And as the government they had civil responsibilities, and they had civil ministries. And the army decided that all the ministries, and the parliament, and all the buildings that belong to Hamas are legitimate targets according to international law. You can call them military targets, you can bomb them. This is in no way acceptable according to international law. They said the same thing about the policemen. They were civil police, they were not part of the military personnel there. Civil police, managing the traffic and not more than that. And they found a way to justify, to treat them as combatants. Which again, this is unacceptable. 42. The spokesperson from ACRI added, they were supposed to be highway patrol. So these were clearly people who were not supposed to be part of what Israel considered terror. And the IDF bombed this eld where they were practicing for their ceremony, the 120 null ceremony at the end of the training, and it was 100 and something dead people. 43. Illustrative of the Israeli government's tendency to take international law seriously even as it offers its own alternative interpretation of that law is a March 2010 report issued by the Intelligence and Terrorism Information Center with an entire chapter dedicated to the relationship between the Hamas police and the military wing of Hamas. According to this report, a significant number of the police were incorporated into the Hamas military wing in the year before Operation Cast Lead, Ending Israel uses to buttress its own position that indeed the police graduates did constitute a legitimate military target, contrary to endings of the Goldstone Report. 44 One of the major debates in the discourse surrounding Operation Cast Lead has to do with the definition of humanitarian. In keeping with past behavior, even as Israel denied that it has any obligation for the well-being of civilians in the Gaza Strip under international humanitarian law, it emphasized its humanitarian impulse in ensuring Palestinian civilians were protected and received necessary supplies. The key difference in interpretation in this case is whether the appropriate interpretation of the situation on the ground in the Gaza Strip is one of humanitarianism or one of politics. As was emphasized by staff members of human rights and humanitarian organizations, a major limitation of discourse of humanitarianism is that, divorced from politics and international legal frameworks, it overlooks the political grievances of the Palestinian population, who seek their political rights, such as self-determination and freedom, rather than simply the provision of humanitarian needs. 45 This can also wreak a difference between Palestinian human rights organizations, which are consciously political, using the law as a tool of nonviolent struggle against Israeli occupation, and some of the Israeli human rights organizations, which can be expressly apolitical. 46 Using the humanitarian lens also tends to focus on a narrow crisis timeline rather than the broader context of ongoing conflict, which relates back to the themes regarding applicable legal framework. Thus, the degree of need in Gaza is seen as relative to the pre-crisis norm, which, due to 18 months of closure, was not normal. Even when Israel was allowing goods into and out of Gaza, it kept the main commercial crossing, Karni, closed, which cost between $100,000 and $150,000 per truck, a price tag paid by aid money. 47 Whereas Israeli officials focused on their humanitarian efforts during the intensive conflict period, Israeli and Palestinian human rights organizations focused extensively on the humanitarian conditions prior to the outbreak of violence due to Israel's blockade of the Gaza Strip, documenting a seriously hampered health system, inadequate electricity and water. 121. And sewage systems in a state of disrepair. 48 While it Gaza was of little interest to the international community before the intensive conflict of Operation Cast Lead, despite ongoing calls for action from the ICRC and others, during the war the issue of humanitarian aid was once again debated on the world stage. Ironically, Israel allowed more goods into Gaza during the 3 weeks of hostilities than it did before. After the ceasefire, however, it took several weeks of pressure and then a nonviolent protest meeting of aid workers at the Erez border, covered by the media, before Israel granted humanitarian organizations entry into Gaza. 49 During the weeks of intense conflict, Israeli spokespeople repeated that Israel continued to ensure that the civilian population in the Gaza Strip received food, medicines, and other humanitarian necessities. 50 Yet the definition of humanitarian necessities was not questioned by the media. 51 In fact, the Israeli government's interpretation of humanitarian needs differs substantially from that of the sphere standards used by the majority of the international community. According to an Oxfam spokesperson, the sphere standards specify not only that this is the minimum acceptable amount of water, but these are the conditions under which the water must be available along with standards for sanitation, food, shelter, and security among others. 52 The inadequacy of Israel's definition of humanitarian aid is evident in a series of reports compiled by Israeli, Palestinian, and international human rights and humanitarian organizations. From June 2007 until 2008, Israeli exports to Gaza went from 9,000 commodities to 20, while the amount of ore was cut to 90 tons per day by November 2007. Gaza requires approximately 340 tons of ore daily to feed its population. 53 Israeli human rights organizations underscored their opposition to the state's framing of humanitarian. Rabbi Eric Asherman, for example, lamented that The most amazingly depressing things of this whole saga has been if you look at the transcripts of when JISHA and other organizations that have gone to the High Court about the amount of basic commodities going into Gaza, and the argument of the state was that it's permissible to intentionally bring down the standard of living of Gazans as long as we don't go beyond a red line. As long as we're not starving people. And that to me is just mind-boggling that we can think that way. 54. A B'Tselem staff member added that humanitarian aid is the minimum. They refuse a lot of things that people in Gaza need. For example, they don't let in any concrete. So they can't rebuild anything. Food is getting in, but only the minimum needed. It's only the 122 minimum. Humanitarian need is the basic of the basic. It's not something that they can really live off for a long time. 55. Palestinian human rights organizations, while not denying the humanitarian crisis, focus more on the political issues undergirding the humanitarian crisis. The executive director of Al-Haq argues that without addressing occupation as the root of the problem, there is no way to make a change or a difference. Killing is a result. It's just a result. 56. In a June 2010 press release, Al-Mizan also focuses on the political dimensions of the situation, asserting that the dire situation in the Gaza Strip cannot be reduced to a merely humanitarian crisis, as it is basically a human rights crisis born out of the occupation and continuing closure of the Gaza Strip. The humanitarian aspects of the siege are only symptoms. 57. Palestinian organizations are not alone in focusing on the political, as opposed to humanitarian, dimensions of the situation in the Gaza Strip. Even the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, long known for its neutrality, has openly called for an end, not an easing, of the closure on Gaza, arguing that a political solution is necessary to address the humanitarian crisis. 58. These illustrations demonstrate that even when the Israeli government and Israeli and Palestinian human rights organizations are using the same legal framework, in this case Jews in Bello, they differ in their interpretation of concepts enshrined in international humanitarian law, notably interpretation of what constitutes a legitimate target, discrimination between civilians and combatants, and the interpretation of meeting basic humanitarian needs. While both Israeli and Palestinian human rights organizations challenge the Israeli government's definition of humanitarian needs, Palestinians tend to more fully reject the framing of humanitarian to describe the situation in the Gaza Strip, emphasizing instead the political nature of the crisis. Lawfare versus Nonviolent Resistance, Advocacy and International Law. Human rights organizations are by nature advocacy organizations seeking to influence public opinion and public policy through their research, analysis, and commentary. Although Israeli and Palestinian human rights organizations shared a number of similar concerns and assumptions regarding the conflict, they differed when it came to the focus of their advocacy efforts due to their different socio-political contexts and primary audiences. For Israeli groups, human rights advocacy was aimed 123 at strengthening Israeli democracy and accountability while also ensuring that Israeli soldiers were protected from international observers. An independent investigation, the primary call of Israeli groups, would fool international legal obligations and prevent an external court from having jurisdiction over Israeli citizens. It would also strengthen civilian checks on the military. For Palestinian groups, human rights advocacy is integral to the Palestinian struggle against Israeli occupation and an opportunity to remind the international community that the West Bank and Gaza Strip remain under Israeli occupation in contravention of international law. Although Israel has a tradition of appointing independent commissions, example the Kahane Commission and the Winograd Commission, in the wake of Operation Cast Lead, the Israeli government viewed the advocacy of both Israeli and Palestinian organizations as threatening and took active measures to delegitimize both, calling Palestinian legal activism lawfare, and launching Knesset investigations into the funding of Israeli human rights groups that provided information to the Goldstone Commission. Although the Palestinian human rights workers I interviewed identified their legal activism as a form of nonviolent resistance, Some pro-Israel 59 advocates argue that human rights NGOs Palestinian and international unfairly target Israel, waging lawfare through the use of universal jurisdiction to initiate criminal proceedings against Israeli military officials. Al-Haq and the Palestinian Center for Human Rights, PCHR, are seen as leaders in the movement to delegitimize Israel using legal frameworks and are criticized for using or misusing law as a substitute for traditional military means to obtain military objectives. 60 critics like Herzberg argue that such legal tactics falsely equate anti-terrorism activity with gross violations of human rights and overlook other human rights violators, like Hamas and Hezbollah, in their targeting of Israel. In their defense, the director of Al-Haq explained that logically I cannot compare what happened in Gaza from the Israelis and what happened from Hamas because the State of Israel is a high contracting party of the Fourth Geneva Convention while Hamas, a non-state actor, is not. 61 Not only do Hamas and the State of Israel fall under different bodies of international law, although both are accountable to international customary law, but Al-Haq noted that they do not have the evidence for bringing a case against Hamas due to their lack of access to Israeli evidence. Israeli and Palestinian human rights organizations use different legal instruments and institutions in their activism because they have differential standing before the law. Israelis hold citizenship in a democratic state, whereas Palestinians lack citizenship and statehood. Israeli human rights organizations, operating within a sovereign state, called for an independent Israeli commission that would use the Israeli legal system to try 124 any resultant cases. Israeli organizations like ACRI made it clear that their organizational mandate is to criticize the Israeli government or the Israeli institutions in order to hold it accountable to human rights. In contrast, Palestinian human rights organizations focused on international law, their only option for legal struggle in the absence of their own state. Palestinians insisted on the need for an international commission, distrusting the ability of even an independent Israeli commission to be objective, as it would start from a different set of assumptions than Palestinians regarding the legal status of the Gaza Strip. While from an organizational standpoint, the majority of the Israeli human rights organizations called for an independent investigation, individuals interviewed shared their personal belief that from the perspective of human rights, we think Israel should cooperate with this investigation, 62 with some even suggesting that the international community should pressure Israel to cooperate with the Goldstone Commission. Because Israel kind of works alone in the world. We do whatever we want. But the state should know that some things cannot be done. 63 For Palestinians, international law is more than simply a tool for waging a legitimacy war in a single military operation, rather, it is of critical import in the civil struggle for Palestinian self-determination and freedom from Israeli rule. Thus, the battle is not simply an academic issue over whether international humanitarian law or just war theory is the best framework for analyzing the conflict. As Al-Haq staff members stated, when examining Operation Cast Lead, the question is not simply how many people died or how many houses were destroyed, but how to address why the human rights agenda is deteriorating. We have to say what's the reason, what's the root of the problem. The main lesson that we learned from our long experience is that international law is the basis for any peace in this area. 64 Almazan and DCI Palestine affirmed the link made by Justice Goldstone between accountability and prosecution for violations of international humanitarian law and the restoration of peace. 65 In their report, the organizations focused on Israel's specific legal obligations and duties to Palestinians beyond those violations documented in Operation Cast Lead, emphasizing repeatedly that the West Bank and Gaza Strip are occupied territories and therefore protection of their civilian population is the responsibility of Israel. Ironically, the different approaches by Israeli and Palestinian human rights organizations were in pursuit of the same general goal, having a state of their own free from external intervention yet committed to upholding human rights. Precisely because international law is a tool used in the Palestinian struggle for self-determination, groups like Al-Haq are concerned about the proper use of legal terminology in the mainstream media. One of the major 125 Projects of Al-Haq during Operation Cast Lead was to train Palestinian journalists in the appropriate terminology to use in describing and discussing events. Inaccurate or exaggerated terminology on the part of some Palestinians makes it easier for the Israeli government and its supporters to dismiss all Palestinian international legal claims as overstated or biased. 66. The focus on proper terminology and use of legal instruments is all the more important to Palestinian organizations whose evidence is questioned, even delegitimized by Israel. 67. As the executive director of Al-Haq Sean Jabaran noted, the media used unclear concepts, unclear terms, unclear sentences, and words. More than that, they exaggerate here. There emphasized that correcting any misreporting is also our responsibility because we are receiving information from the ELD day by day, hour by hour. 68. Al-Haq sought to inform the general public, through interviews on Al Jazeera and other satellite stations, as to what Palestinians' available legal options actually were. Jabaran was highly critical of self-termed Palestinian experts giving emotional diatribes on television that misused international frameworks and incorrectly referred to international legal institutions, example confusing the International Court of Justice with the International Criminal Court. This concern is well-founded given Israel's highly coordinated professional Hasbara, public diplomacy, deemed propaganda by some, efforts which were quick to dismiss Palestinian media reports from the Gaza Strip as biased and exaggerated. This example also illustrates that different institutional contexts meant Israeli and Palestinian human rights organizations used different legal frameworks and strategies in response to Operation Cast Lead. While Israeli human rights organizations also engaged in awareness-raising and outreach activities, their focus was different than Palestinians, given the institutional development and independence of the Israeli media and legal system relative to that of the Palestinians. Conclusion. This paper confirms that, as expected due to distinct operational contexts and national narratives, Israeli and Palestinian human rights organizations use international law differently in their advocacy efforts after Operation Cast Lead. Although both sought to hold the Israeli military accountable for alleged human rights abuses in the course of the conflict, Israeli organizations tended to focus on Israeli domestic legal institutions and measures, i.e., an independent commission, whereas Palestinians focused on international legal institutions and measures precisely because the Israeli organizations operate within the structure of the Israeli state and 126. Exist to hold the Israeli state accountable to its own democratic institutions, whereas Palestinians seek to rid themselves of control by Israeli institutions. Palestinians turn to international law not only because they lack independent domestic judicial institutions, but also because their claim to statehood and independence lies in international law. Consequently, Palestinian human rights organizations see the use of international law as an integral part of their struggle for self-determination and freedom from Israeli occupation. In addition, lacking material power in the form of a military or strong economy, Palestinians rely on the international community for support in advancing their political claims, and international law is one way of seeking to engage the international community. In contrast, Israeli human rights organizations receive their mandate for operation from Israeli statutes, and the state has signed most major human rights treaties, providing a domestic context for accountability. The orientation toward Israeli law is not simply one of institutional context, but it is also shaped by pragmatic decisions made by Israeli human rights organizations regarding their primary audience, given their history of persecution and perceived unfair treatment at the hand of UN institutions. Jewish Israelis tend to be more skeptical of international intervention. Ironically, both Israelis and Palestinians argue that international law is biased and asymmetrical, although depending on one's perspective this bias and asymmetry manifests in different ways. The Israeli government, for example, dismissed the Goldstone Commission for being biased against Israel, citing the original, rejected, UN Human Rights Council mandate that called for an investigation of Israel only, as opposed to the mandate accepted by Justice Goldstone that examined all abuses of international law before, during, and after Operation Cast Lead. Meanwhile, Palestinians pointed to the pro-Israel bias of the United States in its efforts to discredit the Goldstone report and prevent the implementation of its recommendations. Even if the Goldstone report was discredited and sidelined by the United States, the Commission's endings and the international discourse surrounding Operation Cast Lead indicate the power of international law as a measure of legitimacy and as a tool for leveraging socio-political change. The power of human rights discourse and the ability of international law to potentially exert real pressure on Israel was seen as threatening by the state. One indicator of this threat can be seen in the increasing marginalization of Israeli human rights groups. As Eric Asherman noted, "I never felt so much an embattled minority as I. Usually every other situation we've ever dealt with, there's always been a significant minority of people that supported the same causes we were supported. But in this war." 127. You see 94 to 96% support for the war. We are kind of back to the days of people seeing human rights organizations as public enemies, and our most basic call right now is simply that there be an unbiased state inquiry not in the hands of the army. 69. Similarly, the smear campaign led by right-wing Im Tertzu and the Knesset investigations into the New Israel Fund, which provided funds to many Israeli human rights groups, indicate that indeed international law and human rights discourse are powerful enough to be seen as threatening to the Israeli state. The continued relevance of international law and the concern of the international community regarding human rights abuses was illustrated yet again in the wake of the May 2010 Odea incident when 9 Turkish activists were killed on board the Mavi Marmara on international waters. In this case, as in Operation Cast Lead, the Israeli government offered a different legal analysis of the incident than did the humanitarian activists on board, applying the law of blockades rather than laws governing international waters, and interpreted the Odea through the lens of self-defense rather than civil, humanitarian aims. Finally, the Israeli government has sought to prevent international investigations sanctioned by the United Nations. It has criticized the Human Rights Council fact-tending mission, and appointed its own Turkle Commission, including 2 international participants. However, Israeli peace groups like Gush Shalom have challenged the independence of this commission and have called for a more independent and thorough Israeli investigation. 70. The debates surrounding the follow-up to the Gaza Odea incident echo the legal debates following Operation Cast Lead. Yet again, legitimacy wars are fought on the international stage using the weapons of international law. Connecting assumptions regarding the basic definition of the issue at hand, self-defense versus human rights abuses and ongoing occupation, connecting interpretations of the law, and connecting definitions of key terms such as humanitarian aid continue to shape the legal arguments offered by the Israeli government, Israeli and Palestinian activists, and members of the international community. Perhaps most importantly, the case illustrates that international law is not neutral, and in fact is used as a tool for the struggle for Palestinian self-determination and freedom from Israeli occupation, the struggle for legitimacy in the eyes of the international community, and the struggle for democracy and accountability. International law is subject to interpretation, and state parties have the power to help shape and determine those interpretations as they emphasize the rights of sovereignty and self-defense over those provisions calling for self-determination and the right to resist military occupation. The 128. Discourse surrounding international law in Operation Cast Lead highlights the ongoing relevance of these themes and the important role of both state actors and human rights organizations in shaping the framework through which events are interpreted and international law applied. 8. The global campaign for boycott, divestment, and sanctions against Israel. Hazem Jam Jum. Besiege your siege with madness. All for whom you care are gone, gone. So for you, it is either to be or not to be. Mahmoud Darwish, in Praise of the Lofty Shadow, 1983. When the powerful turn their backs to justice, when they channel their solidarity to the oppressor, it becomes the task of the powerless to band together and GHT for what is right. This is a general principle of solidarity against oppression, one that the world has witnessed in action time and time again, from the civil war in Spain, through occupied Vietnam and Algeria, to apartheid South Africa. Such solidarity is not new in the case of Palestine. For over 60 years, activists around the world have worked to put an end to the Zionist injustices against the Palestinian people. We have witnessed an important shift, however, in the forms that this solidarity has taken. Solidarity with the Palestinian liberation struggle since 2005 has largely taken the form of a global campaign to isolate the Israeli regime on every level, under the banner of boycott, divestment, and sanctions, BDS, until Israel complies with international law. 1. This chapter examines how people and institutions around the world have acted in solidarity with the Palestinian cause over the years, and the 134 ways solidarity activity has changed since the Palestinian civil society call for BDS in July 2005. It concludes with some general remarks on the trajectory of the BDS movement both inside and outside of Palestine, its relationship to the Palestinian national movement, and an assessment of the challenges faced by the movement. On the eve of the BDS call, solidarity with the Palestinian struggle for return, self-determination, and equality has taken many forms over the decades. During the 1948 Nakba, while Zionist forces systematically displaced the majority of the Palestinian population from their homeland, international volunteers came to Palestine from Arab and Muslim countries, Yugoslavia, and elsewhere to GHT as military irregulars in the defense of Palestine. 2. In the decades that followed, member states of the Arab League, the non-aligned movement, and the Organization of the Islamic Conference imposed sanctions on the new State of Israel, refusing to recognize the Zionist state and combating any normalization with its institutions. 3. As the Palestinian liberation movement began to grow in the 1960s and 1970s, volunteers from different parts of the world, particularly the Global South, joined the armed struggle as both trainers and trainees who took part in the military and political apparatuses of the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, and its member factions. Various states offered support through diplomatic, financial, logistical, and military means as well as university scholarships to Palestinian students. 4. However, despite these demonstrations of support from countries in the Global South, Zionism remained largely unchallenged in the countries of the Global North, even by northern leftist movements, and space for criticism of Israel only began to open with Israel's invasions of Lebanon in 1978 and 1982 as images and reports of the devastating siege of Beirut and the Sabra and Shatila massacres were broadcast to Western publics. Israel's democratic image was further eroded by the broadcasting of the brutal measures it used to quash the 1987 Palestinian Intifada, revealing the massive power imbalance embodied by the confrontation between one of the world's most powerful armies and the Palestinian children armed with little more than the stones from the rubble of their demolished homes. The organizing principle of the decades of Palestinian resistance dominated by the Palestinian Liberation Organization, PLO, from the 1960s through the 1980s was armed struggle, and international solidarity principally referred to solidarity with the armed struggle. After the signing of the Oslo Agreements, and the advent of the peace process between Israel 135 and the PLO, the Palestinian leadership transformed the meaning of the struggle from one aiming to liberate the Mandate territory of Palestine and return the refugees, to a limited state-building project on small morsels of land in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. 5. These territories were to be governed by the new Palestinian National Authority, PNA, a form of Palestinian self-government completely dependent on international financial aid, Israeli approval for most of its actions, and with authority over little more than municipal affairs. This shift in focus not only hollowed out the institutions and international networks that had been built by the PLO cadres. 6. It also created conceptual confusion within the solidarity movement that had grown with the RST Intifada. Since the Palestinian leadership itself was engaged in direct and public relations with the State of Israel, how were supporters of Palestinian rights supposed to take a position that was more Palestinian than the Palestinians in working toward the isolation of Israel? Israel's colonial practices of systematic discrimination and brutal military occupation did not end with the signing of the Oslo Agreements. If anything, the apartheid character of the state only became more obvious with the rapid expansion of Jewish settlements and heavy mobility restrictions on Palestinians living in the West Bank and Gaza Strip administered through differentiated identity cards and license plates. 7. The military brutality accompanying Israel's institutionalized racism came to the fore with the Israeli invasions of the Second Intifada, most notably in the 2002 massacres of Jenin and Nablus. 8. The major issues that traditionally framed the Palestinian liberation struggle, particularly the rights of Palestinian refugees, the rights of Palestinian citizens of Israel, and the status of Jerusalem, were not discussed at Oslo or subsequent peace summits. Thus, many Palestinians felt their situation worsened in comparison to the years before the establishment of the PNA. As a result of the changes brought by the Oslo process, the 1990s were years of great chaos with regard to the international Palestinian solidarity movement. For the RST time since the aftermath of the Nakba, it seemed that Palestinians themselves did not know what they wanted, or at least that different groups of Palestinians were fundamentally at odds with each other regarding their fundamental demands. Consequently, international activists found it difficult to know which solidarity strategies to support, since a primary tenet of solidarity is that the oppressed determine the goals and strategies of the struggle against oppression, and a shared Palestinian vision was largely absent. The Palestinian liberation movement had been divided into several major groups: those who opposed the transformation of the PLO into an unwitting agent of the Israeli regime, those who supported the new state-building project were drawn into the newly formed 136 Palestinian Authority. Islamist movements continued the work begun in the 1980s of establishing social institutions and support networks, and much of the educated cadre of the Palestinian left formed the core of the new professionalized NGO sector, which depended on external aid. 9. Perhaps due to the unsettling divisions that emerged in the Palestinian liberation movement, the 1990s was also a decade of political revival for the two sectors of the Palestinian society completely marginalized by the Palestinian Authority project: Palestinian citizens of Israel and Palestinian refugees. In both of these sectors, the return of the Palestinian movement to its roots as a movement for the return of the refugees and the restitution of the land to its rightful owners, a movement to reunify the scattered parts of the Palestinian body, became the priority both within these sectors themselves and within the broader movement. 10. The movement for refugee return had not been articulated as such before the Oslo agreements, since previously refugees envisioned that the return would occur as a result of the liberation of the land through armed struggle. Indicators of the resurgence in refugee rights activism after the Oslo Accords include the village of origin committees that sprang up in refugee camps across Palestine, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon, which subsequently formed right of return defense coalitions. Palestinian refugees in Europe formed similar committees, while in North America, this movement was mainly organized under the umbrella of the Al-Awda Palestine Right to Return Coalition. 11. The demands articulated by these activists were in direct contradiction to the principles underpinning the peace process: that the concerns of Palestinian citizens of Israel were an internal Israeli matter, that refugee rights were up for negotiation, and that the goal of the Palestinian movement was a limited form of self-determination in the territories occupied in 1967 that would serve as a stepping stone for possible statehood. 12. The outbreak of the Second Intifada in late September 2000 shook the world out of the myopic slumber affected by the peace process charade. Images of Israeli soldiers brutalizing Palestinian civilians once again sent demonstrators into the streets around the world. As a new generation of activists grappled with old and new realities facing Palestinians, a new solidarity movement emerged. The main feature of this movement was, for better or for worse, its diversity. Solidarity activities were based on a vast range of political platforms, from those calling for a revival of the peace process, to revivals of RST Intifada slogans calling for Palestinian independence, and those who reached back further to such ideals as a socialist federation of the Near East. 13. Because of divisions within the Palestinian national movement, solidarity activists had to invent an idea of what Palestinians wanted to a certain extent. What they invented was often informed more by what activists 137 perceived was marketable in their local context rather than the actual political demands of the Palestinian movement historically. The forms that this solidarity took ranged from awareness raising to charitable fundraising for various Palestinian causes, to twinning on the municipal or local institutional levels. One important form of solidarity came with the growth of the Christian peacemaker teams, International Solidarity Movement, International Women's Peace Service, and others who actively recruited international solidarity workers to come to Palestine and directly witness and take part in popular resistance activities. One of the most significant aspects of this type of solidarity was that of the hundreds of activists who came to Palestine, dozens remained active upon their return to their countries, and after 2005 became an important part of the BDS movement. For many of these activists, solidarity with Palestinians is based not only on political ideals, but also on a personal commitment made to Palestinian families and friends made while in Palestine. The Second Intifada brought to the fore the various contradictions within the Palestinian national movement that had festered during the 1990s. The strategy of negotiations with a much more powerful occupier had not ended the occupation but had brought increased hardships to Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. It had become much clearer that Israel was manipulating both the Palestinians and the international community under the rubric of working toward a two-state solution. Israel's massive investments in settler colony expansion, construction of the wall, and the ongoing forced displacement of Palestinians on both sides of the so-called Green Line, the 1949 Armistice Line, showed that Israel was continuing to work toward the Zionist goal of maximum land under exclusive Jewish control, with minimum Palestinians on the land, by strangling increasingly landless Palestinian communities in densely populated areas while taking control of everything else. 14. The 2002 siege of PLO chairman Yasser Arafat, who refused to make any further compromises on his people's rights at the 2000 Camp David round of negotiations, and his subsequent death in 2004, demonstrated to Palestinians that Israel was only interested in negotiations insofar as they would allow it to continue the implementation of policies that would leave Palestinians strangled in ghettos and reserves under the mercy of Israel's generals. As far as most Palestinians were concerned, political factions were legitimate only insofar as they actively resisted Israel's onslaught. The strategic gains of armed resistance, as opposed to popular, or unarmed resistance, however, were hotly debated across the Palestinian political spectrum as Israel used Palestinian violence as one of many excuses for continuing to entrench its apartheid regime throughout historic Palestine. Furthermore, and perhaps more importantly, limiting resistance to those who had access to weapons. 138. And were willing to use them, resulted in the exclusion of the majority of Palestinians from engaging in resistance activities, in contrast to the grassroots, popular nature of the RST Intifada. The BDS call. Boycott and resistance to normalization are not new concepts in the Palestinian struggle. As far back as the 1920s, Palestinians used boycott as a means of resisting British occupation and Zionist colonization, and the tactic has been revived repeatedly since 1948 as part of the popular resistance to Israeli colonization and occupation. 15. This strategy was particularly prominent during the RST Intifada, when Palestinian factions enforced an effective Palestinian boycott of Israeli goods as one of the many ways in which all Palestinians could participate in the mass uprising. Sanctions in the form of government-administered boycotts were a central form of international solidarity called for by the PLO, and were implemented by states that opposed Zionist colonization. State-led initiatives, like trade sanctions, can be seen as the most powerful form of anti-normalization activity because the state institutions are better able to implement such measures than civil society movements. The pressure from trade sanctions can have far-reaching consequences on a trade-reliant state like Israel. The downside of depending on states to impose sanctions, however, is that they can change their policies, a fact that was made all too clear with the entry of Egypt and Jordan into diplomatic and trade relations with Israel despite the protests of their populations. The PLO's reliance on state support for its armed struggle was accompanied by neglect for building popular civil society support in the various countries in which it operated. With the erosion of the Palestinian national movement after the Oslo agreements and the ambivalence of the new Palestinian Authority toward the liberation struggle, Palestinian civil society stepped in to continue the march to freedom. The RST major step was taken at the 2001 UN World Conference Against Racism held in Durban, South Africa, in which the participating Palestinian organizations, working through the conference's NGO Forum, pushed for a condemnation of the State of Israel for committing the crime of apartheid, and called for international isolation of Israel until it implemented international law. 16 While this declaration did not prompt widespread BDS campaigns, the early years of the Second Intifada witnessed a number of BDS activities, including divestment campaigns launched by student groups on several campuses in the United States, as well as an important Belgian civil society-led agricultural boycott initiative that came very near to success. 139. But was blocked by the intervention of the U.S. branch of one of the main participant organizations. 17 The 2004 issuing of the International Court of Justice advisory opinion on Israel's wall posed a milestone in the development of the contemporary BDS campaign because the ruling laid the groundwork for an international solidarity movement aimed at holding Israel accountable to the Geneva Convention. The court stated that all states are under an obligation not to recognize the illegal situation resulting from the construction of the wall in the occupied Palestinian territory, including in and around East Jerusalem. They are also under an obligation not to render aid or assistance in maintaining the situation created by such construction. It is also for Al-1 states, while respecting the United Nations Charter and international law, to see to it that any impediment, resulting from the construction of the wall, to the exercise by the Palestinian people of its right to self-determination is brought to an end. In addition, Al-1 the states parties to the Geneva Convention relative to the protection of civilian persons in time of war of August 12, 1949 are under an obligation, while respecting the United Nations Charter and international law, to ensure compliance by Israel with international humanitarian law as embodied in that convention. 18. Rephrased in the affirmative, this means that states are obliged to cease relations with Israel until it complies with international law, and particularly international humanitarian law as expressed in the 1949 Geneva Convention. As a result, international civil society movements could base their campaigns on a contemporary and clearly stated international ruling from the world's most authoritative court. It was not until 2004, 3 days before the ICJ issued its ruling, when the Palestinian Campaign for the Academic and Cultural Boycott of Israel, PACBI, published a call for an academic and cultural boycott of Israel, that the boycott campaign was one clearly called for by sectors of Palestinian civil society and coordinated with them. 19. This call was accompanied by a highly visible campaign by British academics to pass an academic boycott resolution through their union. On July 9, 2005, the one-year anniversary of the International Court of Justice advisory opinion on the effects of Israel's wall, Palestinians issued the Palestinian Civil Society Call for BDS 20. This call represented a major shift from earlier BDS efforts, both in terms of the signatories to the call and in terms of the scope of its demands. In terms of representation, over 170 Palestinian civil society networks, coalitions, and organizations endorsed the 2005 call for BDS. Signatories included organizations representing Palestinians in the 1967 occupied 140 territories, Palestinian citizens of Israel, and Palestinian refugees. Also included were the Council of National and Islamic Forces, which is a coalition of all the major Palestinian political factions. All of the Palestinian unions, representing workers, women, the disabled, and farmers, signed on, as well as dozens of highly respected NGOs and community organizations and networks. Due to the broad representation of the signatories, the document is clearly representative of a unit Palestinian civil society position. Furthermore, the list of signatories on the call is arguably more representative than the PNA itself, given the latter's restricted formal representation of only those Palestinians living in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. In terms of content, the most important shift from previous calls for BDS lies in its political demands. We, representatives of Palestinian civil society, call upon international civil society organizations and people of conscience all over the world to impose broad boycotts and implement divestment initiatives against Israel similar to those applied to South Africa in the apartheid era. We appeal to you to pressure your respective states to impose embargoes and sanctions against Israel. We also invite conscientious Israelis to support this call, for the sake of justice and genuine peace. These nonviolent punitive measures should be maintained until Israel meets its obligation to recognize the Palestinian people's inalienable right to self-determination and fully complies with the precepts of international law by 1. Ending its occupation and colonization of all Arab lands and dismantling the wall, 2. Recognizing the fundamental rights of the Arab Palestinian citizens of Israel to full equality, and 3. Respecting, protecting and promoting the rights of Palestinian refugees to return to their homes and properties as stipulated in UN Resolution 194. These demands, coupled with representativeness of those who had signed on to them, showed a clear Palestinian consensus on Palestinians' political demands. The three demands clearly demonstrate the desire of the Palestinian people to be viewed as one community, albeit affected differently by the Israeli regime. Also important is the reference to the South African anti-apartheid movement, a major component of which was the international BDS campaign to isolate the South African apartheid regime. With the invocation of the South African anti-apartheid movement, the call offers a powerful conceptual framework to prescribe BDS as the primary form of international solidarity for activists concerned with the Palestinian. 141. Struggle for freedom. The call also seeks to provide a legal framework for its demands, by referencing in international moral standards. Furthermore, each of the demands is based on the rights of Palestinians under international law. This rights-based approach to solidarity with the Palestinian people's struggle gives primacy to the minimum international standards of human rights such as refugee return, equality, freedom from foreign domination rather than entering the murky debates over a one versus two state solution or the validity of the pause negotiation strategy. In contrast to the earlier state-oriented diplomatic efforts of the PLO, the 2005 call is addressed to international civil society organizations and people of conscience all over the world, which underscores the idea that if states are not taking action to implement their responsibilities to uphold international law, global civil society working with the Palestinian civil society that issued the call is the primary agent to struggle for justice. The effect of the BDS call on the international solidarity movement was almost immediately apparent. It could no longer be said that Palestinians had not made their desires clear. Not only was a particular form of international solidarity activity, grounded in clear political demands, endorsed by all of Palestinian civil society, but the message was that activists could do more for Palestine in their own countries. A crucial step for Palestinian civil society was the creation of some form of reference body that could represent the signatories to the BDS call, and to work to help coordinate and support BDS campaigners around the world. In November 2007, those signatories to the call that were based in, or had representation within, the Mandate Territory of Palestine met in Ramallah and formed the Palestinian BDS National Committee, BNC, made up of the 19 main coalitions and networks that brought about the 2005 BDS call. 21 Since its formation, the BNC has worked to connect Palestinian civil society with its global counterparts, facilitating the sharing of information, coordinating international campaigns, providing guidance and positions on political demands, and pushing for BDS within Palestine itself. The BDS campaign. The issuing of the BDS call and formation of the BNC were only initial steps in forming an international campaign. The real core of the BDS campaign consists of activities by BDS activists around the world. A central characteristic of the BDS campaign is context sensitivity. the idea that there is no one single way to implement the BDS call, but that activists should make decisions based on what makes the most sense in their particular context. While context sensitivity is one of the major strengths of the 142 campaign, it is also one of its major challenges. Activists may agree on the need for boycott, but then spend a great deal of time and energy deciding what and how to boycott. Choices regarding what and how to boycott are influenced by several factors. In many cases, it makes sense for activists to target a brand or company that others are targeting elsewhere, since much of the research on why to boycott may already be done by other groups, and such a choice offers increased opportunities for coordination. A prominent example of this is the campaign against Veolia and Alstom, the French companies involved in the construction and future management of the illegal Jerusalem Light Rail project. 22 This campaign has activists, lawyers, and researchers from around the world working together to collect information and pressure municipalities, courtrooms, financiers, and workers to GHT against the company's involvement in the project in what is now known as the Derail Veolia campaign. 23 Recent reports indicate that the French companies have indeed decided to withdraw from the Jerusalem Light Rail project, although they deny that the campaign had anything to do with their decision. 24 Other factors that affect activists' choice of BDS campaigns include chances of success, how many people they can hope to reach and educate, and perhaps most importantly, the capacities of local activists. These capacities determine which audiences a BDS campaign group can reach. Example: members of trade unions can more easily work within their unions rather than trying to create networks within local churches, as well as how they deliver their message. In all cases, however, a central part of the BDS campaign is reaching out to the broader public and ending ways to sensitize those who largely depend on corporate media for information and analysis on Palestine. A prominent example in this regard is the campaign to boycott the Canadian book retail monopoly Chapters Indigo until its majority shareholders stop supporting a scholarship fund supporting Israeli soldiers. While the likelihood of such a campaign affecting the profits of the giant corporation are slim, the fact that activists across Canada distribute thousands of leaflets per week in front of prime bookshop locations, engaging passers-by and bookshoppers, provides an opportunity for conversations that help raise popular consciousness regarding the institutionalized racism of the Israeli regime, and inform people about the campaign to isolate Israel until it ceases its violations of international law. 25 A major advantage of the BDS campaign's context sensitivity is that it creates numerous opportunities for activists to forge connections with existing local struggles. Israel's political role as an arm of U.S. empire, and Israeli capital's competitive advantage in blood diamonds and the security and defense industries has meant that Israeli institutions, both public and private, have played a destructive role internationally. As a result, 143. International activists struggling against oppression in their home communities often end Israel connected to their oppression. For instance, Elbit Systems is an Israeli defense corporation that has provided much of the surveillance equipment for the Israeli wall. However, it is also the main supplier of such equipment for the U.S. Mexico border wall, which has provided an opportunity for the campaigns against both racist walls to operate as a coordinated network. Another example is the New York-based campaign against Lef Leviev, whose involvement in settlement construction in Palestine, gentrification projects in New York, and exploitation of diamond mine workers in Angola has opened the door to joining these struggles together. Such connections and networking exemplify another principle of international solidarity, whereby a victory for one literally becomes a victory for all. Successes and challenges. Although 6 years is a short span in the context of activist struggles, the BDS campaign has managed to achieve some outstanding victories. 26 Following the example of the Congress of South African Trade Unions, several major trade unions have joined the campaign, and church divestment campaigns continue to gain in momentum and effectiveness. 27 Every week we hear of some form of BDS campaign success, and most often it is the result of tireless work by committed activists usually working behind the scenes. Increased international coordination is evidenced by BDS days of action that are called each year on Palestinian Land Day March 30, as well as the Week of Action Against the Apartheid Wall coordinated by the Palestinian Grassroots Anti-Apartheid Wall Campaign, one of the founding members of the BNC, on the anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall at the end of every November. Of particular prominence has been Israeli Apartheid Week in early March of each year. This week of activities, initiated by a group of students at the University of Toronto in 2005 to deepen popular understanding of Israel as an apartheid regime, has grown tremendously each year, reaching over 60 cities in 2010. Activists explicitly link the week's events to the global BDS movement. 28. The major challenge for the BDS campaign continues to be the increasing political and economic support for Israel by states around the world. Arms and trade deals continue to grow between Israel and North America, the European Union, certain Arab states, India, Nigeria, China, and others. This increased dependence of Israel on global markets, coupled with a global economic crisis and a growing Israeli recognition that the BDS campaign is having an effect, has led to the ringing of alarm bells in Zionist 144 circles. 29. At the 2009 convention of the America-Israel Political Action Committee, AIPAC, the lobby group's executive director Hallward stated, "No longer is the BDS campaign con to the ravings of the political far left or far right, but increasingly it is entering the American mainstream, an ordinary political discourse on our TV and radio talk shows, in the pages of our major newspapers and in countless blogs, in town hall meetings, on campuses and city squares. There is a battle for basic perception underway, and the stakes in that battle are nothing less than the survival of Israel, linked inexorably to the relationship between Israel and the United States. In this battle we are the Rewal, the last rampart." 30. Such an assertion from the head of the organization described by the late U.S. Senator Barry Goldwater as the most influential crowd in Congress and America by far needs to be taken seriously. 31. The State of Israel and its representatives abroad have clearly identified the BDS movement as an important and even, as the quote above illustrates, an existential threat. Given the brutality with which Israel has treated perceived threats in the past, the potential of a forceful Israel counter to this campaign should be assumed. Thus far, BDS campaigners have shown admirable resilience in the face of Zionist attacks, which in some cases have involved serious harassment and in some cases violence, from extremist Zionist groups such as the Jewish Defense League, and in others from police. However, challenges have most often involved the cancellation of venues under organized Zionist pressure and verbal attacks in the media and elsewhere. Already, the Israeli Knesset has pushed forward a law making support for BDS a punishable offense, and Israeli military authorities have arrested prominent Palestinian BDS activists. 32. The BDS campaign also faces internal challenges. Many international activists involved in BDS campaigns continue to avoid reference to Palestinian refugees and Palestinian citizens of Israel despite their stated adherence to the 2005 BDS call. Given that Western states officially regard Israel's settler colonies in the occupied West Bank as grave breaches of international humanitarian law, i.e., war crimes, these activists campaign for selective boycotts targeting products of Israel's settler colonies in the occupied West Bank. 33. This is a position that is more widely accepted within Israeli society itself, and is officially endorsed by the PNA and various international bodies like the European Parliament. While such campaigns are surely a step in the right direction toward holding Israel accountable for its violations of international law, the political demands 145. They forward do not address the central issues facing the Palestinian refugees and Palestinian citizens of Israel who represent approximately 7 out of every 10 Palestinians. 34. Conclusion. In a 2006 article I co-authored with fellow Palestinian refugee BDS activists, we argued, it is important to draw a distinction between the Solidarity movement and the Palestinian National Movement. While these two wings can support and strengthen each other and steps forward an own side will push forward the other. Rebuilding the Palestinian national movement is a task of Palestinians in exile, not of the solidarity movement. For this reason, the regrouping and organization of Palestinians in exile is of critical importance at the current juncture. There is often considerable confusion on this point. Solidarity activists frequently comment that life would be so much easier if there was a Palestinian ANC to clearly articulate goals and strategy of our movement. Nevertheless, we need to work with the reality that exists. Non-Palestinian solidarity activists cannot substitute themselves for the lack of Palestinian leadership. But building an effective solidarity movement that consistently tries to make links with Palestinian initiatives can push forward and inspire the reorganization of the broader Palestinian national movement. 35. This passage continues to hold true more than 4 years later. The growing strength of the BDS movement has indeed to some extent opened up a space for Palestinians and particularly Palestinian youth to restart the process of reclaiming their national movement by organizing Palestinians across national boundaries. 36. But the central challenge facing the BDS campaign today is the challenge facing Palestinians in general, namely the absence of a Palestinian national movement that unites all sectors and political tendencies within our fragmented society. While the global BDS campaign has had a major influence on international solidarity, and has brought about important victories for our people's struggle for freedom, dignity, and return, the fact that the national movement remains largely scattered has entailed the absence of a political body that can act as the vehicle for investing and translating these successes into concrete steps toward the implementation of the fundamental rights of the Palestinian people. This should in no way deter BDS activists, but is something to be conscious of in the years ahead as this movement continues to grow. 9. The Free Gaza Movement. From an interview with Huwaida Arif and Adam Shapiro. Huwaida Arif is the chairperson of the Free Gaza Movement and has been on board all but one mission that group has sailed to Gaza. Adam Shapiro is a board member of the Free Gaza Movement and was on the July 2009 mission. The Free Gaza movement began in 2006 as a response to the increasing isolation of the Gaza Strip and the tightening of Israel's closure of the territory after Hamas won the Palestinian parliamentary elections. A group of international activists concerned with the situation in the Gaza Strip were brainstorming ways to impact the situation when one suggested sailing a boat to Gaza. Although many of the activists thought it was a ludicrous idea at RST, the idea gradually evolved into the Free Gaza movement and led to the launch of the RST boats in the summer of 2008. At the time of writing in November 2010, the Free Gaza movement had organized 9 missions, the 9th being the Freedom Flotilla sent in May 2010 with the Mavi Marmara as the agship. The RSTVE missions, sent between August 2008 and December 2008, reached the Gaza Strip successfully. On December 29, 2008, 2 days after the start of Operation Cast Lead, Free Gaza sent an emergency boat carrying doctors, journalists, and medical supplies. An Israeli warship repeatedly rammed the small Free Gaza boat in international waters, causing severe damage to the vessel, and the mission had to be aborted. 2 weeks later, the Israeli Navy intercepted another attempt by Free Gaza to reach Gaza, still during Operation Cast Lead. A June 2009 ship, launched after the establishment of the right-wing government in Israel led by Benjamin Netanyahu and Avigdor Lieberman, was commandeered by Israeli commandos. Intensifying its efforts, Free Gaza organized a 7-vessel ODA in May 2010, which Israeli forces 154 attacked, leaving 9 dead and more than 50 wounded. The use of lethal force to stop the Freedom Flotilla might be explained by the escalation of activist efforts with continued and larger missions despite Israel's attempts to stop them. The Netanyahu government may have felt that the use of lethal force would serve as an intimidation and a warning to future efforts, and thereby put an end to activists organizing ships. However, this strategy has backfired as more people have expressed interest in volunteering since the violent attack on the Mavi Marmara and other ODA ships. The Free Gaza movement utilizes nonviolent direct action tactics focused on the specific elements of what the Israeli occupation is and what Israel's overall policies toward Palestinians are. The direct action of sending boats to Gaza does two things. One is address the immediate issue of Israel's near hermetic closure of Gaza, highlighting and trying to change the policy itself and also compelling other governments to end their policies of acquiescence. The second, on a more macro level, is push open greater political space for all the other civilian-led tactics being used in the struggle for Palestinian rights, including most notably global boycott, divestment, sanctions, BDS, efforts. What the most recent ODIA, May 2010, did, and what the Free Gaza movement is doing in general, is pushing open greater political space for groups, organizations, performing artists, or pension funds to join the BDS movement. Israel's reaction to the ODIA, in which the Free Gaza movement was a primary organizer, was so outrageous that it framed the issue of the blockade on Gaza more clearly for people. It made it easier for performing artists to cancel their concerts in Israel and for people to participate in the cultural boycott. The Free Gaza movement is completely volunteer-driven, with 7 full-time volunteers based around the world serving as the board of directors and working year-round to manage the fundraising and organizational details involved in sending each ship. Other volunteers help with discrete portions of the work, such as social media and website work, local support and advocacy, and media campaigns during the period of a mission. Captains of the cargo ships and other professionals involved in the inspection and sailing of the ships are paid, but the bulk of the work is unpaid. Although the name of the movement is Free Gaza and it has thus far focused specifically on ending the blockade of the Gaza Strip, it is part of a larger strategy aimed at targeting the Israeli occupation and Palestinian dispossession through struggles taking place in other parts of Palestine and around the world. Free Gaza focuses on Gaza because of the unique status of Gaza and the special needs in terms of health and water, which have been documented in a number of studies. 2. Because of the difficulty of activists and even humanitarian workers accessing Gaza, the movement. 155. LLS avoid. The interim goal of the Free Gaza movement is an end to Israel's blockade of the Gaza Strip. However, the ultimate end goal of the movement is the collapse of Israel's current colonial apartheid system and its replacement with a system that allows for the full rights of all Palestinians and Israelis. Free Gaza does not take a stance on the one-state or two-state solution, but rather takes a rights-based approach to advocacy, calling for the respect of Palestinian and Israeli human rights. The power of the Free Gaza movement, like many nonviolent movements, comes from the actions of a relatively few civilians engaged in a creative endeavor that challenges the status quo and reframes the situation for citizens and governments elsewhere. In the case of Free Gaza, the activists illustrate the absurdity of a situation in which normal, average people have to secure cargo ships, procure cargo, load them, and deliver humanitarian assistance to the Gaza Strip, confronting the powerful Israeli military in the process. Because this absurd situation captures people's attention, it draws attention to Palestinians in Gaza and to how desperate their situation is. The activism undertaken by Free Gaza can be seen as a desperate response to a desperate situation, but it exposes the power of individuals in global civil society to expose in 4 days what no government or media outlets were talking about for the previous 2 years. Within a week of the attack on the ODIA, Israel was forced to change its policy, not in a way that completely satisfies the activists or that truly benefits the people or that even meets the minimum criteria of Israel's obligations under international law, but it changed nonetheless. The power of Free Gaza is also in its ability to inspire other activists to think creatively about Gaza-related activism. Other efforts that were inspired by Free Gaza include Viva Palestina, an aid convoy, and the Gaza Freedom March, which have involved tens of thousands of people from around the world. By thinking creatively, the Free Gaza movement has helped force Israel into a situation where it has to deal with civilian-led nonviolent challenges on multiple fronts. The first mission. The RST mission to the Gaza Strip, in August 2008, was successful beyond anticipation because the organizers did not think they were going to reach Gaza. As with many nonviolent direct actions, the goal was to expose Israel's blockade policy to the world, demonstrating that the blockade was not about security, but about punishing Palestinians in Gaza and cutting them off from the international community. Sending the RST Free Gaza OTA was a high-profile act that the organizers hoped would mobilize 156 other people to put pressure on Israel to end the siege. Free Gaza activists set up the action so that either they would enter Gaza, which was the last thing expected, or Israel would be forced to confront unarmed, peaceful civilians in international waters with some kind of aggressive act to stop them. Activists were prepared to resist nonviolently, so that Israeli soldiers would have to board the boats and arrest people in order to put a stop to the mission. A lot of groundwork was done ahead of time to make it clear that the action posed no security threat to Israel. The boats left from an EU member country, Cyprus. They were checked by the port authorities to confirm that neither cargo nor passengers held anything dangerous to Israel, and all the passengers' profiles were posted on the internet along with statements about who the people were and why they were sailing to Gaza. These preparations were undertaken to make it clear to the world that if the boats were stopped, it was not because they were a security threat, but rather because Israel's policies were about punishing the people of Gaza. In the end, the Israeli military chose not to interfere with the mission, and 2 small boats sailed into Gaza's port, the RST international ships in over 41 years to do so. 3. Despite the activists' elation at having succeeded, the sobering reality was that getting into Gaza once did not mean that the siege had been broken. Activists knew that to really break the siege, they would need to repeat what had just been done over and over again until a sea lane to Gaza had been opened. So, the Free Gaza movement quickly began to organize a second and third mission, attempting to increase numbers, increase the size of the ships, and the broaden role of the participants. Parliamentarians and other influential people who could participate in the effort and help spread the word about the situation in Gaza were particularly sought. Nonviolent strategy and the imagination. 2 days after Israel launched air strikes on Gaza, beginning a 22-day military assault on Gaza, dubbed Operation Cast Lead, that led to the killing of over 1,400 Palestinians, Free Gaza attempted to send an emergency ship loaded with doctors and journalists to Gaza. The Dignity was rammed in international waters by Israeli warships. 2 weeks later, still during Cast Lead, Free Gaza launched another ship, again with medical personnel and journalists. This ship was intentionally almost capsized by the Israeli Navy and had to return to port in Larnaca. A few months later, with Gaza still under tight closure, with Israel forbidding construction material to enter in order for Gaza to rebuild the thousands of homes, schools, factories, hospitals, and mosques destroyed by Israel in Operation Cast Lead, with 157 thousands of people made homeless during Israel's bombing raid still living in tents, Free Gaza sent forth another ship. The Spirit of Humanity, carrying rebuilding supplies, tree saplings, paper, books, and toys for children, was attacked and boarded. The passengers were thrown into jail for over a week, then deported. At this point the leadership of Free Gaza was faced with a difficult choice. Hundreds of thousands of dollars had been spent, hundreds of thousands more would be needed to send another mission. 3 vessels had been violently intercepted by the Israeli military and had not made it to Gaza. 1 vessel had been destroyed, and the last one confiscated by Israel. Supporters were questioning the rationale of continuing to send boats to Gaza, making it difficult to fundraise, and the organization was very low on resources. However, backing down to Israeli violence was not an option, so Free Gaza decided on a change-of strategy. Building on the initial efforts and success the boat effort was able to achieve, and believing strongly that it was very important to continue mobilizing global citizens to act despite the violent attacks, in the summer of 2009, Free Gaza decided to escalate. Instead of sending just 1 ship with a few dozen activists on board to Gaza, it needed to organize a OTA. Free Gaza tactics build on those used and encouraged by the International Solidarity Movement, ISM, at the beginning of the Second Intifada in terms of getting international volunteers involved in directly supporting Palestinian popular resistance. The placement of international volunteers helped develop and strengthen the global solidarity movement because it allowed more uncensored information to come out of the occupied territories and more eyewitness accounts to the events occurring in the occupied territories. Those international volunteers would go back to their own communities and raise awareness through their personal and communal networks. Groups like the ISM, Free Gaza, and the global BDS movement are key components organizing and encouraging a network of global citizens working to change Israeli policies and the policies of other governments, institutions, and businesses that provide direct and indirect support for the occupation. By participating in Free Gaza missions, activists are engaging in direct action against a superior military force and one that has been willing to use violent, even lethal, force against civilians, including non-Palestinians, for decades. Activists are well informed of the risks and have a sober understanding of what participation entails. Nonviolence training is provided before activists set sail, including media training and practice responding to a variety of different scenarios that might be encountered on the journey. It is important that everyone understands Free Gaza's preferred course of action and that people are aware of and are comfortable with the scenarios. Unlike participation in the West Bank, where people who do not wish 158 to participate in certain aspects of confrontation can stand aside or serve other roles, on the ships there is not much room to not be involved and at sea there is no place to hide. The scenarios include how to react if soldiers raid the boats or if you are shot. This training provides people with a level of comfort because they know what to expect in the event of an attack. During the June 2009 voyage, for example, the Israeli Navy was threatening the ship and Hallward, one of the delegation leaders, put a microphone to the radio over which the Israeli Navy was communicating so that everyone on board could hear what the officials were saying, including their threats to use all force necessary to stop the boats. Later, the Navy personnel said, "We'll give you VE minutes to turn around and then we'll open redot." Everyone on the boat heard this, and stayed calm as the boat kept moving forward. Even when armed Israeli commandos raided the boat, all remained calm because they had practiced the scenario beforehand. In this case, the Navy did not open despite the threats. Although in June 2009 the soldiers did not open the protocol for the participants in such an occurrence involved following the directions of the delegation leaders. If the shots were determined to be solely for the purpose of intimidation, such as shots read in the air or water, the boat would continue communicating with the soldiers and moving forward. However, if Israel opened with intent to do serious damage, injure, or even kill, then the situation would be reassessed, and the need for retreat considered. In all cases, training emphasized the importance of remaining composed. The Freedom Flotilla and its aftermath. One of the scenarios not considered likely was that Israeli forces would open live when boarding the boats, as they did on the Mavi Marmara in May 2010. Israel is concerned about its international image and seeks to portray itself in the role of victim. The Free Gaza movement is open and transparent, seeks extensive media coverage, and had a fully operational media center, dozens of journalists, and live streaming from the boats, as a means of protection. If footage was streaming live to television stations around the world, without editing or interruption, it would be more difficult for Israel to use lethal force. Given these two factors, organizers did not anticipate that Israeli forces would open on people. However, this is what happened on the Mavi Marmara, the agship of the Freedom Flotilla, on which 9 activists were killed by Israeli forces as they boarded and took control of the ship. Israel has tried to distinguish the ship, which was operated by a Muslim charity, from the remainder of the OTA by calling the attack the Mavi Marmara incident, for however there were 6 other 159 vessels in the OTA that were also attacked. Israel has tried to claim that the Mavi Marmara was loaded with radical Muslims, and therefore a threat to Israel more so than the other boats. However, Israeli soldiers used violent force on every ship. While they did not kill anyone on the other vessels, soldiers shot the captain of the Greek-aged ship Sfandoni in the leg, beat and physically abused dozens of activists, used attack dogs, and red stun grenades and sound grenades. People were injured on some of the other boats, and one of the older activists suffered 2 broken ribs and a broken foot. The Challenger I ship was aged in the United States, and therefore an attack on the ship in international waters was, under international law, an attack on U.S. sovereign territory. However, the United States has yet to take any action. The Center for Constitutional Rights, representing U.S. passengers, has led Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, requests asking for any documents or information that was shared between the United States and Israel before the OTA was attacked to find out what kind of communication took place. Overall, the impact of the Freedom Flotilla exceeded expectations. As with the other missions, Free Gaza did a lot of groundwork before launching the OTA, making sure that people in different countries were aware of the reasons and strategy behind the OTA, and were ready to mobilize their communities in support of the endeavor, which included being ready to act in the event the Israelis intercepted the ships. The organizers traveled extensively in the lead-up to the OTA, with Hallward traveling to at least 12 countries from India to South Africa and multiple states in Latin America and the Gulf, working to build a global base of support. At the same time, organizers were engaging in fundraising and media work, meeting with solidarity groups, unions, and members of parliament, spreading information so that people knew what the Freedom Flotilla was. This preparatory networking activity contributed to the massive reaction to the attack on the OTA. Hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets in capitals around the world, people protested in front of Israeli embassies, dock workers in Sweden, South Africa, and California refused to unload Israeli ships, and artists cancelled their visits to Israel, among other things. The street protests created pressure on governments to condemn Israel's actions at sea and to push for an end to the blockade on Gaza. More than just anger, the protests and the calls by members of parliament from a number of countries, particularly in Europe, focused on changing policy. Part of the nonviolent strategy of Free Gaza is to pressure governments to act in a certain way by way of their own citizens' involvement in the missions. So, if governments are not fulfilling their obligations in upholding the Geneva Conventions or universal standards of human rights because 160 of various political interests, citizen participation can exert a different kind of pressure. This forces the governments to get involved to defend their citizens, which happens much more successfully in European countries than in the United States. The Irish government, for example, spoke out forcefully, as did France, Sweden, the United Kingdom, and other countries that suddenly had to step in and engage with Israel for the safety of their citizens on board the OTA. As a result of Israel's forceful response to the Freedom Flotilla, a number of governments were pulled in not only to protect their citizens but also to criticize the blockade and question its efficacy. This kind of pressure forced Israel to change its policy. Although the siege was not completely broken, it is undeniable that the OTA forced a change in Israel's policy. International pressure also helped ensure that most of the humanitarian goods on board the ships were delivered to the Palestinian civil society organizations in Gaza for which they were designated. All of the materials were intended for specific organizations and not for any political entity or government. The United Nations in particular, with some help from foreign governments, was instrumental in ensuring that the material entered Gaza. The work of Free Gaza is grounded in international law. Lawyers associated with the movement seek to focus on the specifics of international law as a basis for the movement's actions. After the boats were raided in 2009, for example, Free Gaza sent letters to the heads of countries explaining what happened and why it was illegal, and how as signatories to the Geneva Conventions these states had an obligation to take action to end Israel's punishing blockade of Gaza. In the wake of the attack on the OTA, an international team of lawyers has come together to strategize possible avenues of national and international legal action. Passengers have led civil lawsuits in a number of countries for abuse they suffered at the hands of the Israeli military and police, including confiscation of property, kidnapping, torture, and willful killing. In some countries, lawyers are using universal jurisdiction laws to try to prosecute Israeli military and political leaders for heinous violations of international law. Complaints have also been submitted to the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, ICC. Impact. The violent response to the Freedom Flotilla opened up new space for nonviolent activism against the Israeli occupation, as well as space for new governmental postures toward Israel. Turkey's strong stance, including its demands for an Israeli apology, calls for accountability, and requests for 161. A criminal investigation into Israel's actions has been significant because it demonstrates that states can criticize Israel's policies and not face mortal consequences. Turkey also boycotted the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, tourism conference in Jerusalem and cancelled joint military exercises with Israel as a result of the OTA. Other countries in the Middle East have noticed Turkey's reaction and the way it has managed to take such a stand and still maintain its position as a strategic ally of the United States. This can start to change the calculations of Arab leaders regarding possible avenues of action. In addition to Turkey and other states challenging Israel's policy, the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, declared definitively that Israel's closure of Gaza is illegal, and that because it is a form of collective punishment, all states have an obligation to end the blockade. No such statement came out of the ICRC before the OTA. The United Nations fact-finding mission concluded that Israeli troops used incredible violence, committing grave breaches of international law. It also found clear evidence to support prosecutions against Israel for willful killing and torture committed when its soldiers stormed the OTA. 5. This has contributed to a shift in the discourse as well as the slight shift in Israel's closure policy. These are all steps forward, and why the Free Gaza movement will continue to exert pressure. Freedom Flotilla 2 will be bigger than the last one, with more countries involved, more cargo, more participants, and more media. The goal is to create a lose-lose situation for Israel. If the ships are not stopped, they reach Gaza, thereby delivering a blow to Israel's attempt to keep Gaza isolated, and if Israel does stop the ships, the magnitude of the OTA and the levels of involvement in it will make its interception very costly to Israel, both politically and in terms of public relations. The organization of such a confrontation requires intense preparation on all fronts: tactical, media, legal, and public relations, and it requires strong planning, training, and massive grassroots mobilization. It remains unclear what, if any, changes might occur as a result of the investigations of the OTA incident. At the time of writing, 6 months after the attack, none of the equipment or money confiscated had been returned, and Israel had continually refused to allow the United Nations fact-finding mission and others access to any of the footage taken on the cameras confiscated from the activists. The report of the fact-finding mission had been buried, and Gaza remained isolated. Nevertheless, the organizing continues. Israel's lethal response to the nonviolent OTA action did not end the movement as Israeli leaders may have hoped. In contrast, it has galvanized support for it. To build on the momentum and advance the principle and power of global citizen action, preparations for Freedom Flotilla 2 are underway. 162. 10. Conclusion: Prospects for Nonviolent Resistance in Palestine-Israel. Maya Carter Hallward and Julie M. Norman. The objective of this volume is to bring further attention to the use of nonviolent resistance in Palestine-Israel, one particularly during the Second Intifada, while also contributing to the scholarship of nonviolent resistance by exploring the changing actors, tactics, and perceptions shaping popular struggle in the region. The contributions in this volume provide a much broader discussion of Palestinian nonviolent resistance than is usually found in the scholarly literature, and examine the opportunities and challenges that come with broadening the discussion of unarmed struggle not only in theory but also in practice. The contributors to this book, coming from a range of professional, geographic, and disciplinary backgrounds, have provided varied insights into the phenomenon of nonviolent resistance in Palestine-Israel, based primarily on direct observations and personal experiences. Each chapter has provided a rich analytical snapshot of nonviolence in the region, illustrating the diversity of people, actions, and ideas involved in this type of struggle. Because this volume, unlike many on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, is written largely by scholar practitioners, the authors are concerned not only with how the acts of nonviolent resistance contribute to theoretical understanding of the phenomenon, but also ask practical questions regarding the significance of these endings for nonviolent resistance movements in Palestine, Israel, and elsewhere. 164. In this concluding chapter, we explore common themes that emerge throughout the preceding pages to shed light on the nuanced and dynamic nature of nonviolent resistance in theory and in practice. Specifically, we return to questions raised in the introductory chapter: how do local and international perceptions of nonviolence influence the dynamics of resistance movements? How do various actors in Palestine, Israel participate in nonviolent resistance, and how do international and Israeli solidarity groups engage with Palestinian grassroots movements? What alternative methods of resistance are used beyond traditional protest tactics? To what extent do power dynamics play a role in how actors understand or employ nonviolence? Broadening perceptions of nonviolence. As the contributions in this volume indicate, the term nonviolence has different meanings for different individuals and groups, often oscillating between peace on the one hand and resistance on the other. As Leone indicates, while the use of nonviolence in Palestine is not new, the term itself was used prominently during the post-Oslo period, largely by Western states and donors, to promote democratic institution building and peace-building measures. As Leone suggests, U.S. funded projects in particular tended to embrace the language of nonviolence, while simultaneously quelling popular resistance in practice. As a result, for many, the concept of nonviolence became equated with a discourse of domestication, with numerous activists citing the co-optation and institutionalization of activism in this period. Leone indicates that this perception may have ultimately impeded efforts for nonviolent mobilization during the Second Intifada, since nonviolence was seen as relinquishing the struggle for self-determination. Leone's chapter thus indicates that different interpretations of nonviolence, especially between international and local actors, can actually create obstacles for the actualization of unarmed struggle by casting nonviolence in a negative light. The lack of visibility of nonviolent resistance activities also stems from the variety of interpretations of nonviolence found within the region. The majority of case studies in this volume wreaked a pragmatic approach to nonviolence, viewing unarmed tactics as strategic or necessary for popular resistance. This perspective might be contrasted with a principled approach to nonviolence, which sees nonviolence as a way of life and often as a moral imperative, and is evidenced, for example, in some of Scruggs' interviews. Indeed, even the terminology used to describe pragmatic and principled approaches might differ, with the majority of 165 Palestinian activists using terms such as Muqawama Shabi'iyya, popular resistance, or Muqawama Mudaniya, civil-based resistance, instead of LAANF, nonviolence. This terminology is used, in part, to emphasize the active, rather than passive, nature of nonviolent resistance, as well as to underscore the consistency between this form of struggle and Palestinian goals of freedom and political rights, as opposed to co-optation by Western donors or legitimating Israeli occupation policies. Seidel reminds us, however, that viewing these approaches as distinct or mutually exclusive in the context of Palestine-Israel might be misguided. As Seidel suggests, viewing nonviolence as strictly pragmatic versus strictly principled, and perhaps privileging pragmatic approaches in our analyses, might reveal Western scholars' own biases. Indeed, such biases might limit recognition of the complexity of motivations for nonviolence, many of which are inherent to Palestinian cultural and religious traditions, both Christian and Muslim. Abu Nimr further builds on this idea, indicating that religious leaders and organizations have an important role to play in nonviolent resistance, although secular activists, who see religion as a cause for conflict rather than as a possible force for peace, often overlook them. Like Seidel and Leone, Abu Nimr warns that religious peace-building efforts should not simply be seen through Western lenses or donor priorities, Specifically, he emphasizes that acts of nonviolence motivated by faith, or principle, need not be limited to interfaith dialogue or other traditional peace-building initiatives. Rather, faith-based organizations can lead, adopt, or participate in confrontational actions of nonviolent resistance in partnership with more secular individuals and organizations. Indeed, Abu Nimr argues that these latter actions are more likely to have a substantive impact on peace-building objectives because they recognize the existence of power imbalances, rather than assume symmetry, and wreak the concerns of local Palestinians rather than external donors. Scruggs provides insight to this discussion by exploring the motivations and perceptions of various nonviolent activists, both faith-based and secular, international and local. According to Scruggs, interpretations of nonviolence vary by individual, not necessarily by national or religious status. This echoes Seidel's point that identities are situated and fluid, rather than based on pre-existing dichotomies. Furthermore, Scruggs notes that activists' conceptions of what constitutes violence or nonviolence are context-dependent, varying in part due to the existence of structures of power and oppression, which further emphasizes Seidel's argument. The lack of usefulness of such dichotomies for understanding the theory and practice of nonviolent resistance is also noted by Scruggs, as she indicates that even when activists have different assumptions and conceptions of nonviolence, they can still work together strategically. 166. While it is important to be mindful of both principled and pragmatic motivations for nonviolence, the contributors in this volume caution us in viewing approaches to nonviolence through an either/or lens. Rather, we might consider how different interpretations of nonviolence might expand rather than constrain opportunities for mobilization. Diverse actors in nonviolent resistance. The need to be mindful of different approaches to nonviolence is particularly important as the field of actors involved with unarmed struggle in Palestine-Israel continues to expand. Looking within the region, we are challenged to broaden our analysis beyond self-identified activists to consider other individuals and groups as well. For example, contributors in this volume have brought attention to often overlooked segments of civil society playing a role in nonviolent resistance, such as religious leaders and organizations cited by Abu Nimr, or human rights activists identified by Hallward. At yet another level, Seidel reminds us of the everyday acts of resistance carried out both by Palestinians in the occupied territories and Bedouin communities in Israel, who steadfastly find ways to remain on their land despite policies aimed at displacing them. In addition to the diversity of Palestinian actors engaged in nonviolent resistance, the involvement of regional and international actors continues to grow and change as well. Several contributors in this volume shed light on the role of Israeli activists and solidarity groups, with Sodders for example using the case study of Combatants for Peace to indicate how nonviolent initiatives can sometimes cut across ethnic, national, and religious identities. Though not without tension or disagreement, these types of efforts represent another way of thinking about resistance. Similarly, Hallward provides a useful analysis comparing how both Israeli and Palestinian human rights groups responded to Operation Cast Lead, noting the differences in Israeli and Palestinian approaches, but also identifying the institutional constraints and political realities in which both communities operate. These pieces highlight the importance of context sensitivity in planning and carrying out acts of nonviolent resistance across national and ethnic lines. As Scruggs notes, having different backgrounds does not need to be a barrier to joint activism, provided actors are aware of and respect each other's differences, as well as the limits of each group. Self-reflection regarding the realms of power available to the respective individuals and groups participating in a given activity, as well as the constraints placed upon them, can improve chances of successful joint ventures. This message is further repeated by Jam Jum, who notes, 167. That a strength of the boycott, divestment, and sanctions, BDS, movement is that international activists craft actions that are context-specific to their locale while tying into more global concerns affecting other parts of the world, including Palestine-Israel. Beyond the region, international actors have a substantial role in nonviolent activism in Palestine-Israel. In her analysis of Operation Cast Lead, Hallward refers to the effect of the operation on international opinion and solidarity, discussed in further detail in the interview with Arif and Shapiro. According to these contributors, incidents like Operation Cast Lead and the raid on the Free Gaza OTA have refocused international attention on the conflict and have contributed to an ever-expanding movement of international solidarity. Jamjoom also discusses the increasing role of international grassroots networks in the context of the global BDS campaign, which has enabled individuals to act in solidarity from their home countries. According to Jamjoom, the BDS movement has not only increased political and economic pressure on Israel, but has also served as a way to bring awareness to the conflict worldwide. At the same time, Jamjoom notes that international solidarity alone is insufficient, and that as long as the Palestinian national movement remains fragmented, Palestinians will not see significant results from nonviolent resistance. As these examples illustrate, when thinking of participants of nonviolent struggle, it is helpful to expand our sphere of analysis beyond a core group of Palestinian activists, example village committees protesting the separation wall, to include a diverse range of individuals and organizations in Palestine, Israel, and abroad. Expanding tactics in nonviolence. As the sphere of actors involved in nonviolence continues to expand, so too does the repertoire of nonviolent tactics used. To be sure, traditional forms of nonviolent action, such as demonstrations, protests, and marches, continue to take place regularly in Palestine, as well as in Israel and internationally. However, the contributions in this volume indicate that other forms of nonviolent resistance are also occurring, some of which are specific to the conflict, which also deserve study and analysis. As noted above, Seidel sheds light on land-based resistance, when families and communities need creative ways of maintaining their presence on their property despite Israeli policies that make their state difficult. Seidel notes that, in contrast to externally generated projects like those cited by Leone, locally initiated development projects like wastewater treatment can enable farmers to stay on land that would otherwise be confiscated. 168. Scruggs also suggests that facilitating the continuity of daily life, especially in rural areas, might require the adoption of oft-overlooked tactics, such as the dismantling of oppressive structures like roadblocks. Sodders and Abu-Nimr also question the benefit of traditional models of dialogue, suggesting that such peace-building activities would be more effective if reconceptualized through the lenses of rights and justice. Similarly, Hallward discusses how an international law and human rights-based approach to the conflict, particularly advocacy and awareness-raising work related to episodes like Operation Cast Lead, can complement other forms of activism within Israel and the occupied territories. For many nonviolent activists in Palestine-Israel, the questions of human rights and justice are inseparable from the nonviolent struggle for Palestinian freedom. Indeed, as Jamjoom notes, the 2005 call for BDS focuses on political demands grounded in the language of rights. It is not only Palestinian activists who use the language of rights and international law, but, as Jamjoom and Arif and Shapiro reeked, the concept of rights is also being embraced by international solidarity groups. The global BDS campaign and the Free Gaza movement, combined with local organizing efforts and facilitated by alternative media and social networking, have attracted international attention to the conflict and contributed to a growing transnational solidarity movement. As Jamjoom notes, this movement cannot replace local and national movements within Palestine, but it can provide a complementary force for peace with justice. Exploring power dynamics in nonviolence. Fundamentally, nonviolent resistance is an expression of power. Often deemed a weapon of the weak too because of its accessibility to everyone, the theory of nonviolence is premised on the fact that power rests in the consent of the ruled. Consequently, by removing that consent and by challenging the legitimacy of those in power, citizens can challenge the state, even unseat dictators. These principles of nonviolent resistance were made famous by Mohandas Gandhi, Martin Luther King, Jr., and by the Atpur activists who brought down Milosevic's regime in Serbia. However, as noted by Rigby, the theory of nonviolence and the use of power may not work exactly the same in the Palestinian case due to contextual differences. Specifically, Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza Strip lack citizenship, and so lack some of the resistance tools held by citizens. Furthermore, Israel does not want to include Palestinians in their nation, as it would end the state's Jewish majority, which means Israel is willing to live with non-cooperation and simply raise the cost of Palestinian resistance. 3. 169. Despite this, as noted by Jamjoom and others in this volume, increasing numbers of Palestinians have turned to nonviolent resistance in the Second Intifada as a way of responding to the vast disparity in power between Palestinians and Israelis. While some use nonviolence because they believe it is a morally superior form of resistance, others see it as strategically more useful in gaining the support of international public opinion, and others have noted the failure of violent resistance in securing Palestinian aims, given Israel's vast superiority in repower and military might. However, just because nonviolence is a weapon of the weak does not mean that everyone using nonviolent tactics has access to an equal amount of power. Context and positionality are important. As noted by Arif and Shapiro, for example, flotilla activists from Europe have received more state support than have activists from the United States in pursuing their claims against Israel. Furthermore, as discussed by Sodders, power differentials exist even in Israeli and Palestinian groups dedicated to building relationships that recognize the collective aspirations of the other side. Sodders expands the notion of resistance beyond acts taken to change broader political realities to include those actions aimed at altering established and entrenched social constructions of power that lead to social, political, and cultural violence. Thus, nonviolent resistance seeks to respond to power dynamics at multiple levels, not only between Israelis and Palestinians, but also between activists engaged in a shared struggle against oppression. The strength of nonviolent resistance as a tactic against the power of the Israeli military and state policies of occupation is evident in the chapters in this volume. For example, the Freedom Flotilla succeeded in bringing about a change in Israel's policy regarding the blockade on the Gaza Strip, as governments who had previously done nothing exerted pressure on Israel. While this change came about as a result of numerous casualties and international headlines, and was less of a change than activists desired, it still wreaked at a larger policy shift than had been seen in years. Furthermore, despite the use of lethal force, Israel did not deter further activists from engaging in such dramatic nonviolent acts, but rather the publicity has led to increased numbers of activists interested in participating in future missions. Likewise, the fact that numerous nonviolent Palestinian activists have been arrested, like Sheikh Salah mentioned in the chapter by Abu Nimr, or Abdullah Abu Rama of Bilin, wreaks the strategic threat posed to Israel by unarmed resistance. Indeed, power dynamics are also evident in the scope of the debate over what constitutes nonviolence in theory and in practice. In the Western media there tends to be a focus on principled nonviolence and a discounting of pragmatic or strategic nonviolence, evident in the calls for 170. A Palestinian Gandhi and the discounting of the many Palestinians engaged in nonviolent resistance at the village level or in the course of their everyday life. At the same time, the scholarly literature tends to focus on certain categories of pragmatic nonviolence, overlooking other types of actions or even entire segments of the population, like religious individuals and leaders. Indeed, the power of the discourse to determine what constitutes legitimate nonviolence is a key source of contention in the study of nonviolence in the Second Intifada, just as the debate over what constitutes resistance continues to play out within Palestinian society. Many of the actions and campaigns discussed in the chapters in this volume have not been framed in the terms of nonviolence on the international stage, one indication of the power dynamics in determining the contours of the debate. For instance, in regard to the Free Gaza movement, the United States Congress came out in support of Israel's right to self-defense, viewing the OTA as a challenge, the blockade as a protective measure for Israel, and portraying the Israeli commandos who boarded the ship as victims. For likewise, the BDS movement has been portrayed in almost violent language by its detractors, such as the Israeli think tank the Root Institute, accusing BDS activists for their efforts to undermine Israeli-Palestinian cooperation and for promoting delegitimization of Israel and threatening its right to exist. 5. Paradoxically, the strength of the response to these acts of resistance indicates exactly the type of power that nonviolent action can have. Indeed, how the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is framed is critical with regard to who is winning what Richard Falk calls the legitimacy war. 6. Finally, although it is not discussed extensively in this volume, there is the question of the power dynamics within Palestinian society over who determines what constitutes legitimate resistance as well as what the goals of that resistance might be. As Arif and Shapiro note, the Free Gaza movement is but one nonviolent tactic among many being used throughout Palestine-Israel, none of which are strongly coordinated. Furthermore, as Jamjoom observes, the 2005 BDS call marked a turning point in terms of the political demands raised by Palestinians, demands that include the rights of Palestinian citizens of Israel and Palestinian refugees. The BDS call, made by dozens of Palestinian networks, unions, and other groups, illustrates a gap in expectations between Palestinian civil society members and the Palestinian political elite. Leone also points to this gap in her critical discussion of professional civil society creation through nonviolent peacebuilding projects in the post-Oslo era. This issue is tied in with the question of power dynamics in several ways. RST, it wreaks the power of the international donor community to set the agenda and determine priorities for development. 171. Political system reform, etc., over the voices of the people, and it also indicates power dynamics between the Palestinian political and urban elite, who generally benefit from donor aid money, and Palestinians living in rural areas or in more peripheral towns. It is no coincidence that the bulk of the visible nonviolent resistance in the Second Intifada has occurred through popular committees organized in villages along the route of the separation barrier. They were directly affected by the expansion of Israeli control, whereas those in the cities, particularly in the Ramallah bubble, could temporarily distract themselves with the proliferating cafes, shops, and new organizations. As late as 2005, the Palestinian Authority said very little about the separation barrier on the international stage, and rural communities felt neglected by their leadership. 7. Although in 2005 all the presidential candidates ran on a platform of nonviolence, this meant commitment to negotiations, rather than armed resistance, and did not necessarily mean any commitment to supporting popular struggle. Since the 2006 elections and the victory of Hamas, much political energy has been focused on power struggles between Hamas and Fatah, which has further frustrated the people whose livelihoods continue to be threatened by the daily realities of the occupation, and, as demonstrated in the chapters by Seidel and Scruggs, has pushed local communities to turn elsewhere for support in their everyday nonviolent struggles. Looking ahead, the chapters in this volume point to a number of issues facing scholars and practitioners of nonviolence. On a practical level, the contributors note the lack of organization and coordination among nonviolent efforts, although there are also some indications of attempts to maintain lines of communication, such as between members of the village organizing committees, or the regular correspondence between international solidarity activists and the Boycott National Committee. At present, divides between rural and urban communities, different political factions, as well as those between secular and religious activists tend to prevent Palestinian mobilization in widespread, coordinated resistance as was seen in the RST Intifada. This mobilization is also hampered by the physical fragmentation of the West Bank and the difficulty of traveling between areas due to the extensive system of Israeli checkpoints, roadblocks, and the separation barrier. While it is up to Palestinians to work out internal divisions and ultimately determine the course of any national nonviolent campaign, the contributors point to the role of the international community, and Israeli solidarity activists, in creating the momentum and 172. Pressure on their home governments for policy change vis-a-vis Israel's occupation. Another critical issue for scholars and practitioners alike is for more discussion and dialogue regarding the parameters of nonviolent resistance and the extent to which it can be employed effectively in situations like the Palestinian territories where the state in power does not view the people resisting, as opposed to the land inhabited, as a legitimate part of their state. The mechanisms of resistance in such a situation should be carefully thought out, as some of the conventional political tactics aimed at undermining the regime's pillars of support are less readily available as levers of change. In contrast, tactics aimed at counteracting policies of displacement or siege, such as water treatment plants or the destruction of a roadblock preventing villagers from accessing the broader world, may be more suitable foci of attention. Likewise, it may be helpful for scholars and practitioners to be more aware of the dynamics of power, not only between the target regime and activists, but also between and within activist groups. As observed by Abu Nimr and Sodders, even when Israelis and Palestinians come to joint activism with the best of intentions and shared goals regarding a desire to end the Israeli occupation, they do not always have equal access to determining the scope of the debate or the shaping the underlying assumptions of their relations. Furthermore, they have very different degrees of power and rights vis-a-vis Israeli institutions and state representatives. Perhaps more importantly, scholars and practitioners should be aware of the power of discourse to shape how events and actions are portrayed, understood, and discussed, as whether or not we see a Palestinian commitment to nonviolent resistance depends to a certain extent on what constitutes nonviolence. Often politicians connate nonviolent with passive or non-threatening, whereas, as this volume has argued, employing nonviolence entails active struggle, resisting oppression and injustice using methods and tactics that do not cause harm, physical, psychological, and/or verbal, to humans. 8. Thus, the Freedom Flotilla and the BDS movement are not always recognized in Western discourse as expressions of nonviolent resistance, precisely because they pose a threat to Israeli control and Israel's portrayal of the situation. Yet, without recognizing the existence of Palestinian popular struggle in its various forms as acts of resistance, the international community unwittingly supports Hamas self-representation as the political faction which has consistently continued to resist. The question of what constitutes nonviolent resistance and who determines the goals of that resistance are not moot points, to scholarly. 173. Debate. Instead, they are primary elements in current matters facing Israeli-Palestinian relations and Palestinian politics on the international stage. In particular, at time of writing, Palestinian officials are waging a nonviolent campaign through international diplomacy to get sufficient numbers of states to support Palestinian statehood in the United Nations General Assembly. While the United States Congress has denounced such unilateral moves, it was through the United Nations that Israel gained recognition and legitimacy, as well as the successor states of the former Yugoslavia. Furthermore, the U.S. Congress did not denounce Israeli unilateralism in the form of Israel's Gaza disengagement plan nor the construction of the separation barrier, although both caused significantly more harm to life and property than the Palestinian diplomatic initiative. A second area of current significance is the debate around Prime Minister Salam Fayyad's efforts to build the institutional framework for a Palestinian state by mid-2011. While this move has been much heralded by international institutions like the World Bank, it has been less popularly received by some Palestinians and democracy scholars. 9. The question with Fayyadism, which is less commonly explored in the Western media, is whether or not Fayyad's plan is really aimed at undermining the pillars of support and the methods of oppression facing the Palestinian people. For many Palestinians, Fayyad receives his power from the Israelis, and his work is carried out with assistance from Palestinian security forces trained by the United States military and working in conjunction with the Israeli military. Consequently, in their eyes, this is neither nonviolent, nor is it challenging foreign control or influence. However, others see Fayyad's efforts as an alternative way to achieve statehood by working with the Israelis in the short term and building up their levels of confidence. While this volume may raise more questions regarding the future of nonviolent resistance in Palestine-Israel than it answers, it demonstrates that despite popular assumptions, a range of nonviolent initiatives have developed and continued throughout the Second Intifada. While these initiatives do not always take the shape of classical nonviolent protests, demonstrations, or sit-ins, they all seek to creatively undermine the pillars of support for the Israeli occupation through the agency of civilians using unarmed tactics. Unfortunately, Western audiences tend to only hear about nonviolent resistance on the part of Palestinians and Israeli and international solidarity activists when there is an extremely violent response aimed at international activists, as in the case of the Freedom Flotilla, while the deaths of Palestinian protesters in villages like Bilin and Nalin are largely overlooked. Part of what made nonviolent campaigns led by Gandhi and King successful was the publicity about the 174 outrageously violent response directed at the unarmed activists and the subsequent awareness raised about the issues at stake and the pressure put on governments to change those policies. Palestinians have turned to other ways of exerting pressure given the lack of media coverage and the tendency to use less media-grabbing forms of nonviolent resistance, including the global civil society campaign for boycott, divestment, and sanctions, and legal efforts to change the route of the separation barrier or challenge companies profiting from the occupation. Regardless of tactics used or actors involved, the volume demonstrates that nonviolent resistance continues to be a viable option in Palestine, provided that scholars and practitioners pay careful attention to situational factors of power and available resources and tailor their strategies and analyses accordingly.